Chapter 1688. Purple Demon Heart. Yi Xian blinked. He didn't know what that was. After all, he had just become an immortal and didn't know much about immortal hearts. All the way we have you www. GLWX. Calm, it's normal that you haven't heard of it. But I can tell you that in addition to immortal cultivators, there are also demonic cultivators. And I am a demonic cultivator. Little Demon said. Immortal cultivator, demonic cultivator. Yi Xian frowned and asked, what's the difference? Immortal cultivators are what you call the righteous path. They're similar to you now. Demonic cultivators mainly cultivate their demonic bodies. Their bodies can be trained to the point where they can go head-to-head with immortal weapons. They're extremely strong. Little Demon smiled and said, immortal cultivators and demonic cultivators can't coexist. But I can see that it's not easy for you to cultivate, so I won't bully you. Then this purple demon heart is a demonic cultivator's? Yi Xian asked. That's right. If you can cultivate this purple demon heart, you'll have the purple demon fire. This is a very domineering heavenly fire. Even I am afraid of it, Little Demon said. Hearing this, Yi Xian hesitated. There were two paths in front of him now. One was to accept Little Demon's good intentions, and the other was to refuse. However, if he refused, the Little Demon King might get angry. Therefore, there was only one way to go. Thank you, Senior. Yi Xian said quickly. Good. Then, the Little Demon King of Chaos used his true chi to write. Ding! You have successfully copied the refining method of the purple demon heart. The system notified. At this time, Little Demon King of Chaos rolled his eyes again and said, Tisk, TSK, TSK. I won't force you. Demonic cultivators are hated by everyone in the immortal world. Remember this. After he finished speaking, he started writing again. Ding! You have successfully copied the refining method of the celestial heart of Dazzle. Before Yi Xian could reply, the Little Demon King continued, Hehe, this Xian Ji immortal heart is even better than the purple extreme demon heart. If you can successfully refine it, you'll be able to produce Xian Ji heavenly flames in your body that can burn the entire world. Yi Xian did not know what Little Demon King was thinking, but he felt that the dazzling speed immortal heart was quite suitable for him. It should also be of the fire attribute. Alright, I'm going to ascend to the immortal realm. Goodbye. With that, the Little Demon King stepped onto the immortal ascension platform. Yi Xian came to his senses. The Little Demon King of Chaos was only at the longevity realm, not even an itinerant immortal. How could he ascend to the immortal realm? However, this Little Demon King of Chaos was no ordinary person. No one knew what level of expert he was at. In an instant, he ascended to the immortal realm, leaving behind a stunned Yi Xian. Yi Xian felt quite helpless. Who would have thought that a demonic cultivator would reincarnate into his nephew's body? He did not know whether this was a good or bad thing. After all, the Little Demon King of Chaos had said that immortal cultivators and demonic cultivators could not coexist. However, what was done was done. There was nothing he could do about it. After all, the Little Demon King of Chaos had already ascended to the immortal realm. It's time for me to ascend to the immortal realm. I heard luminous immortals say that it takes a lot of immortal stones to return from the immortal realm. I don't think the 300 immortal stones in the space will be enough. Yi Xian narrowed his eyes, then returned to Lianyan City to bring the news to Yi Bingbing. The Little Demon King of Chaos had reincarnated into Yi Bingbing's son, Yi Yuchuan. However, they had no way to stop it, so they could only remain calm. Perhaps, this was an opportunity for the Yi family. Alright, I'll leave a clone at home. It's time for me to ascend. Yi Xian thought for a moment, then set off for the immortal ascension platform again. Finally, it was time for him to ascend. At this moment, Yi Xian's emotions were extremely complicated. He, a mortal, had actually become an immortal. He wondered what the world of immortals was like. Whoosh! On the immortal ascension platform, a ray of white light descended. Yi Xian's figure was submerged in it, then he disappeared from the immortal ascension platform. In this world, there were countless mortal realms, but there was only one immortal realm. Therefore, the process of ascension was extremely slow. Yi Xian spent an hour in the white light, then appeared in an unfamiliar place. The immortal ascension platform was actually a super long-distance teleportation array. This could be seen from the 1 hour he spent in ascension. Yi Xian had been afraid that after he ascended, the plantation space would not be able to connect to the mortal realm. His worry had indeed come true. Ding! The entrance to the plantation space is closed. Ding! The entrance to the plantation space is closed. 2 system notifications rang out. Yi Xian sensed that the entrances to the eastern continent of the Bloodstone continent and the Life Saint sect were closed. Fortunately, he had moved the Yi family and the others into his plantation space. However, his second clone was left in the mortal realm to guard the passage to the immortal realm. Perhaps the difference between the mortal realm and the immortal realm was too great, so the plantation space was unable to connect. Yi Xian could understand this. If that was the case, then forget it. So this is the immortal realm. Yi Xian narrowed his eyes and looked around. He realized that he was at the foot of a mountain. Beside him was a stone tablet with 3 large words written on it, Immortal Ascension Cliff. The mortal realm was filled with heaven earth yuan qi, while the immortal realm was filled with immortal qi. Those in the immortal realm were constantly tempered by immortal qi at birth. It was very easy for them to reach the ascension realm. Some were even born as immortals or sky immortals. This was the difference between the 2 realms. Yi Xian had climbed all the way to the immortal realm from an ordinary martial artist. It could be said that he had been through a lot. This time, Yi Xian wanted to fulfill Immortal Lumen's last wish. That was to send his body back to the Immortal Fate sect in the immortal realm. However, hundreds of thousands of years had passed since Immortal Lumen descended to the mortal realm. The situation in the immortal realm might have changed. If the Immortal Fate sect was still there, then it would be much easier to find. If the Immortal Fate sect was destroyed because they had offended someone, that would be a tragedy. There was a map among Immortal Lumen's belongings. Yi Xian did not know if this map matched up. In any case, he would just go and take a look. The Immortal Fate sect is northwest of this Immortal Ascension Cliff. And the distance, Yi Xian checked the map using the Immortal Level Devouring system. He was shocked to find that the distance to the Immortal Fate sect was calculated in years. What the heck, with my speed as a 4th grade immortal, it would take at least 100 years to get there. Even if I used a transportation array, it would take at least 10 years. Yi Xian narrowed his eyes. The immortal path was long. It was not without reason. It seemed that he had to increase his strength first. As long as he was strong, it would be easy to travel. Immediately, Yi Xian checked the map before flying towards the north. The map showed that there was a gathering place for immortal beasts in the north. Hence, Yi Xian wanted to hunt immortal beasts to increase his strength. Chapter 1689. Luminous Immortal had previously warned Yi Xian that while the flamethrower ship was useful in the mortal world, it was somewhat useless in the immortal world. Baidu Search Strength Literature Network Update Fastest and Most Stable www. GailWX. At first, Yi Xian didn't understand the meaning of this sentence, but as he hurried to the immortal beast gathering place, he understood. At this moment, a powerful aura suddenly flew over from behind Yi Xian and passed by him. It was an old man with the demeanor of a transcendent being. He was dressed in white and hurried past on a flying sword. He's at least a 6th-tier immortal. Yi Xian narrowed his eyes. As it turned out, flying swords were the most commonly used weapons in the immortal world. In terms of speed, flying swords of the same level were much faster than flamethrowers of the same level. Although flamethrowers could be used for both defense and attack, the cost of refining one was enough to refine 3 immortal artifacts. Moreover, most people would need to control the flamethrower from within. If they used an immortal artifact, they could use other methods. Therefore, flamethrowers were a little useless. However, Yi Xian didn't care. After all, he could control the flamethrower remotely. The immortal world was very large, countless times larger than the mortal world. Just this journey alone took Yi Xian a full 7 days. After all, he was driving an immortal artifact-grade flamethrower. Using a flamethrower ship to kill monsters is a bit of a waste. Moreover, every time the flamethrower ship attacks, it consumes 5 immortal stones. What a waste! Yi Xian narrowed his eyes, then put away the flamethrower and entered the immortal beast gathering place. This gathering place had immortal beasts comparable to 8th-tier immortals, so they couldn't be underestimated. However, Yi Xian had all kinds of trump cards, so he wasn't afraid. Roar! As soon as Yi Xian entered, he heard a deafening roar. He turned and scanned with his eye of revelation. He discovered a winged tiger. An immortal beast comparable to a 4th-tier immortal. Yi Xian narrowed his eyes, then quickly rushed over. Although killing people was profitable, Yi Xian actually preferred killing monsters. Even though immortal beasts aren't stupid, they are still beasts after all. Just like demonic cultivators, they mainly rely on their bodies to fight. Most importantly, Yi Xian had the immortal unicorn bloodline, which doubled the damage he dealt to immortal beasts. Very quickly, Yi Xian rushed over. Then, his eyes flashed as he used his soul eye to control the winged tiger. At the same level, immortal beasts were easier to control than immortals, which saved him a lot of trouble. Yi Xian had no other intentions in controlling this winged tiger. He just wanted to make it easier for him to kill it. Nihility Flame Sword Wave. At that moment, Yi Xian directly slashed out with his sword and landed on the winged tiger's body. But unexpectedly, this sword was actually unable to insta-kill the winged tiger. The Nihility Flame Sword Wave can at most raise the level of a 9th Tribulation Loose Immortal. Looks like I have to change it. Yi Xian narrowed his eyes and slashed out several times, instantly killing the winged tiger. Then, he directly devoured the carcass. Devouring an immortal beast's carcass could raise Yi Xian's cultivation, and the old tree would also benefit from it. Without the restriction of the loose immortal tribulation, the old tree, Ghost Dome Great Emperor, and Wei Xintian's strength would most likely increase the gap between them and Yi Xian. I've already ascended to the immortal realm, so I'll have to discard some of my previous possessions. Yi Xian narrowed his eyes and began probing. Yi Xian had spent 2 Devour points to exchange for the Nihility Flame Sword Wave. Now that it was useless, he could get 1 Devour point back. Secondly, an immortal's lifeline was their immortal heart. Although Yi Xian had yet to refine his immortal heart, he could no longer use the Eye of Eternity. This skill had lost its effect after Yi Xian became an immortal. Now that he could get 2 Devour points back, it was pretty good. In addition to the 1 Devour point he originally had, he now had 4 Devour points. In addition, the Ghost Dome Great Emperor Sky-Shattering Meteor Slash was quite difficult to hit, so Yi Xian decided to get rid of it. Ding! The Nihility Flame Sword Wave has been successfully retrieved. Host has obtained 1 Devour point. Ding! The Eye of Eternity has been successfully retrieved. Host has obtained 2 Devour points. Ding! The Sky-Shattering Meteor Slash has been successfully retrieved. Host has obtained 2 Devour points. A series of system notifications rang out. Yi Xian had obtained 6 Devour points. Next, he used 3 Devour points to buy 3 bottles of blessings and used all of them on Wei Zhentian. Ding! Wei Zhentian's luck has increased by 1 point. Ding! Wei Zhentian's luck has increased by 1 point. Ding! Wei Zhentian's luck has increased by 1 point. Wei Zhentian's luck would be shared with Yi Xian, so Yi Xian now had 9 points of luck. 9 points of luck had a special effect. Ding! Host's luck has reached 9 points, the effect of luck has doubled. Ding! Host has obtained a system reward, Immortal Technique, 1000/. Hearing this, Yi Xian's eyes lit up. 9 points of luck was indeed not bad, the effect of luck had doubled. This meant that his 9 points of luck was equivalent to 8 points of luck. With the increase in luck, the success rate of one-hit kills, critical hits, and forced devour skills would increase. Of course, 9 points of luck was already the limit, and it could not be increased in the future. Then, Yi Xian's attention fell on the Immortal Technique, 1000/. The Immortal Slayer bloodline had a movement skill that could be increased, called 1000/. Now, he had obtained another 1000/. Although he knew that it would not be related, it was still a coincidence. When Yi Xian saw the description of the 1000 severing slash, he was completely stunned. 1000/ was an offensive immortal technique. It looked like only one sword, but in fact, it contained 1000 attacks. This move was similar to the Earth Pulse when he was in the virtual god realm. However, this 1000/ could increase the chances of one-hit kills and critical hits by several times. My luck is now 9 points, the effect of luck has doubled, and the chance of triggering is much higher. Coupled with this 1000/, even a divine immortal would be killed by it. Yi Xian's eyes widened. One should not forget that one-hit kills were calculated according to the number of attacks. As long as the 1000/ could be triggered once, it would be enough. One trigger would break the opponent's defense, and 2 triggers would take the opponent's life. Awesome, this is awesome. Yi Xian's confidence suddenly exploded. This undoubtedly gave him another trump card. Furthermore, it was the most powerful trump card he had in his arsenal since the beginning of the battle. However, this 1000/ could only be used once a day. Now, he still had 3 Devour points. Hence, after careful consideration, he decided to exchange for a fire-based sword technique. Li Fire Sword Technique. This Li Fire Sword Technique was an immortal technique that could be improved. Not only was it fire-based, but it could also formally fire immortal sword that was no weaker than an immortal weapon of the same level. This would save him the step of forging an immortal weapon. Something with 3 Devour points would naturally not be weak, so Yi Xian immediately exchanged for it. Ding! Li Fire Sword Technique successfully exchanged. Do you want to learn it now? Ding! Host learned Li Fire Sword Technique. Chapter 1690. Now, all 6 Devour points were used up. We have you all the way www. GLWX. Then, Yi Xian exchanged for a method to refine an ordinary immortal heart from the immortal grade devouring system. He had already become an immortal, but he had yet to refine an immortal heart because there were no materials in the mortal world. Although he had the method to refine the dazzling immortal heart and the purple extreme demon heart, the materials were not so easy to obtain. Moreover, even if he wanted to refine the dazzling immortal heart, he would need an ordinary immortal heart, so he had to exchange for it. The materials to refine an immortal heart can be found in the immortal beast gathering grounds. However, since the old tree has already become an immortal, I'll give him the purple extreme demon heart when the time comes. Yi Xian thought to himself, then released the old tree and the other 2. The old tree mainly relied on his physique to fight, so the purple extreme demon heart was suitable for him. The Ghost Dome Great Emperor was an immortal beast, so he did not need to refine an immortal heart, so his strength was not enough. Luo Luo was now a peak ninth tribulation scattered immortal, but Yi Xian wanted her to cultivate for a while more to be safe. If one wanted to become a true immortal, they would need to refine an immortal heart. Alright, let's split into 3 groups. Yi Xian said to the old tree and the other 2. He was in one group, the old tree was in another, the Ghost Dome Great Emperor and Wei Zhentian were in another group, so the efficiency of killing immortal beasts would be very high. The reason why Yi Xian did not use the 300 immortal stones to raise the Ghost Dome Great Emperor and Wei Zhentian's cultivation level was that after becoming an immortal, they would gain a lot of experience points. The 300 immortal stones could only raise their cultivation level by 1, and when the time came to refine an immortal heart, they would need to refine a large amount of immortal stones and convert them into immortal qi. However, even so, it did not hinder Yi Xian's advancement. Ding! Host has broken through. You are now a 5th stage immortal. Ding! Lightning Ember has broken through. You are now a 5th stage immortal. This time, Yi Xian killed for 7 days and 7 nights in the immortal beast gathering grounds. He directly devoured the corpses of the immortal beasts and made a breakthrough. Yi Xian, who possessed immortal sense, killer instinct, and the eye of perception, harvested all the heavenly treasures he encountered along the way. Alright, I've finally gathered the materials needed to refine an ordinary immortal heart. Yi Xian heaved a sigh of relief. Then, he piled all the materials together. There were also more than 100 immortal stones. Ding! Host has obtained an ordinary immortal heart. The system prompted. Yi Xian's heart had turned into an immortal's heart, which was relatively safer. However, Yi Xian reckoned that the materials needed to refine the dazzling speed immortal heart would not be so easy to obtain. Let's go. Let's continue searching. We'll try to get the old tree and Luoluos too. Yi Xian thought to himself. However, at this moment, Luoluo suddenly spoke from within the plantation space. Young master, can I undergo tribulation now? Luoluo had broken through to the 9th tribulation scattered immortal realm for a long time. However, she was not a treasure after all, so Yi Xian wanted her to be safe. After all, the tribulation lightning in the immortal world was stronger than in the mortal world. Yi Xian estimated that with the tribulation lightning pill, Luoluo should not be a problem. Alright, come on. Yi Xian nodded in agreement. Luoluo appeared beside him. She prepared for a moment before taking the tribulation lightning pill. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Immortal qi began to condense. The mortal world condensed the qi of heaven and earth, so the tribulation lightning was weaker. However, the immortal world condensed the qi of heaven and earth, so its power was multiplied. However, Luoluo had been cultivating in the plantation space for a long time. In other words, it had been more than 10 years, so Yi Xian was not worried. Don't forget that Luoluo's heavenly fox bloodline was very powerful. Boom! Finally, the tribulation lightning struck. There were 9 tribulation scattered immortals in total, each stronger than the last. The first one was just an appetizer. However, the next tribulation lightning did not affect Luoluo at all. Even the 9th tribulation lightning could not make her frown. Ding! Luoluo has successfully passed the tribulation. She is now a 4th grade immortal. Ding! Luoluo has broken through. She is now a 5th grade immortal. 2 consecutive system notifications sounded. Yi Xian raised his eyebrows. What was going on? Shouldn't a 9th tribulation scattered immortal be a 4th grade immortal after passing the tribulation? How did she break through? Young master, after I passed the tribulation, the immortal qi in my body suddenly expanded, so I broke through the shackles, Luoluo explained. It seems that your heavenly fox bloodline has exceeded my expectations. Yi Xian sighed. However, it was a good thing. The stronger the bloodline, the better it was for Luoluo. Good. Now that you have become an immortal, do you want the purple extreme demon heart or the dazzling immortal heart? Yi Xian asked. I am a monster like old tree. After becoming an immortal, I should be a monster immortal. However, we rely on our physique to make a living, so we usually refine demon hearts, Luo replied. Monster immortal. Is that from your inherited memories? Yi Xian asked. Luoluo's inherited memories were from her previous lives. However, her current inherited memories were from the Heavenly Fox bloodline. Yes. When we monster immortals refine demon hearts, it is not as obvious as when they are demonic cultivators. In the immortal world, we are considered legal demonic cultivators. Luo nodded. That's good. This way, I won't be afraid of being hunted down. Yi Xian grinned. Little Demon King of Chaos had said that immortal cultivators and demonic cultivators were mortal enemies. They would kill each other on sight. If Old Tree and Luo were demonic cultivators, they would be hated by everyone in the immortal world. At that time, he would have to be very careful in battle. Now that it was legal for monster immortals to refine demon hearts, things would be much easier. However, right at that moment, 3 figures suddenly flew over from the horizon. These 3 people all arrived on flying swords. 2 of them were 5th rank immortals, while the leader was a 6th rank immortal. Ha! I'm clearly seeing an itinerant immortal tribulation. That's strange. Are you a pig? If an itinerant immortal soul is destroyed, then there's no one left. Yes. There are 4 5th rank immortals here. Kill them. These 3 people didn't say anything before attacking Yi Xian and the others. Whoosh! 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 3 flying swords swept towards Yi Xian and the others. In the immortal world, most people fought using magic treasures, so they controlled flying swords to fight. Very few people fought in close combat like demonic cultivators. These 3 flying swords were not immortal weapons, but after countless years of refinement, they were very close to being immortal weapons. Killing at the slightest disagreement. The immortal world is not as peaceful as I thought it would be. Yi Xian's lips curled slightly, his eyes flashing. Ding! Control successful. Ding! Control successful. In an instant, the 2 5th rank immortals were controlled by him. Then, the 2 flying swords suddenly turned around and stabbed towards the 6th rank immortal. What? The leader was shocked. He did not understand why his 2 brothers would suddenly attack him. Clang! Clang! Chapter 1691. 9 Dragons Thunder Flash. Boom! Old Tree punched the leader's back with all his might and squeezed. All the way we have you www. GLWX. Calm Pucci. The ordinary immortal heart of this 6th rank immortal was crushed and he died instantly. Ding! Host's killing intent has increased. The system notified. Although I'm a 6th rank immortal, compared to Yellow Dragon and Demon Fairy, my battle strength is a bit lacking. Yi Xian squinted his eyes. Yellow Dragon and Demon Fairy were both disciples of the Immortal Destiny sect. Although they were only outer sect disciples, their battle strength was still very strong among those of the same level. With the death of the 6th rank immortal and the 2 5th rank immortals under Yi Xian's control, the battle ended in an instant. Who are you? Yi Xian asked as he took off the 3 Qian Kuan rings. We are from the nearby Black Wind tribe. We saw that someone was going through the tribulation here, so we came to take a look. One of them explained. Black Wind tribe. Yi Xian frowned and said, Relax, I'm going to search your soul. Compared to questioning, searching one's soul was easier. After all, Yi Xian was new here and needed to understand the situation of the immortal realm. Soul searching of the same level was quite fast, but it still took half a day. After half a day, Yi Xian killed the two of them. There are many tribes in this area. Small tribes are subordinate to large tribes, while large tribes are controlled by family clans, Yi Xian thought in his heart. This area was controlled by the Xia clan, which was the immortal clan with the surname Xia. As for the news of the Immortal Destiny sect, this person did not know. After all, the Immortal Destiny sect was in another area. However, the Black Wind tribe had sent more than 3 people this time. This time, they were going to enter the Immortal Beast Gathering Grounds to annihilate another tribe. Yi Xian liked this kind of big battle the most. After all, he had not used Unicorn Descent yet. These 3 immortals each had a few hundred immortal stones on them. Their wealth was not bad. Ding! Wei Zhentian broke through, currently a 5th rank immortal. Ding! Ghost Dome Great Emperor has broken through and is now a rank 5 celestial. After transcending the itinerant immortal tribulation, the experience required to level up increased tremendously. These immortal stones only increased Yi Xian's experience by 1/5. What a bottomless pit! Yi Xian sighed, then turned around and rushed towards the depths of the Immortal Beast Gathering Grounds. According to what he learned from the Soul Search, the Black Wind tribe was planning to launch a sneak attack on the Baiwa tribe. This time, the Baiwa tribe was mobilizing all their forces to encircle and annihilate a few immortal beasts that were comparable to Tier 8 immortals. How could Yi Xian miss such a good show? The encirclement would begin in 3 days. Yi Xian would be able to get there in 3 days. In order to hurry, Yi Xian even ignored the immortal beasts along the way. After 3 days, they finally arrived in the vicinity. However, the loud noises coming from the front proved that there was already a battle ahead. He didn't know if the Baiwa tribe was encircling that immortal beast, or if they had already started a fight with the Black Wind tribe. At that moment, Yi Xian quickly approached. There were about 100 people in this battle, but he didn't see the corpses of the immortal beasts that were comparable to Tier 8 immortals. He guessed that someone had kept them. Bastards, I, Baixiang, will fight you to the death today. A brawny man roared at the sky. Ha ha ha, this time, the Black Wind tribe has mobilized all their elites. Moreover, many of you have died from killing the immortal beasts. It's impossible for you to escape. Why don't you go down and join your companions? A long-haired man from the Black Wind tribe laughed. The two sides were locked in a fierce battle. The leaders of the two tribes were both Tier 8 immortals, and they were very powerful. Originally, Yi Xian wanted to wait until both sides were injured before making a move. However, when he saw the figures in the Baiwa tribe, his eyes almost popped out of their sockets. Capricious, Fairy Luli. Yi Xian's eyes widened, as if he had seen wrongly. He didn't expect that they would join the Baiwa tribe. However, Yi Xian felt that something was wrong when he looked at their cultivation. Capricious, a Tier 6 immortal. Fairy Luli, a Tier 6 immortal. How was this possible? When Capricious and the others left, they were all 9 tribulation scattered immortals. Even if they succeeded in their tribulation, they should only be Tier 4 immortals. How could they have broken through to Tier 6 immortal in such a short time? However, Yi Xian didn't care so much. Capricious and Fairy Luli were being suppressed by a Tier 7 immortal. Kill! Yi Xian didn't say anything and directly released the old tree, Ghost Dome Emperor, and Wei Zhentian. Although they were only Tier 4 immortals, each of them was an existence that could challenge those above their level. Moreover, Yi Xian was going to go on a killing spree this time, so he used all his trump cards. Unicorn, descend. After Yi Xian used this trump card, the immortal energy in his body crazily surged, and then condensed into a mighty unicorn. After the unicorn evolved 3 times, he could finally summon a unicorn. Moreover, each time he summoned it, it could be different. Fire unicorn, ice unicorn, lightning unicorn, and so on. This time, Yi Xian summoned a fire unicorn. Kill. Yi Xian immediately commanded the fire unicorn to kill. At the same time, he also marked Capricious' opponent and then used the Eye of Assassination. Whoosh! Blazing Heaven Sword Art. A flame slash directly hit Capricious' opponent. Fortunately, this person was a Tier 7 immortal and had abundant immortal energy. Moreover, he had an immortal artifact battle armor, so he didn't die from this attack. Capricious was very grateful when he saw that someone had suddenly appeared and lightened his burden. However, when he saw the person's face clearly, he was completely stunned. Yi Xian, I've been waiting for you for almost 1,000 years. You're finally here. Capricious shouted excitedly. As soon as he said that, it was Yi Xian's turn to be stunned. 1,000 years, my ass. It hadn't even been half a month. Where did 1,000 years come from? However, now was not the time to reminisce. He had to finish this battle first. Thunder Flash of the 9 Dragons. Old Tree suddenly rushed over and punched the Tier 7 immortal in the chest. Gotcha! In just 2 hits, the immortal artifact battle armor was directly shattered. Since the defense was broken, it was time for him to die. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. A gust of wind whistled. A fire unicorn stepped through the void and directly stomped on the Tier 7 immortal's chest. This stomp had the power to destroy heaven and earth. Without the immortal artifact battle armor, his immortal heart was instantly shattered. Ding! The host's killing intent has increased. The system notified. Yi Xian's killing intent skyrocketed. At the same time, he condensed a slaughter seal. Immediately, he put away his opponent's interspatial ring and said, Capricious, we'll catch up later. After saying that, he once again used the Death Hunt seal to mark another person and then rushed over. Blazing Heaven Sword Art. Thunder Flash of the 9 Dragons. Chapter 1692. Yi Xian's eyes were bloodshot. If he could kill all these people from the Black Wind tribe, he might be able to break through twice in a row. This was a good opportunity. Although he really wanted to use the fairy slaying sword formation, he still lacked a slaughter seal. Moreover, there were people from the Baiwa tribe here, so it was better to use other skills. In this battle, the Baiwa tribe was originally at a disadvantage. However, with the addition of Yi Xian, the situation changed completely. One of the 5 rank 7 immortals from the Black Wind tribe died, and he would die soon. Death Hunt Order. Eye of Assassination. 1,000 Severing Slash. After he was fully prepared, Yi Xian instantly appeared behind the second rank 7 immortal. A white light flashed and landed on the rank 7 immortal's body. Ding! Activated one-hit kill effect. Crack! The immortal heart in the rank 7 immortal's body shattered instantly, and he died. One-hit kill combined with the 1,000 severing slash was too powerful. Originally, Yi Xian's target was the rank 8 immortal from the Black Wind tribe. However, this person's cultivation level was high, and he had the upper hand. It would not be easy to sneak up on him, so Yi Xian changed his target. At this time, there were only 3 rank 7 immortals left in the Black Wind tribe. Moreover, this was not the end. Ding! Host has formed a slaughter seal. Ding! Host has formed a slaughter seal. The 4 slaughter seals instantly exploded until only one was left. Yi Xian found an opportunity and slashed with the parting heaven celestial sword. Immortal Slaying Slash. A huge sword ray pierced through the air and cut a Tier 7 immortal's body into 2 halves. Even the experts behind him couldn't escape this attack. Ding! Host's killing intent has increased. Ding! Host's killing intent has increased. Ding! Host's killing intent has increased. System notifications rang out one after another, and Yi Xian's killing intent skyrocketed. At this moment, the Black Wind tribe and the Baiwa tribe's strength were about the same. No, it should be the Baiwa tribe that was stronger because Yi Xian was on the Baiwa tribe's side. What's going on? The 8th grade immortal from the Black Wind tribe was extremely shocked. He did not understand where Yi Xian had come from. Not to mention him, even the leader of the Baiwa tribe did not know who Yi Xian was. But generally speaking, their crisis had been temporarily averted. Not only that, but the Black Wind tribe would also suffer heavy losses. Damn it, let's go. The expression of the rank 8 immortal from the Black Wind tribe changed drastically as he gave the order. It won't be that easy for you to leave now. The leader of the Baiwa tribe widened his eyes and immediately chased after him. At the same time, 2 figures rapidly approached. One was the old tree, while the other was the fire unicorn summoned by Yi Xian. Although this fire unicorn could not be sustained for a long time, its attack power was very strong. At the same time, he had another move. Incinerate the world. The fire unicorn directly turned into a ball of blazing flame and swept towards the 8th grade immortal from the Black Wind tribe. What a powerful attack! The immortal's expression was gloomy. He saw that some of his companions around him were burned to the bone by the heat emitted by the unicorn's flame. If this attack landed on him, the consequences would be severe. Sir, what are you thinking about? Suddenly, an unfamiliar voice sounded behind him. The old tree used the 9 dragons thunder flash again and appeared behind him. Then, 9 dragons thunder chains appeared. In an instant, the 8th grade immortal was trapped. At the same time, the leader of the Baiwa tribe controlled a flying sword and pierced it into his head. However, even if an immortal's head exploded, he would not die. This was because after becoming an immortal, his soul would move to the heart and become one with the immortal heart. However, the fire unicorn's flame directly rushed in through the wound. Whoosh! Whoosh! The blazing flame burned inside the 8th grade immortal's body. His immortal heart happened to be the ice immortal heart, but it could not resist the unicorn's flame. A second later, the ice immortal heart melted into nothing. Ding! Host's killing intent has increased. Now that the 8th grade immortal was dead, the others were no longer a threat. Soon, they were all hunted down. Not a single one was left. Among them, a large number of interspatial rings fell into the hands of Yi Xian, including the 8th grade immortals. It's enough for me to break through. Yi Xian narrowed his eyes and directly devoured it. Ding! Host has broken through. Currently, you are a 6th grade immortal. Ding! Lightning Ember has broken through. Currently, you are a 6th grade immortal. Ding! Wei Xintian has broken through. Currently, you are a 6th grade immortal. Ding! Ghost Dome Emperor has broken through. Currently, you are a 6th grade immortal. In an instant, the strength of Yi Xian and the others skyrocketed. Yi Xian, Wayward quickly flew over and said, "Your strength is still as strong as it was hundreds of years ago." Hundreds of years ago. Yi Xian was a little confused. Wayward had just said that he had waited for nearly 1,000 years. What was going on? That's right. Didn't you count? I've already ascended to the immortal realm for 1,000 years. Wayward nodded. What 1,000 years? It's only been less than half a month. Yi Xian said in surprise. Half a month? That's impossible. We've already joined the Baiwa tribe for a few hundred years. If it weren't for the large amount of immortal stones needed to descend, would have gone back to see you. At this time, Fairy Luli also flew over. What's going on? Why do you think it's only been less than half a month? That's right. Not long after you guys ascended, I also ascended. How could there be a difference of nearly 1,000 years? Yi Xian frowned. Could it be that the flow of time in the immortal realm and the mortal realm is different? In any case, nearly 1,000 years have passed for me. Luli and I even have grandchildren. Wayward said in surprise. When he heard this, Yi Xian almost spat out a mouthful of blood. Wayward and Luli's grandchildren. While they were talking, the leader of the Baiwa tribe led the others over and asked, Wayward, do you know them? Deputy leader, they're my friends. They just descended. Wayward explained. This one is Bai Xiang. This time, it's all thanks to you guys. Otherwise, the consequences would have been unimaginable. The deputy leader of the Baiwa tribe solemnly cupped his fists and said, I also heard your conversation just now. Recently, there seems to be some problems in the immortal realm. I heard that the same thing happened to the ascension sites under the jurisdiction of other tribes. I see. Yi Xian nodded slightly. Fortunately, he didn't let Old Tree ascend first. Otherwise, even if there was a difference of 1 day, there would be a difference of 100 years. That would be a tragedy. That little demon ascended half a day before me. I don't know how many years he's been in the immortal realm. Chapter 1693. Since you're all Wayward's friends, why don't you come visit my Baiwa tribe? Bai Xiang invited. Yes, yes. My father and the others are all there, Wayward said with a smile. Sure. Yi Xian nodded. Although he and Wayward had only been apart for half a month, he hadn't seen Wayward and the others for nearly 1,000 years. At this moment, Yi Xian followed the Baiyu tribe's group and flew back to the Baiyu tribe. Wayward, did everyone undergo the 9th level of the loose immortal tribulation? Yi Xian couldn't help but ask. Hearing this question, Willful shook his head and said, that's not the case. Quite a number of people died under the 9th level itinerant immortal tribulation, including my grandfather. Less than 10 people survived the tribulation. Wayward's grandfather, Ren Ziyuan, was the master of the life's sacred land. Who would have thought he'd also die to the loose immortal tribulation? What about elder immortal Tianju? Yi Xian asked. He did, but he didn't join the Baiwa tribe. He went to the immortal world by himself. The Buddhist supreme, one-thought monk, and the others also left, Wayward replied. Oh. Yi Xian nodded. Soon, they returned to the Baiwa tribe. The Baiwa tribe wasn't small. It had a 9th rank immortal overseeing it. It was quite powerful in this area. As soon as Bai Xiang and the others returned, the Baiwa tribe's leader sensed them and hastily came out to greet them. Second brother, why are the casualties so severe this time? Baiwa asked in surprise. This time, they were going to hunt 3 8th rank immortal beasts. Although there might be some injuries, they wouldn't die. However, Bai Xiang only brought back 2/3 of the people. What about the other third? Big brother, we were ambushed by the Black Wind tribe this time. Many people died. If it weren't for Wayward's friend, even I might not have been able to return, Bai Xiang replied. The Black Wind tribe. Baiwa trembled. It seemed that a traitor had appeared in the tribe. However, this matter could be dealt with later. Baiwa immediately ordered people to set up a banquet to repay Yi Xian. When they returned, Bai Xiang sent a voice transmission to Baiyu, saying that Yi Xian was very strong and was not weaker than him. Therefore, Baiyu wanted to recruit Yi Xian into their tribe. This way, they could greatly increase the strength of their tribe. Unfortunately, Yi Xian had great ambitions. How could he submit to a tribe? Sorry, I'm preparing to travel alone. However, if you want to destroy the Black Wind tribe, you can call me along. Yi Xian said to Baiyu. Although Baiyu felt that it was a pity that he did not join, his eyes lit up when he heard that Yi Xian could help them. However, a war between 2 tribes would definitely result in heavy casualties, so they had to be cautious. After the banquet, Willful led Yi Xian and the others back to his residence. Grandfather. As soon as they entered the door, a little boy rushed over and hugged Wayward's leg. F***ck, he really has a grandson. Yi Xian was scared out of his wits. He did not expect that Wayward would really win Fairy Luli over. Not only did she give birth to a son, but she was already the third generation. Dong call me Grandpa Xian. Wayward said to the little boy. Hello, Grandpa Xian. The little boy called out obediently, and then directly stretched out his little hand. Yi Xian rolled his eyes. He was not even 30 years old, yet he was already a master. Heaven was really making fun of him. I don't have anything. Here, 100 immortal stones. Yi Xian took out a bag of immortal stones. As expected of Yi Xian, 100 immortal stones in one go, Wayward said enviously. After seeing Yi Xian, Ren Xiong, Daoist Ling Xiao, and the others also walked over. After all, Yi Xian was their old friend. They chatted for a while, then Ren Xiong asked, Yi Xian, can your space connect to the mortal domain's life's sacred land? No, but I have a clone in the mortal domain. However, if they ascended in the mortal domain, many years would have passed in the immortal domain. Yi Xian shook his head. We don't know much about the immortal domain, but please tell their families that they died under the 9th stage itinerant immortal tribulation. Ren Xiong took out a list of names and handed it to Yi Xian. Okay, no problem. Yi Xian nodded. Next, he stayed in the Baiwa tribe for 7 days. 7 days was almost a year in the planting space. During this year, Luoluo broke through from 5th tier immortal to 7th tier immortal, surpassing Yi Xian and the others. At this time, Yi Xian wanted to upgrade the planting space to 9th tier. That way, he could change the flow rate again. This was very important to Luoluo. If there were treasures of heaven and earth, Luoluo could even pull ahead of Yi Xian. Unfortunately, there weren't any. 7 days later, Baiwa also came over with his people. Brother Yi, we've decided to set off tomorrow to attack the Black Wind tribe. We'll need your help when the time comes. Baiwa transmitted to Yi Xian. Okay, no problem. Yi Xian nodded in agreement. He helped the Baiwa tribe for 2 reasons. First, it was to upgrade. Second, it was to help Wayward and the others deal with future troubles. This way, they could safely survive here. Now, Yi Xian, Old Tree, Ghost Dome Emperor, and Wei Xintian were all 6th tier immortals. Luoluo was the first to break through to 7th tier immortal. As for the Baiwa tribe, other than Baiwa who was a 9th tier immortal, there were only 3 8th tier immortals, Bai Xiang, and a dozen 7th tier immortals. This time, the Black Wind tribe suffered a great loss. With Yi Xian and the others, it shouldn't be a problem for the Baiwa tribe to destroy the Black Wind tribe. Therefore, the Black Wind tribe was prepared to mobilize all of their forces. Baiwa also had an immortal artifact great flying ship that could carry everyone. However, Yi Xian felt that there was no need to go through so much trouble. This was because he still had the Eye of the Void. This was what it meant to be caught off guard. However, the Baiwa tribe was going to fight to the death with the Black Wind tribe tomorrow. Therefore, the Eye of the Void probably wouldn't be needed. In order to keep it a secret, they only mobilized experts who were 7th tier immortals and above. When the next day arrived, Yi Xian had already met up with Baiwa. Then, they sat on an immortal artifact-grade flying ship. There was 1 9th tier immortal, 3 8th tier immortals, 10 7th tier immortals, and Yi Xian and the others. Although this immortal artifact-grade flying ship was only 7th tier immortal, its speed surpassed that of 9th tier immortals like Baiwa. However, even so, it still took them 3 days to reach the Black Wind tribe. There's nothing strange about the Black Wind tribe. I wonder if they're pretending. Yi Xian glanced at the Black Wind tribe with his eye of revelation. The Black Wind tribe had around 3,000 people. The strongest person was also a 9th-tier immortal. However, why were there 2 9th-tier immortals in the Black Wind tribe? Everyone, there are 2 9th-tier immortals in the Black Wind tribe. Chapter 1694. What? 2 9th-rank immortals? Baiyu was shocked when he heard this. That's impossible. Only their leader is a 9th-rank immortal. Could it be that someone broke through recently? I'm not sure either. I'm just reminding you. Yi Xian narrowed his eyes. He knew that Baiyu and the others didn't believe him. In any case, he'd already brought the news to them. If it's true, then I'm afraid we won't be able to attack the Black Wind tribe this time. Bai Xiang said. Before he could finish his words, the people of the Black Wind tribe discovered the flying boat. Leader, there's a flying ship near our tribe. This shout spread throughout the entire Black Wind tribe. Not good. Let's go. Baiyue's expression changed drastically. He quickly controlled the flying ship to turn around. Fortunately, the flying ship was very fast and escaped from their sight in an instant. I'm afraid 2 9th-rank immortals won't be able to defeat the Black Wind tribe. However, I have the Eye of the Void. I can disrupt them. Yi Xian narrowed his eyes. No matter how powerful the tribe was, as long as they could not do anything to him, he could exhaust them to death. Let me down. Yi Xian suddenly said. What did you say? Baiyu seemed to have misheard. If Yi Xian was let down, wouldn't they be besieged by the people from the Black Wind tribe? I, Yi Xian, will not joke with my life. I have many escape methods. Even if I face 2 9th-rank immortals, I can escape. Yi Xian said, the Black Wind tribe can't do anything to me, but I can weaken their strength. After hearing this, Baiyu fell silent. However, because Yi Xian was not from the Baiyu tribe, he did not stop him. Yi Xian indeed did not seem like someone who would joke with his life. Because he did not belong to the Baiyu tribe, he did not need to risk his life for the tribe. Gotcha! The flying ship's cabin door opened. Then, Yi Xian quickly flew out. Big brother, what should we do? Bai Xiang asked. Don't worry. Although the Black Wind tribe has a flying ship, they can't catch up with us. If the situation is not good, we'll leave. Baiyu replied. At this moment, many people from the Black Wind tribe had already rushed out. When they saw Yi Xian, they immediately attacked him. They are all 6th-rank immortals. Only one 7th-rank immortal. Too weak. Yi Xian narrowed his eyes and directly used his soul's eyes. Ding! Control successful. Control successful. Ding! Control successful. System notifications rang out one after another as Yi Xian instantly controlled 6 6th-rank immortals. Immediately after, these 6 6th-rank immortals attacked the 7th-rank immortal in front. Whoosh! 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 In an instant, the rank 7 immortal died a horrible death. He didn't even know how he died. Before this, Yi Xian had already used the slaughter seal. The immortals he killed were all 7th-rank immortals, which gave him a lot of killing intent. After using the slaughter seal, as long as he continued to fight, he would gain killing intent. Although it was not much, it could extend the duration of the slaughter seal indefinitely. However, if he fought with his own people, it would not count. The so-called allies were Old Shu and the 6th-rank 6 immortals who were being controlled by Old Shu. However, as long as these immortals committed suicide for a period of time, the slaughter seal would not disappear. Previously, I used the unicorn at the immortal beast gathering ground. I did not replenish it, so I can't use it now. Yi Xian thought to himself. He directly formed the departing flame immortal sword and charged in. "How dare you trespass into my Black Wind tribe?" A shout rang out, and then a few more grade 7 immortals appeared in a flash. This level was not enough for Yi Xian to kill. Not to mention him, even the Ghost Dome Great Emperor or Wei Zhentian could kill these immortals. Within a few seconds, these 7th rank immortals fell one after another. However, due to the difference in cultivation level, the slaughter seal could not be formed. However, he obtained a lot of good things. Ding! Lightning embers broke through. Current cultivation level, 7th rank immortal. Ding! Ghost Dome Great Emperor broke through. Current cultivation level, 7th rank immortal. Ding! Wei Zhentian broke through. Current cultivation level, 7th rank immortal. Yi Xian had a lot of experience. Moreover, the Ghost Dome Great Emperor's cultivation level increased by 1.2 times. After passing the itinerant immortal tribulation, the gap between cultivation levels would increase again. This was a good thing. It's time for the slaughter. Yi Xian narrowed his eyes. He directly ordered the old tree and the other 2 immortals to charge in, while he and Lualua watched from the outside. Those 8th and 9th rank immortals are gathered together. It seems like they are having a meeting. Let's catch them off guard first. Yi Xian thought to himself. Now that the old tree and the other 2 immortals had broken through to the 7th rank, their strength had increased tremendously. They could even fight against 9th rank immortals. However, Yi Xian did not call Bai Yue and the others back, because that would rob him of his loot. The commotion here had attracted the attention of the 2 9th rank immortals. At this moment, they all leaped into the sky. Someone is not from the Black Wind tribe. Yi Xian glanced around and immediately found something amiss. The people of the Black Wind tribe were all wearing the Black Wind tribe's uniform. However, this 9th rank immortal who looked like a young man was wearing white. "Who are you? Tell me your name." A middle-aged man shouted angrily. He was a 9th rank immortal and also the leader of the Black Wind tribe. "You are from the Black Wind tribe. You stole my things, so I'm here to kill you all." Yi Xian replied casually. "How dare you? You are courting death." Before he could finish his sentence, an 8th rank immortal rushed out from the side. He was an 8th rank immortal. How could he be afraid of a few 7th rank immortals? However, just in case, there was another 8th rank immortal to help him. The 2 of them joined forces and were not weak. However, this kind of strength was not enough to scare Yi Xian. Facing the 2 8th rank immortals, Ghost Dome Great Emperor and Wei Zhentian took the lead to fight with them. Then, Old Tree quickly flashed behind one of them and threw out the 9 Dragons Thunder Chain. Teleportation. Everyone was shocked. Before they could react, the 9 Dragons Thunder Chain had already bound one of them. At the same time, 9 powerful thunder and fire heavenly dragons rushed out. 9 Dragon Sky Roaring Attack. Boom! This unlucky guy was directly hit by the 9 thunder and fire heavenly dragons. His immortal heart was directly destroyed and he died tragically on the spot. Ding! Host's killing intent has increased. Ding! Host has condensed a slaughter seal. Now, Yi Xian had 2 slaughter seals and there were 2 more uses that he had not used. In other words, he could use the celestial eliminating arrow. However, Yi Xian did not intend to use it this time. Old Tree instantly took away the interspatial ring and flashed to Yi Xian's side. Before he could react, he had already broken through. Ding! Host has broken through. Host is now a 7th rank immortal. Chapter 1695. At this moment, Yi Xian's eyes flashed. For slaughter seals, activate the slaughter mode. In an instant, Yi Xian's strength increased by 4 times. Baidu Search Awesome Literature Network Update Fastest and Most Stable www. GLWX. Calm, Death Pursuit Order. Eye of Assassination. Without waiting for the opponent to react, Yi Xian flashed behind another rank 8 immortal. Leaf Fire Sword Technique. The leaf fire sword in Yi Xian's hand turned into a ray of fire and stabbed into the opponent's back. Gotcha! This person's immortal heart shattered, and he died. This scene happened in less than a second. Within this second, the Black Wind tribe lost 2 rank 8 immortals. It could be said that this was a heavy loss. One had to know that the Black Wind tribe had a total of 3 rank 8 immortals. One was missing, and now 2 were dead. Only one was left. Bastard, you're courting death. The chief of the Black Wind tribe was furious and decided to attack personally. As for the other rank 8 immortal, he was also prepared for battle. At this moment, the white-clothed youth suddenly spoke. Brat, I'm Xia Clan Xia Yunfei. Who are you? Hearing this, Yi Xian couldn't help but tremble. He thought to himself, this young man actually came from the local tyrant of this area, the Xia clan. The Xia clan was very large. They controlled more than 10 large tribes, and the large tribes controlled hundreds of small and medium-sized tribes. Within the Xia clan, there were many heaven immortal experts, so they were the overlords of this area. But so what? I, Yi Xian, have never been afraid of anyone. Yi Xian grinned. Yi Xian, right? It wasn't easy to cultivate to this level. I'll give you a chance. Submit to me, and I'll spare your life. Xia Yunfei said. Why aren't you the one submitting to me? Yi Xian asked. Xia Yunfei had seen quite a few arrogant and unruly people like Yi Xian, but their fates were all very tragic. Thus, Xia Yunfei didn't want to waste time and directly said, Elder He, kill him. Immediately after, a black-clothed old man from the Black Wind tribe suddenly leaped into the sky. Upon seeing this person, Yi Xian was shocked. His eye of insight had failed to discover such an expert. What a powerful concealment technique. This black-robed old man is a celestial immortal. Yi Xian's eyes widened in disbelief. The failure of the Eye of Revelation should be due to the problem of his realm. After all, he had just broken through to the 7th grade immortal realm. Kid, I'm a celestial immortal. You won't be able to escape today. If you know what's good for you, then obediently follow young master. Young master will definitely not treat you unfairly. The black-clothed old man said. It's not impossible for me to submit. Yi Xian's eyes suddenly turned. He smiled and said, as long as you can take my strongest attack. With your cultivation base of a tier 7 immortal. The black-robed old man laughed. Realm doesn't represent strength. Even a 9th tier immortal wouldn't be able to withstand my sword. Do you want to try? Yi Xian pretended to be very confident as he spoke. Good. I like confident people. Elder He, take his attack. Xia Yunfei replied. If that's the case, then make your move. I won't dodge and will take your attack head-on, the black-robed old man said confidently. He was already a celestial immortal. His strength was more than 10 times that of a 9th tier immortal. Was he afraid of the attack of a 7th tier immortal like Yi Xian? Good. Then take this. Yi Xian's eyes flashed. He pretended to use all his strength and then slashed with his sword. This move was his strongest attack, the 1000 severing slash. Yi Xian currently had 9 points of luck. With the addition of the 9 points of luck, that was equivalent to 18 points of luck. In addition, the 1000 severing slash could double the trigger effect. With the addition of 1000 attacks, even if there was a difference of a few realms, it might not be impossible to insta-kill. The 1000 severing slash's main effect was to insta-kill. It didn't look strong, so in the eyes of the black-robed old man, it was a joke. He stood there, circulating his immortal power to protect himself. He didn't plan to block at all. Soon, the thousand-severing slash was in front of him and then collided with his immortal power. Bam! 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 Faint sounds rang out as the thousand-severing slash continued to bombard him. Finally, when there were more than 100 slashes, a one-hit kill was triggered. Ding! The host has triggered a one-hit kill. This scene happened so suddenly that the black-robed old man's immortal power defense was instantly destroyed. What? The black-robed old man was shocked, but he didn't have time to react. Bam! The remaining 800 slashes finally landed on the black-robed old man's body. The one-hit kill had evolved once before, increasing the probability. Now, with the equivalent of 36 points of luck, the probability of triggering it was very high. Ding! The host has triggered a one-hit kill. When the system notification sounded, the black-robed old man's immortal heart directly shattered. The power of the one-hit kill was that as long as one was injured, one would immediately die. It was the same even if one was only hit in the shoulder. Ding! The host's killing intent has increased. Yi Xian directly received a huge amount of killing intent. It was a pity that he had used up all the killing intent, otherwise, he would have condensed another killing intent. However, now that he had killed this celestial immortal, he naturally had to take his yin and yang ring. Before anyone could react, the old tree quickly rushed over, took the yin and yang ring, and gave it to Yi Xian. Ding! Lightning Ember has broken through, currently an 8th grade immortal. Ding! Wei Xintian has broken through, currently an 8th grade immortal. Ding! Ghost Dome Emperor has broken through, currently an 8th grade immortal. Ding! Unicorn's cooldown has been restored. This celestial immortal was very rich. Although he couldn't help Yi Xian break through again, he helped the old tree and the others break through. Now, even if another celestial immortal came, he probably wouldn't be able to do anything to Yi Xian. Black Elder is dead. Xia Yunfei was shocked and looked at him in disbelief. A celestial immortal was actually killed by a 7th grade immortal, Yi Xian. What kind of immortal technique was that? No matter who you are, you will die today. Yi Xian's eyes flashed. He immediately used the Death Hunt command to mark his opponent, and then flashed over. Leaf Fire Sword Art. Although there was a difference of 2 realms, Yi Xian always had the ability to challenge those of higher realms. Although Xia Yunfei was from the Xia clan, he was also an immortal, and there was no need to fear him. In addition, Old Tree, who had broken through to the 8th grade immortal, the two's sneak attack instantly killed Xia Yunfei. You dare to kill young Master Xia. The chief of the Black Wind tribe was shocked. So what? I still want to kill you. Yi Xian's eyes flashed again. Together with Old Tree, they gave the chief of the Black Wind tribe a heavy blow. Ding! The host's killing intent has increased. The chief of the Black Wind tribe had fallen. Chapter 1696. What a joke. Even a heaven immortal had died in the hands of Yi Xian. What was the use of an 8th rank immortal like him? Unfortunately, Yi Xian was not prepared to let anyone go. Ding! Host's killing intent has increased. Another system notification sounded. This person's immortal heart was directly destroyed by Old Tree's punch and died. In the entire Black Wind tribe, all the 8th rank immortals had died in battle. Not only that, but Xia clan Xia Yunfei and that heaven immortal had also died. Yi Xian quickly tidied up the battlefield and then shouted, "Everyone, do not resist or die." Then, he used the planting space to take everyone in. A total of 3,000 people had all become his slaves. With just a thought, these 3,000 immortals would all die. It had to be said that Yi Xian's harvest this time was not bad. These 3,000 immortals yin and yang rings all belonged to him. Of course, he was just borrowing them first and would return them when he became stronger. Moreover, the flow of time in the planting space was 50 times faster. Cultivating inside for 50 years was only equivalent to 1 year outside. Thus, Yi Xian did not care whether these people agreed or not. He would just snatch them first. Ding! Host has broken through. Currently, you are an 8th rank immortal. Ding! Lightning Ember has broken through. Currently, you are a 9th rank immortal. Ding! Wei Zhentian has broken through. Currently, you are a 9th rank immortal. Ding! Ghost Dome Great Emperor has broken through. Currently, you are a 9th rank immortal. After hearing these notifications, Yi Xian nodded in satisfaction. Without the restrictions, his cultivation increased very quickly. Even if that black-robed old man was still alive, Wei Zhentian and the others could probably fight him one-on-one. In the distance, Bai Yu and the others in the flying ship were so shocked that they could not speak. Yi Xian actually destroyed the entire Black Wind tribe with just a few people and even killed a heaven immortal. He was simply a god. Yi Xian, where are those people? Bai Yu asked in astonishment. I kept them in my space. Cultivating inside for 50 years is equivalent to 1 year outside. Yi Xian said. What? 50 times difference. Bai Yu and the others were astonished. That's right. Wayward and the others used to cultivate inside. Yi Xian nodded. With his strength, there was no need to hide it from these people because he wanted to take in the Baiwa tribe as well. He had his own space, so he wanted to create a world of his own. In the future, maybe it would be another world of immortals. However, it was better to return first. He immediately tore open the void and returned to the Baiwa tribe. After some discussion, the Baiwa tribe also moved into the planting space. Not only that, but Yi Xian also moved in the entire immortal beast gathering area. Headstrong was still a member of the Baiwa tribe, so Yi Xian did not touch the Baiwa tribe. Give them some more immortal beasts so that they can be self-sufficient, Yi Xian thought to himself. In the planting space, there were actually 2 areas. One was where the flow rate was 50 times slower and was suitable for cultivation. In the other area, the flow rate was 50 times faster, and it was used for planting. In any case, he was the master of the planting space. He could change it however he wanted. This matter was considered to be over. However, Yi Xian found something interesting in Xia Yunfei's yin and yang ring. It was a token with a single word engraved on it, fate. The other side of the token had the word Xia engraved on it. Xia clan, but what is the fate behind it? Yi Xian narrowed his eyes and suddenly thought of the immortal fate sect. Why would a normal person engrave the word fate on one side of the token? Could it be that the Xia clan was related to the immortal fate sect? Right, Luminous Immortal once told me that the Lu clan was the leader of the immortal fate sect, followed by the Xia clan. Thinking of this, Yi Xian's body trembled violently. Could this Xia clan be the Xia clan of the immortal fate sect? No matter what, I have to go take a look. Yi Xian thought to himself. At this moment, he was a little regretful. If he had known, he would not have killed Xia Yunfei. That way, he could have searched his soul. It seemed that he had to make a trip to the Xia clan. The Xia clan was quite a distance away from the Black Wind tribe. Immortals would need a month's time to travel. However, Yi Xian had directly upgraded the explosive flame flying ship to grade 8, so its speed was several times faster than his own. He estimated that he would only need 10 days to reach. Immediately, he rushed to the Xia clan. I hope that this Xia clan is the Xia clan of the immortal fate sect. That way, luminous immortal's final wish can be fulfilled. Yi Xian narrowed his eyes. The immortal world was vast and varied. There were many people with ages in the tens of thousands. Sometimes, traveling would take 8 to 10 years. Yi Xian counted these 10 days. However, during these 10 days, Yi Xian naturally would not be idle. Although the immortal beasts he met along the way were all low-leveled, it was better than nothing. Moreover, 10 days were equivalent to 500 days in the planting space. With the help of heaven and earth treasures, Luo's cultivation speed was very fast. She directly broke through to become a grade 8 immortal. 10 days later, Yi Xian entered the territory of the Xia clan. The Xia clan only had one main city. However, this main city was the largest one Yi Xian had ever seen. Even if Yi Xian wanted to cross the main city, he would need a day's time. Soon, Yi Xian entered the main city. Next, he casually asked around for the location of the Xia clan. On the way to the Xia clan, Yi Xian met a few Xia clan disciples. Using his realm, Yi Xian directly controlled them and then put them into the planting space. Tell me the origin of your Xia clan, Yi Xian directly asked. The Xia clan was established after the disbandment of the Immortal Fate sect 100,000 years ago. A Xia clan disciple said. Hearing this, Yi Xian raised an eyebrow and interrupted, "It's really the Immortal Fate sect. Then what about the Lu clan of the Immortal Fate sect? The Lu clan is now the slaves of our Xia clan." The Xia clan disciple replied. Slaves? What's going on? Yi Xian asked in astonishment. He remembered that the Lu clan was previously the master of the Immortal Fate sect. The sect master and grand elders were all from the Lu clan. How could they have become the slaves of the Xia clan? 100,000 years ago, the experts of the Immortal Fate sect suffered heavy casualties due to a great battle. Therefore, our Xia clan trampled on the Lu clan and moved here. This time, Yi Xian understood. Alright, bring me to the Lu clan, Yi Xian said with narrowed eyes. As for the specific reason, he didn't want to ask too much. In any case, he knew that the Lu clan wasn't doing well. Under the lead of the 3 Xia clan disciples, Yi Xian arrived at the Xia clan. It was originally a sect, but now it had become a clan. Although the number of people was much smaller, it was much stronger than before. Along the way, Yi Xian met many people. When they saw the clothes of the Xia clan disciples, they all respectfully greeted him. These people were all from the Lu clan. Chapter 1697. Go, bring me the genealogy of the Lu clan. Yi Xian said to someone. Yes. A Xia clan disciple nodded and left. After a while, he came back with a bamboo scroll. The bamboo scrolls of the immortal world required one to read them with one's immortal sense. Even if it was 1,000,000 words long, one could read it in a short time. Yi Xian scanned it with his immortal sense and found the name of Lu Ming Immortal. Lu Ming, Taoist name, Lu Ming Immortal. Missing. Then, he looked at Lu Ming Immortal's relatives and found that his son was dead. He only had a granddaughter. Lu Fang, a 6th grade immortal. Yi Xian narrowed his eyes. He didn't expect Lu Ming Immortal to only have one relative left. The genealogy recorded everyone's residence, so Yi Xian took this opportunity to find them. However, when he approached Lu Fang's residence, he heard a slap. Little brat, it's your fortune that I fancy you. Your Lu clan is our slave. What right do you have to refuse? Yi Xian heard and quickly flew over and landed in a small courtyard. In the courtyard stood a man and a woman. The woman's left cheek was red and there was a bright red palm print on it. As for the man, he was an 8th grade immortal. Lu Fang. Yi Xian narrowed his eyes and asked the woman. Kid, who are you? The man turned around and looked at Yi Xian. At the same time, he glanced at the three people behind Yi Xian and asked in surprise, "Cousin, what are you doing here?" Yi Xian was slightly surprised. He didn't expect this man to be from the Xiao clan. Ding, control successful. Yi Xian controlled her without hesitation and asked again, "You're Lu Fang, right?" The woman nodded slightly. "I'm a friend of your grandfather, Lu Ming," Yi Xian walked forward and said directly. "Grandfather?" Lu Fang was a little surprised because her grandfather had already left before she was born. It doesn't matter if you believe it or not. Anyway, that's how it is. Originally, I wanted to send his corpse back to the Immortal Destiny sect. I didn't expect that the Immortal Destiny sect had already disbanded. Yi Xian sighed. Corpse. Lu Fang's eyes widened. Grandpa died. That's right, he's dead. Yi Xian nodded, then took out a memory crystal. It recorded the scene before Luminous Immortal's death, as well as his last words. Now, Lu Fang was sure. Although your grandfather is a very ordinary member of the Lu family, I am indebted to him. Now that the Lu family has been taken over by the Xia family, I have to help, Yi Xian said to Lu Fang. Busy? Lu Fang was shocked. She did not understand what Yi Xian meant. The Lu family doesn't even have a single heavenly immortal now. They are suppressed to the point where they can't even lift their heads. You can gather them all together. I will send them to a better place. From now on, I will take care of their cultivation resources. Yi Xian continued. This sentence shocked Lu Fang. There were still 4 Xia family members around. How could Yi Xian dare to say such a thing? Don't worry. These 4 are already under my control. As Yi Xian spoke, he took off the Qian Kun ring of the man who slapped Lu Fang, then gave him a hard slap. Paw! The 8th grade immortal was sent flying. He did not dare to complain. They are both 8th grade immortals, but you can control them in an instant. Senior, your strength. Lu Fang was shocked. Even a heavenly immortal died in my hands. This is nothing. Yi Xian smiled pretentiously. However, your Lu family has more than 10,000 people. I'm afraid it won't be easy to gather them. Moreover, the Xia family will definitely find out. I'm afraid this matter needs to be considered at length. First, pretend that you haven't seen me. Lu Fang was only a 6th grade immortal. She did not know what to do, so she could only nod. You, stay here and protect her. Do you understand? Yi Xian said to the 8th grade immortal. Yes, master. Yi Xian then left. Yi Xian could instantly control an opponent of the same level. Even if he was 1 level higher, it would not be too difficult. Hence, his plan was to increase his strength first, then control all the Xia family members who were below the heavenly immortal level. There are 3 heavenly immortals in the Xia family. I can't deal with them now. I need to increase my strength. Yi Xian narrowed his eyes. He immediately put the 3 people behind him into the planting space. Then, he disguised himself as a single person and began to act. Ding. Control successful. Ding. Control successful. Ding. Control successful. There were tens of thousands of Xia family members. There were close to 500 8th grade immortals and 9th grade immortals. These people were all Yi Xian's prey. Just in case, Yi Xian first controlled the 8th grade immortals that he had confidence in. Every time he controlled a person, he would sweep them clean and throw them into the planting space. This way, the quota would be empty again. One by one, the people were controlled. Yi Xian effortlessly controlled over 100 people. All the treasures and immortal stones that these people had fell into Yi Xian's hands. Ding! Host has a breakthrough. Host is now a 9th grade immortal. Ding! Ember of Lightning Fire has a breakthrough. Host is now a 1st grade heavenly immortal. Ding! Wei Jintian has a breakthrough. Host is now a 1st grade heavenly immortal. Ding! Ghost Dome Emperor has a breakthrough. Host is now a 1st grade heavenly immortal. During this time, Yi Xian and the others' realms also increased. The 3 from the old tree directly broke through the shackles of the immortal level and became heavenly immortals. Their strength had an earth-shaking change. Because they all broke through in the planting space, the people of the Xia clan did not notice. Young master, with my current strength, I can fight against the strongest person of the Xia clan. Let's start the fight. The old tree could not help but send a message to Yi Xian. There's no rush. Let's control the remaining few 9th grade immortals first, Yi Xian replied. Even though they already had the strength to challenge the entire Xia clan, it was still better to increase their strength for safety. If they were to fight now, it would be a tough battle. But if they continued to increase their strength, it would be much easier to deal with them. The 9th grade immortals were all controlled by Yi Xian. Almost all of them were in closed-door cultivation, preparing to break through to the heavenly immortal level. Soon, all 43 9th grade immortals in the Xia clan became Yi Xian's slaves. Very good, it's about time. It's time to get rid of this ingrate from the Xia clan. Yi Xian thought to himself. From what he learned from the others, there were about 10 1st grade heavenly immortals, 3 2nd grade heavenly immortals, and 1 3rd grade heavenly immortal in the Xia clan. Of course, this was not all of the Xia clan's fighting strength. It was just the fighting strength of the Xia clan. Many of them had been assigned to other places. In other words, there were a total of 14 heavenly immortals in the Xia clan, and one of them was a 3rd grade heavenly immortal. Alright, one by one. Yi Xian narrowed his eyes. He spread out his immortal sense and found a 1st grade heavenly immortal nearby. Chapter 1698. Don't blame me for being ruthless. You can only blame yourself for being born in the wrong place. Yi Xian snorted inwardly, then began his attack. Yi Xian and Old Tree joined forces and instantly killed a 1st-tier heavenly immortal. Previously, he had to use the 1000 severing slash to kill him, but now, he could easily kill him. The Xia clan was slowly being eaten away by the maggot Yi Xian, but no one noticed. However, as the number of heavenly immortals decreased, it was hard for them not to notice. Meanwhile, in a corner of the Xia clan. Why did 6 1st-tier heavenly immortals suddenly disappear? An old man opened his eyes. In the next moment, his expression changed. Could it be that a super assassin had infiltrated the clan and assassinated 6 people without him noticing? Immediately, he rushed out. Compared to the Immortal Destiny sect, it was not easy for the Xia clan to nurture heavenly immortals. Every heavenly immortal was a treasure to the Xia clan, and they could not afford to lose a single one. As a 3rd-tier immortal, Yi Xian, with his powerful senses, immediately sensed him. Just a 3rd-tier immortal. Let me. Old Tree snorted. Yi Xian did not waste any time and summoned him. Whoosh! 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 9 Dragons' Thunder Flash was extremely fast, and in an instant, he met the 3rd-tier immortal. Who are you? The 3rd-tier immortal shouted angrily. Old Tree did not waste any time and shouted, the one who will kill you. Today was the day the Xia clan would be destroyed, so there was no need for nonsense. A great battle broke out in the sky, attracting everyone's attention. We must deal with this 3rd-tier immortal first. Otherwise, things will be troublesome if we are surrounded. Yi Xian narrowed his eyes and immediately used his trump card. Unicorn Descend. Unicorn Descend, after evolving 3 times, could summon an entire unicorn. Furthermore, each summon could be different. Last time, at the Immortal Beast Gathering Ground, Yi Xian had summoned a flame unicorn. This time, however, he summoned an ice unicorn. Kacha! 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 As soon as the ice unicorn appeared, the surrounding immortal chi seemed to solidify, and an ice-cold aura spread out. Old Tree might be a first-tier immortal, but it was not a problem for him to hold the third-tier immortal. As for the others, Yi Xian. In an instant, Ghost Dome Great Emperor and Wei Zhentian also appeared. The latter transformed into tens of thousands of blood swords and swept toward those Tier 2 heavenly immortals. There were 3 Tier 2 heavenly immortals in the Xia clan. Ghost Dome Grand Emperor and Wei Zhentian, who was using the Storm of Swords, had no problem blocking them. Furthermore, he had the help of several dozen Grade 9 immortals of the Xia clan. As for the remaining 4 Tier 1 heavenly immortals, they were left to Yi Xian and Luo Luo. Who are you people? The old ancestor of the Xia. Because they didn't want to kill. Very quickly, the 4 Tier 1 immortals were easily killed by Yi Xian and Luo Luo. Now, it's your turn. Yi Xian turned his head to look and instantly disappeared. Eye of Assassination. He had marked the old ancestor and the other 2 immortals. Now, he appeared behind a second-tier immortal. Leaf Fire Sword Technique. This second-tier immortal happened to be in the middle of the sword storm. He couldn't react in time and had his immortal heart pierced through. Ding! Host's killing intent has increased. Yi Xian directly condensed 1 slaughter seal. Immediately after, Yi Xian continuously used slaughter seals. 4 slaughter seals. Quadruple slaughter mode, kill. Yi Xian used up 4 slaughter seals, increasing his strength by 4 times. Then, he used the Eye of Assassination and killed the other 2 second-tier immortals within 2 seconds. Ding! Host has broken through. Host is now a first-tier immortal. Ding! Lightning Ember has broken through. Host is now a second-tier immortal. Ding! Wei Zhentian has broken through. Host is now a second-tier immortal. Ding! Ghost Dome Great Emperor has broken through. Host is now a second-tier immortal. System notifications sounded out one after another. The strength of Yi Xian and the others directly increased by several times. Now, it's time for you to die. After today, there will be no more Xia clan. I will rebuild the Immortal Destiny sect. Yi Xian narrowed his eyes and spoke slowly. This time, the old ancestor finally understood that Yi Xian was here for revenge. But it was too late. At this moment, Yi Xian had already flashed behind the Xia clan's ancestor. Stop! A shout came from the sky, but Yi Xian had already made his move. Leaf Fire Sword Technique. The Leaf Fire Sword condensed from immortal energy pierced through the old ancestor's heart, shattering his immortal heart and killing him instantly. Yi Xian quickly kept the old ancestor's universe ring and corpse. Turning his head, he saw a figure coming from the sky. Who is it? Yi Xian raised his eyebrows and used his Eye of Revelation to scan the figure. He found that he couldn't see the realm of this person. A Stage 4 Heavenly Immortal. No, when he was a Stage 9 Heavenly Immortal, he could see the old ancestor clearly. Now that he was a Stage 1 Heavenly Immortal, the other party was at least a Stage 5 Heavenly Immortal, or even higher. However, judging from the other party's aura, Yi Xian determined that he was a Stage 5 Heavenly Immortal. Where did this person come from? You deserve to die. The young man looked at the corpses and said through gritted teeth. Although Yi Xian didn't know the identity of this young man, he knew that he must be related to the Xia clan. It seemed that things were going to be difficult this time. Old Tree and the others felt the killing intent of this young man. Without saying a word, they charged forward. A Stage 5 Heavenly Immortal was a challenge that required one to surpass 3 realms. If he was a loose immortal, it wouldn't be a problem, but now that he was a Heavenly Immortal, it wasn't so easy. A bunch of ants, die for me. The killing intent that the young man had been suppressing finally exploded. Kill. Yi Xian attacked without saying a word. A Stage 5 Heavenly Immortal was the strongest person he had ever met, but he wasn't someone to be trifled with. With so many people around, how could he be afraid of this young man? However, he had underestimated this young man's strength. Die for me, all of you. The young man flew into a rage out of humiliation. He directly summoned a flying sword and attacked Old Tree. The flying sword was so fast that it instantly pierced through Old Tree's newly formed immortal heart. Even Ghost Dome Great Emperor and Wei Xintian were pierced through in a short time. As for Ice Unicorn, it was the same. So strong, as expected of a Stage 5 Heavenly Immortal, and his background is probably not to be underestimated. Yi Xian narrowed his eyes. Fortunately, he had already collected all the spoils of war. As for the Xia clan, he would deal with it later. Let's go. Immediately, he broke through the void and went in. The young man was shocked and hurriedly controlled the flying sword. Whoosh! The flying sword suddenly accelerated and entered the void gate. So fast! Yi Xian was shocked. Before he could react, the flying sword had already pierced his chest. If he hadn't reacted quickly, his immortal heart would have been pierced. Immediately, he grabbed the flying sword and used a skill. Force Devour. Chapter 1699. This flying sword was of a very high grade. After Yi Xian swallowed it, the cultivation of Ghost Dome Great Emperor and Wei Xintian increased by a large margin. On the other side, in the sky above the Xia clan. You actually have such means. However, you destroyed my clan. Do you think you can escape from me? The young man narrowed his eyes and found that he could no longer control his flying sword. He was too far away. At that moment, he summoned another flying sword and chased after them based on his senses. At this time, Yi Xian was still breathing a sigh of relief, unaware that he had been marked by the young man's tracking mark. That young man is related to the Xia clan, but even the ancestor of the Xia clan was only a 3rd-grade immortal. He's actually a 5th-grade immortal. Yi Xian thought to himself. He didn't know how the young man was related to the Xia clan. Originally, he wanted to take the Xia clan into the planting space and then rob them. However, he was disturbed by the mysterious young man, so he had no other choice. However, he had already marked the young man with the Death Hunt command. If the young man left the Xia clan, he would go back and take the Xia clan. However, when he observed the young man's movements, he found that the young man was actually flying towards him. His speed was so fast that it shocked him. He'll be able to catch up in about 10 seconds. Yi Xian calculated. Just now, he had broken through the void in a moment of desperation, so he didn't run far. However, the young man was actually able to find him. It was obvious that he had left a mark on him. I can't beat him now. Retreat. Yi Xian made a prompt decision and broke through the void again. However, at this time, he suddenly felt something. This feeling wasn't from the target of the Death Hunt command, but from his bloodline. Someone had the same bloodline as him. The same bloodline didn't mean that they had the Immortal Eye Unicorn bloodline, the Immortal Slayer bloodline, or the Immortal Phoenix bloodline, but the same bloodline as Yi Xian. How could there be someone from the Yi clan in the immortal world? The Yi clan only had one person who had ascended to the immortal world. No, there was another one. The little demon king. Yi Xian immediately reacted. In the immortal realm, other than him, the Yi clan's bloodline, there was only Yi Yuchuan, who had ascended previously. Very quickly, Yi Xian saw the little demon king. He still had the appearance of a 6-year-old child, but there were 2 black horns on his head. "Yo, kid, long time no see." The little demon king of chaos came over with a harmless look on his face. "Why are you here?" Yi Xian asked in astonishment. At the same time, he also felt the realm of the little demon king. Damn, his aura is even stronger than that of the mysterious young man. Yi Xian was scared out of his wits because he had ascended with the little demon king. Although there was a time difference between the mortal realm and the immortal realm, it was probably only a few decades. In just a few decades, the little demon king of chaos had cultivated from the longevity realm to the heaven immortal realm. Impressive indeed. "I just finished refining my demon body and happened to sense your bloodline, so I came over to take a look," Little Demon King of Chaos said. At that moment, he had already sensed the mysterious young man's aura, but the latter did not. "He's coming for you?" Little Demon King of Chaos asked. "Yes, a Tier 5 Heaven Immortal." Yi Xian nodded. "You, a Tier 1 Heaven Immortal, are being chased by a Tier 5 Heaven Immortal." "That's strange," Little Demon King of Chaos said, then turned to look in the direction of the mysterious young man. Soon, he saw a figure. The mysterious young man's eyes widened. With his immortal sense, he could only see Yi Xian, but not the little boy. How was that possible? This could only mean that the other party's realm was higher than his, so his immortal sense was concealed. "Let's go." The mysterious young man was very careful. He quickly stabilized his body, then retreated. The little demon king of chaos's realm was higher than his. If he was only a Tier 6 Heaven Immortal, he would not be afraid, but what if he was a Tier 7 Heaven Immortal, Tier 8 Heaven Immortal, or even a Tier 9 Heaven Immortal? You want to leave? Not so easy. The little demon king of chaos laughed, then turned into a black stream of light and arrived in front of the mysterious young man in an instant. Then, it was just a punch. Bang! The mysterious young man's chest exploded, and his immortal heart was directly destroyed. He died tragically on the spot. What terrifying strength! Yi Xian could not help but gulp. Fortunately, the little demon king of chaos was helping him. Otherwise, he would have died even more miserably than the mysterious young man. "Take it." "I don't want it now." The little demon king of chaos took off the mysterious young man's interspatial ring and threw it to Yi Xian. After Yi Xian caught it, he quickly checked it and sucked in a breath of air. The things inside could help him break through at least once, or even twice. What was the background of this mysterious young man? A disciple token of the ethereal spirit grotto heaven. At this moment, Yi Xian suddenly took out a token. Ethereal spirit grotto heaven. The little demon king of chaos blinked and said, "This faction is not bad. It is said that there was once a golden immortal." Golden immortal? Yi Xian narrowed his eyes. The little demon king of chaos had been in the immortal world for much longer than him, so it was understandable that he would know this news. Immortal, heaven immortal, spirit immortal, jade immortal, and golden immortal. In other words, this ethereal spirit grotto heaven had a 5th stage immortal. At this moment, Yi Xian took out another letter. It was a letter from the ethereal spirit grotto heaven. "I see. The 5th stage heaven immortal who chased after me was from the Xia family. His name is Xia Yuanxing. He is a disciple of the ethereal spirit grotto heaven. He came back with a letter from the ethereal spirit grotto heaven, wanting to bring his cousin into the ethereal spirit grotto heaven." Yi Xian immediately understood. "Do you believe it? Then you can impersonate him. After all, you are only a heaven immortal," the little demon king of chaos said. This suggestion was not bad. The ethereal spirit grotto heaven was many times stronger than the Xia family. If he could sneak in, he would definitely be able to level up continuously. However, this matter could be dealt with later. Your demonic body is done, right? Then my nephew's body. Yi Xian narrowed his eyes and said, "It is done, but I found out that your nephew's body is actually the original demon body, which I have never seen before. No wonder I was reborn in his body." The little demon king of chaos said. "Then you." Yi Xian's heart skipped a beat. "I will not return the body for now. I will cultivate it to the peak. When the time comes, my strength will increase by at least 10 times. The little demon king of chaos said. This, Yi Xian was in a dilemma. He was Yi Yuquan's uncle. Now that the little demon king of chaos had taken over Yi Yuquan's body and was even stronger than him, what should he do? It seemed that he could only remain calm. "Then you can't die," Yi Xian reminded. Chapter 1700. A short period of time. Even for me, it's not a short period of time. Yi Xian sighed. I have a space where the flow of time is 50 times slower than the outside world. Cultivating there for 50 days is equivalent to 1 day in the outside world. What? There's such a mystical place. Bring me in. Little demon's eyes lit up. All right. Yi Xian nodded. Then, he used the planting space to store the little demon king. The little demon king had appeared in the planting space. Yi Xian's projection appeared in front of him. From now on, the flow of time will change again. Perhaps it will be 100 times, or even 200 times. Not bad, not bad. The origin demon body has the greatest potential at a young age. This body is not even 100 years old yet. This place suits me perfectly. Little demon was very satisfied with the plantation space. That's good. You can cultivate in there. Yi Xian nodded. Wait, what if you die? Little demon king of chaos asked. Don't worry. I have a clone in the mortal world. I won't die, Yi Xian replied. In order to make Little Demon King believe him, he used his second clone to summon Little Demon King. Very good. You are already an invincible existence in the mortal world. The Little Demon King of Chaos was relieved and began to cultivate. Yi Xian had 2 clones in the immortal world and 1 in the mortal world. However, he felt that the flow of time in the immortal world was the same as in the mortal world. The difference in the time between the immortal world and the immortal world was too big. Therefore, he guessed that this was a problem during the immortal world. Although it was only a short while, something must have happened. However, this was not something he could answer. Since the mysterious youth was dead, Yi Xian quickly broke through the void and returned to take control of the Xiao clan. At this time, there was not a single celestial immortal left in the Xiao clan. In addition to the people under Yi Xian's control, Yi Xian easily took control of the Xiao clan and moved them all into the plantation space. Ding! Host has broken through. Host is now a 2nd stage celestial immortal. Ding! Lightning Ember has broken through. Host is now a 3rd stage celestial immortal. Ding! Wei Zhentian has made a breakthrough. He is now a Tier 3 heavenly immortal. Ding! Ghost Dome Great Emperor has broken through. He is now a Tier 3 heavenly immortal. Ding! Ember of Thunderfire made a breakthrough. He is now a Tier 4 heavenly immortal. Ding! Wei Zhentian has made a breakthrough. He is now a Tier 4 heavenly immortal. Ding! Ghost Dome Great Emperor has broken through. He is now a Tier 4 heavenly immortal. The gap between realms was finally pulled apart. Now that the old tree trio had pulled Yi Xian down by 2 realms, Yi Xian was probably even weaker than the old tree. However, this was not the end. That mysterious youth had left him many good things, including the materials to refine the Xian-Ji Immortal Heart and Purple Extreme Demon Heart. Yi Xian immediately began to refine. Ding! The Xian-Ji Immortal Heart has been successfully refined. Do you wish to fuse it now? Yes. Ding! Host has fused with the Dazzling Speed Immortal Heart. Ding! Host possesses the Heavenly Flame of Dazzle. Ding! The system will randomly select a bloodline to advance between the Immortal Eye Unicorn bloodline and the Immortal Phoenix bloodline. Hearing this, Yi Xian raised his eyebrows. After obtaining the Heavenly Flame of Dazzle, he could still advance the Fire Attribute bloodline. It was really good. At this time, what he wanted the most was to advance the Immortal Eye Unicorn bloodline. This was because the Immortal Eye Unicorn bloodline alone required 4 devouring points. In total, it was 7 devouring points. Unfortunately, he didn't get what he wanted. Ding! The Immortal Phoenix bloodline has advanced. What a scam! The Immortal Phoenix bloodline only had 2 paths to advance, which meant that it only required 2 devouring points. Moreover, the Immortal Doppelganger needed to advance to the 3rd level before it could produce another Doppelganger. Now, it was only the 2nd level, so it was not enough. However, this was not bad. Now that the dual fusion had increased his strength by 80%, it had increased by 10%. In addition, his fire resistance, fire skill power, recovery speed, and poison resistance had also increased. Immediately, Yi Xian waved his hand, and a small flame appeared in his palm. This small flame was made up of 7 colors. It was the 7 colors Heavenly Flame of Dazzle. Although it looked like this small flame contained a great amount of power. At this time, Yi Xian was only a Tier 2 Celestial Immortal. He estimated that this small flame could turn a Tier 3 Celestial Immortal into ashes. If it was integrated into his attack, it would be even more powerful. I wonder what level of expert this little demon king is. He won't tell me even when I ask. Yi Xian narrowed his eyes and thought to himself. After refining the Heavenly Flame of Dazzle, the next step was to help the old tree and Luo Luo. The old tree was lucky. It was a magic treasure, so Yi Xian could help it refine the Purple Demon Heart. Ding! The Purple Demon Heart has been successfully refined. After refining the Purple Demon Heart, Yi Xian let the old tree fuse it. Ding! The Ember of Thunder Fire has been successfully fused with the Purple Demon Heart. You have mastered the Purple Demon Flame. A system notification sounded, followed by 3 more. Ding! The 9 Dragons Thunder Chain has been upgraded. Ding! The 9 Dragons Thunder Flash has been upgraded. Ding! The 9 Dragons Sky Roaring Attack has been upgraded. The old tree had fused with the Purple Demon Heart, so all 3 skills had been upgraded. It was not bad. Next was Luo Luo. However, Luo Luo was not a magic treasure. She had to refine the Purple Demon Heart herself. Hey, wait! At this time, the little demon king in the planting space suddenly shouted. What? Yi Xian asked in surprise. Is this little girl the legendary celestial loathing fox? Asked the little demon king. You know. Yi Xian was shocked. Nonsense. One of the top races of the Yao clan. They are comparable to the 5-clawed golden dragon. How could I not know? The little demon king's heart trembled. If that's the case, then she is not suitable for the Purple Demon Heart. Then what is suitable for her? Asked Yi Xian. The little demon king thought for a moment and said, the Yao clan usually refine demon hearts, but there are some rarer demon hearts. If this girl has the bloodline of the celestial loathing fox, she may be able to refine the celestial demon heart herself. The celestial demon heart herself. Yi Xian raised his eyebrows. In other words, she is only suitable for ordinary celestial demon hearts. I don't know how to refine the celestial demon heart. If I encounter one in the future, I will help you ask, said the little demon king. How long will that take? Yi Xian was a little helpless. If the celestial loathing fox has the celestial demon heart, her bloodline will be activated to a higher level. She may also be able to comprehend the meditative state, which can increase the speed of absorbing immortal chi by several times, said the little demon king. A higher level of bloodline. Meditative state. After Yi Xian heard this, he felt that this was very unusual. So, I suggest that she wait first. You have to know that there are only a handful of people in the entire dragon field who can refine demon hearts, said the little demon king. Chapter 1701. There are 3 major powers in the immortal realm: Dragon Field, Greenwood City, and Martial Border. Their leaders are the immortal Dragon Emperor, Emperor Qing, and Empress Wu respectively. We should be in Emperor Qing's territory now, Little Demon explained. Yi Xian nodded slightly, but it was too far away for him to know. He still had to ask for Luoluo's opinion on refining the heavenly demon's heart. Luoluo thought for a moment, then said, "Young master, I'll wait." The heavenly demon's heart was a legend to immortal demons. Among countless immortal demons, only a few could refine it. If Luoluo could refine it, her strength would be explosive in the future. Alright, then we'll leave it for now. Yi Xian nodded, then swallowed all the materials needed to refine the purple demon's heart. Now that the Xia clan was destroyed, Yi Xian began to establish the Immortal Destiny sect. As for the master of the sect, it was naturally the Lu clan. Luminous Immortal's corpse was also returned to the Lu clan. Yi Xian had fulfilled his last wish. Now that the matter was settled, the next step was to replan. I'm now a 2nd-tier heavenly immortal, and I've received a letter from the Hollow Spirit Grotto Heaven. Little Demon's impersonation is a good suggestion. Yi Xian thought to himself. He found a map that led to the Hollow Spirit Grotto Heaven. There was a teleportation formation nearby that could transport him all the way to the Hollow Spirit Grotto Heaven. Moreover, he had a disciple token of the Hollow Spirit Grotto Heaven, so there would be no obstacles on the way. Alright, let's go to the Hollow Spirit Grotto Heaven. Yi Xian narrowed his eyes. He immediately changed his appearance to that of the 5th-tier heavenly immortal, Xia Yuanqing, and used the teleportation formation continuously. After a few twists and turns, he finally arrived at the Hollow Spirit Grotto Heaven. However, this Hollow Spirit Grotto Heaven was not the real one, but a branch. The Hollow Spirit Grotto Heaven was an island, but it was huge. Although it was just a small grotto heaven, it was enough for Yi Xian to look up to. After all, there were Jade Immortal level experts in this small grotto heaven. Yi Xian arrived at the Hollow Spirit Grotto Heaven, and sensed countless auras that were stronger than his own. In this place, he, a 2nd-tier heaven immortal, was the weakest existence. Hey, what do you do? A voice drifted over. Yi Xian turned his head to take a look and saw a disciple wearing the clothes of the Spirit Void Cave walking over. I came with a letter. Yi Xian said and took out the letter. At this moment, he had already changed his appearance from that of the Xia clan's genius, Xia Yuanqing, to his younger cousin, Xia Yuanlong. Oh, then go in. The disciple of the Void Spirit Cave Heaven did not stop Yi Xian and allowed him to enter. Yi Xian heaved a sigh of relief because he felt that this disciple of the Void Spirit Cave Heaven was most likely a high-level sky immortal. How terrifying! Along the way, he did encounter quite a few people. They all came in with letters. However, these people's cultivation levels were all higher than his. Soon, he arrived in front of a large hall and handed the letter to a deacon. Oh. Xia Yuanqing's younger cousin. The deacon was slightly surprised. He sized up Yi Xian and said, Xia Yuanqing is Yuan Yi's man. He's the most tactful one and Yuan-E likes him. Now that you've come in, you should also go to East Island where Yuan-E is. Yuan-E, East Island. Yi Xian narrowed his eyes and did not understand the situation. Before he could speak, the deacon took out a token with 2 words written on it, East Island. Yi Xian had seen this token in Xia Yuanqing's interspatial ring. This small cave heaven was divided into the middle island, the east, south, west, and north islands. The disciples lived in the 4 islands, so Yi Xian was assigned to East Island. Then, Yi Xian was led to a residence in East Island by a disciple. Senior brother Yuan-E, are you in? The disciple of the Void Spirit Cave Heaven shouted. Senior brother Yuan-E has gone out. What's wrong? Suddenly, a young man came out and said. Hello, senior brother. He's Xia Yuanlong, Xia Yuanqing's younger cousin, the disciple explained. Oh, Xia Yuanqing's younger cousin. I see. The young man nodded. Then, the disciple who sent Yi Xian here left. However, Yi Xian found that the disciple uniform the deacon gave him was not the same as the one the young man in front of him wore. Why didn't your cousin come back? The young man asked. Oh, he's dealing with some family matters, Yi Xian replied. Then go clean up that residence. Remember to be careful because that's senior brother Bei Yang's residence. If you mess it up, then not to mention your cousin brother, even I won't be able to protect you. The young man grunted coldly. Clean. Yi Xian raised his eyebrows and suddenly had a bad feeling. Nonsense, you're a handyman disciple like Xia Yuanqing. Do you think you're an official disciple? The young man snorted. A handyman disciple. I didn't expect Xia Yuanqing to be a handyman disciple. What a surprise, Yi Xian thought to himself as he narrowed his eyes. If he had known, he would not have come to the illusory spirit grotto heaven. However, since he was already here, he had to find an opportunity to leave. The disciple in front of him was at least a high-level heaven immortal. He was not someone he could afford to offend, so he could only go there quietly. Once he had the chance, he would leave the small grotto heaven. After all, he thought he was an official disciple. Yi Xian entered senior brother Bei Yang's house and checked it out. The official disciple's house was set up with formations. Ordinary people would not be able to break it even if they found it. Although he did not know who senior brother Bei Yang was, he was definitely not an ordinary person. That was why he sent Yi Xian, a second-stage heaven immortal, to clean it up to prevent any trouble. Yi Xian entered senior brother Bei Yang's house and scanned it with his eye of revelation. There are so many hidden things. They're all set up with concealment and defensive formations. Yi Xian narrowed his eyes. It would be difficult for ordinary people to find these concealment formations because they were hidden in some of the furniture's mechanisms. However, Yi Xian had the eye of revelation. These hidden things could not be hidden from him. However, the defensive formations were a problem. My devouring system has been upgraded to the immortal level. There are many tools to break formations in it. Yi Xian thought to himself. He already had the intention to leave the illusory spirit grotto heaven. How could he not take the windfall in front of him? He would leave after taking it. A sharp needle, a sharp weapon to break formations. Yi Xian exchanged for a sharp needle from the immortal level devouring system. Then, he went to the side of the mouth and knocked twice before opening a mechanism. There was an interspatial ring in the secret compartment. However, there was a small defensive formation. Chapter 1702. Poof! The broken needle instantly broke the defensive formation. Then, Yi Xian took the interspatial ring. So many things. After Yi Xian investigated the contents of the ring, his eyes couldn't help but emit 2 rays of light. Ding! Host has made a breakthrough. You are now a Tier 3 Heavenly Immortal. Ding! Lightning Ember has made a breakthrough. You are now a Tier 5 Heavenly Immortal. Ding! Wei Zhentian has made a breakthrough. You are now a Tier 5 Heavenly Immortal. Ding! Ghost Dome Emperor has made a breakthrough. You are now a Tier 5 Heavenly Immortal. Moreover, it was not over yet. Ding! Host has made a breakthrough. You are now a Tier 4 Heavenly Immortal. Ding! Lightning Ember has made a breakthrough. You are now a Tier 6 Heavenly Immortal. Ding! Wei Zhentian has made a breakthrough. You are now a Tier 6 Heavenly Immortal. Ding! Ghost Dome Emperor has made a breakthrough. You are now a Tier 6 Heavenly Immortal. This interspatial ring alone had allowed Yi Xian and the others to make 2 breakthroughs. From this, one could see how many treasures there were in it. I made the right choice this time, Yi Xian laughed. Then, he took the broken needle and broke the other formations. In this room, there were a total of 3 hidden interspatial rings. Yi Xian had already broken 1 formation, so there were only 2 left. After Yi Xian found the other 2 interspatial rings, he heard the system's notification again. Ding! Host has made a breakthrough. You are now a Tier 4 Heavenly Immortal. Not only that, but the old tree and the other 2 had also pulled away from Yi Xian. All of them had broken through to Tier 7 Heavenly Immortal. This time, the harvest was really big. Now, he had already ransacked senior brother Bei Yang's mansion. Tisk, tsk, tisk, Yi Xian grinned. Suddenly, he did not want to leave because he was not in a hurry. Although the 3 interspatial rings were not all of senior brother Bei Yang's belongings, and he might have hidden them in other places, it was already very good. If there were other senior brothers' mansions, it would be great. Come. Super vacuum cleaner, clean everything. Yi Xian exchanged something from the immortal level devouring system to express his gratitude. Then, he concealed his strength and walked out to find the young man from before. Senior brother, I'm done cleaning, Yi Xian said. Oh. The young man was a bit surprised, and then he personally went to check. It was indeed very clean, without a speck of dust. Senior brother Beiyang hasn't been back for a few years. He will probably be back soon. Normal people wouldn't dare to come in to clean, so there is a lot of dust. You did well to clean up to this extent. The young man was very satisfied. Then, he took out a pill from his interspatial ring and threw it to Yi Xian. This is your reward. Next, go and clean up the mansion behind you, the young man said. Yes, senior brother. Yi Xian was overjoyed and went back to work. So what if he was a servant disciple? This was an opportunity for him. Awesome! This second room was slightly cleaner than senior brother Beiyang's residence. Yi Xian first used a super vacuum cleaner to clean it up before he started to break the array. There was only one hidden spot in this room, and it was behind a wall. Yi Xian used the Eye of Revelation to find the mechanism, then used the needle to break the array to get the interspatial ring. The owner of this mansion did not have a high cultivation base and was not very rich, so Yi Xian could not break through. To avoid suspicion, Yi Xian deliberately stayed in the room for a while before going out. However, when he found the young man, he found that there was someone else with him. What? You said that senior brother Beiyang died during the trial. The young man could not help but exclaim. When Yi Xian heard this, he could not help but raise his eyebrows. Senior brother Beiyang died. In other words, the things he took were ownerless to begin with. Soon, the 2 disciples who delivered the message left. Senior brother, the mansion is all ready. After the 2 disciples left, Yi Xian said to the young man. But before he could finish, the young man waved his hand and interrupted him. Wait here. I'll be right back. Yi Xian looked at the young man's back as he left. Yi Xian guessed that he was going to senior brother Beiyang's mansion. The young man was a Tier 7 Heavenly Immortal. After Yi Xian broke through to Tier 4 Heavenly Immortal, he could see through him. With his cultivation base, he might not be able to break those arrays. Moreover, Yi Xian had already broken the 3 arrays without leaving a trace. Even if the young man knew the mechanism, he would only see the empty secret compartment. Soon, the young man returned with a gloomy expression. He quickly walked to Yi Xian. "Senior brother, what's wrong?" Yi Xian asked blankly. The young man sensed that Yi Xian was only a Tier 2 Heavenly Immortal. It was uncertain whether he could discover the concealment array, let alone break it. Moreover, there were no traces in the secret compartment. This meant that his ability to break the array was extremely high, or that there was no array at all. The young man tested Yi Xian, but there was nothing wrong with his answer. Could it be that senior brother Beiyang didn't leave anything in the room? The young man thought to himself. He couldn't be sure. After all, he didn't have a good relationship with senior brother Beiyang. Thus, the matter was settled. "You did well today. The 2 rooms are very clean. You're much better than that glib bastard cousin of yours." The young man nodded in satisfaction. "Follow me from now on. My name is Huang Su. After 100 years, I guarantee that you'll become an official disciple." "Thank you, senior brother." Yi Xian hurriedly thanked him. However, he secretly rolled his eyes in his heart. A mere Tier 7 Heavenly Immortal dared to be his big brother. Where did he get his courage from? Moreover, it would take 100 years to become an official disciple. That was impossible. Yi Xian was only 30 years old now. If he really counted, he would only have cultivated for 15 years. What kind of joke was this to ask him to follow a person for 100 years? However, although this job was hard work for others, it was a blessing for Yi Xian. There were tens of thousands of mansions on East Island. Although there were many servant disciples, they couldn't be bothered to clean them. If they accidentally did something wrong, they would be in trouble. Therefore, they usually helped their senior brothers run errands, deliver messages, and so on. After that, these tasks were all handed over to Yi Xian, who earned them all. In 3 days, Yi Xian cleaned hundreds of mansions. Although many of them were empty, his harvest was not bad. After 3 days, Yi Xian broke through from Tier 4 Heavenly Immortal to Tier 5 Heavenly Immortal. The old tree and the other 2 also broke through from Tier 6 Heavenly Immortal to Tier 8 Heavenly Immortal. Now, with the strength of Yi Xian's bloodline, even a Tier 9 Heavenly Immortal wouldn't be able to tell if he hid his strength, unless it was a Spirit Immortal expert. In these 3 days, Yi Xian also understood the illusion of this small grotto heaven. East Island was the weakest of the 4 islands. The strongest was a Tier 9 Heavenly Immortal. There were Spirit Immortal experts in the North, South, and West Islands. This was good news for Yi Xian. However, on Yi Xian's 3rd day, a group of disciples who had gone out to train suddenly returned. Chapter 1703. Yi Xian, senior brother Huang Su is calling for you. Someone shouted from outside Yi Xian's residence. Someone's alive again. Yi Xian narrowed his eyes and rushed out of the door. However, when he saw Huang Su, he realized that things were not as he thought. At this time, there were already several official disciples standing beside Huang Su. Their expressions were ugly, and their gazes were all on Yi Xian. "You're Yi Xian," a yellow-faced young man said. "Senior brother, you are." Yi Xian turned to look at Huang Su. "You don't have to worry about that. I just want to ask you, when you cleaned their mansions earlier, did you not leave any traces behind?" Huang Su asked directly. "Left no traces behind." Hearing this, Yi Xian immediately understood. These people were probably the owners of some mansions that he had visited before, and now they were here to investigate. Senior brother, I was only in charge of cleaning. I didn't touch anything. Yi Xian hurriedly said, pretending to be confused. Although he was not afraid of these people, there were many spirit immortals and even jade immortals in the Void Spirit Cave. Are you sure? The yellow-faced young man widened his eyes. Suddenly, an aura spread out and pressed down on Yi Xian. I'm sure. Yi Xian nodded. Is there a mistake? Your formation was set up by me. This kid is only a second-tier heaven immortal. He might not even be able to find the mechanism. His immortal sense would also be hidden from the concealment formation, let alone break the formation and take the interspatial ring. A long-haired disciple defended Yi Xian. It could not be helped. Yi Xian's realm was too low. As a second-tier heaven immortal, he could barely be a servant disciple. One had to know that this disciple who spoke up for Yi Xian was already a Tier 9 heavenly immortal. Even a Tier 7 heavenly immortal might not be able to detect the formation he set up, so how could Yi Xian possibly do that? Then what do you think is going on? We've only been gone for 2 years, and we've been robbed. The yellow-faced young man said. But that doesn't mean that it was robbed by a rank 2 heavenly immortal, right? Said the long-haired disciple. Indeed, a rank 2 heavenly immortal was simply too low. This was the crux of the matter. Could it be that a spirit immortal expert has snuck into East Island? Huang Su suddenly said. The other 3 islands don't even bother to come to East Island. But if a disciple in the spirit immortal realm sneaks in, we really won't find out. Since that's the case, let's report it to the higher-ups. In the end, everyone decided to report this matter. Although they didn't lose many things, they couldn't just let this matter go. They had to find the thief. At this moment, Yi Xian was secretly laughing in his heart, because everything was done by him. However, because he had concealed his true cultivation level, it was impossible to trace it back to him at all. However, the things in the house were actually not much compared to what the disciples had on them. Old tree, get ready to move. Yi Xian narrowed his eyes and transmitted his voice to Old Tree. No problem. Old Tree in the planting space responded. They had previously discussed that if this matter was exposed, Old Tree, a member of the demon clan who had refined the demon heart, would be the scapegoat. There wasn't even a single spirit immortal in East Island, and Old Tree was already an 8th grade heaven immortal. He was already invincible in East Island. If he were to make a move, no one could stop him. As long as he could rob everyone at lightning speed, he would make a profit. At the thought of this, Yi Xian directly released Old Tree and the other 2. The appearance of the 2 8th grade heaven immortal experts, Old Tree and Ghost Dome Great Emperor, was immediately noticed by everyone. Ha ha ha, prepare to die. Old Tree laughed loudly. In a flash, he appeared in front of the yellow-faced young man and punched him hard. Bam! The yellow-faced young man was a 9th grade heaven immortal. His chest was punched through, and even his immortal heart was in his opponent's hand. Tisk, TSK, TSK. Don't move, or I'll crush your immortal heart. Old Tree reminded him with a grin. Before anyone could react, Old Tree had already taken off the yellow-faced young man's interspatial ring. At the same time, he threw out the 9 Dragons Thunder Chain. Everyone was instantly trapped. Then, it was time for a big fight. Among these people, except for the yellow-faced young man and the long-haired disciple, who were 9th grade heaven immortals, the others were 8th grade and 7th grade heaven immortals. They were no match for Old Tree and the other 2. In an instant, they were robbed. Then, Old Tree and the other 2 disappeared in an instant. They were taken in by Yi Xian. In the planting space, Old Tree and the other 2 handed over the interspatial ring to Yi Xian. Then, they reappeared in the distance. What kind of strength is this? The yellow-faced young man and the others were shocked. While they were still in shock, Old Tree and the other two had already started to wreak havoc. It's them. It's them. They must have robbed us. Come out quickly. Someone has snuck into East Island to steal. In an instant, the atmosphere of the entire East Island livened up. It was a disgrace that a demon clan member who cultivated the demon heart had sneaked into the Hollow Spirit Cave. Immediately, many people began to gather around. As for Yi Xian, he was watching from below. This is a big deal. Middle Island will definitely sense it. Then, spirit immortals will definitely come to help. I can't stay here any longer. Yi Xian narrowed his eyes, calculating in his heart. In the past 3 days, he had actually gathered information about many mansions, all of which were uninhabited. He could take this opportunity to rob them. But before that, he had to improve his strength first. Ding! The host has broken through. He is now a 6th grade heaven immortal. Ding! The Amber of Thunder Fire has broken through. He is now a 9th grade heaven immortal. Ding! Wei Zhentian has broken through. He is now a 9th grade heaven immortal. Ding! Ghost Dome Emperor has broken through. He is now a 9th grade heaven immortal. Those interspatial rings were enough for Yi Xian to break through. Because there were people around just now, Yi Xian did not break through immediately. Now, Old Tree was the real invincible heaven immortal. Even if a spirit immortal came, a low-level spirit immortal might not be able to stop him. Yi Xian, don't be a coward. Even if a spirit immortal comes, let me do it. I want to snatch something. At this time, a voice suddenly came from the plant space. It was the little demon king. Okay. Yi Xian immediately agreed. With the little demon king taking action, this was the best. In the sky above East Island, there was already a big fight. However, Old Tree and the other 2 people who had broken through to 9th grade heaven immortal were extraordinarily strong. Especially Old Tree, who had merged with the purple extreme demon heart and possessed the purple extreme demon flame. His strength had increased significantly. He could even withstand the attack of a 9th grade heaven immortal. Moreover, no one could catch up with his speed. There were many disciples in East Island, more than 500 people, but there were only about 10 9th grade heaven immortals. These 10 people were the mainstays of East Island, but they could do nothing when facing Old Tree. Chapter 1704. Ding! The host has made a breakthrough. He is now a 7th grade heaven immortal. Ding! The Amber of Thunder Fire has made a breakthrough. He is now a 1st grade spiritual immortal. Ding! Wei Zhentian has made a breakthrough. He is now a 1st grade spiritual immortal. Ding! The Ghost Dome Emperor has made a breakthrough. He is now a 1st grade spiritual immortal. The Old Tree and the others broke through the shackles of the heaven immortal and became spiritual immortals. However, at this moment, a few powerful disciples finally arrived. What's the situation in East Island? 3 disciples flew over. Yi Xian sensed them and found that he could not see through them even though he was a 7th grade heaven immortal. They are at least 3rd grade spiritual immortals. Yi Xian squinted his eyes. Spiritual immortals were the mainstream cultivation level in this small grotto heaven. East Island was full of heaven immortals because it was called the Island of Newcomers. The disciples with potential were in the other 3 islands. The strongest was the North Island. It was said that there were even 9th grade spiritual immortal disciples there. Let me out and kill them. Little Demon King of Chaos shouted. Sure. Yi Xian did not waste any more time and directly released Little Demon in front of the 3 spiritual immortal disciples. Yi Xian, who was already a 7th grade heaven immortal, still could not see through Little Demon. However, judging from Little Demon's appearance, it should not be a problem. At most, he could just run away. TSK, TSK, TSK. I like robbing people like you. Give me your things. Little Demon laughed sinisterly and instantly arrived in front of the three spiritual immortal disciples. With a few bangs, he sent the three of them flying and took their interspatial rings at the same time. There was nothing to say about his strength. Yi Xian, I'll be right back. Little Demon sent a voice transmission to Yi Xian and directly flew out. Meanwhile, the battle in East Island was still going on. However, it only lasted for 5 seconds before it ended. 5 seconds later, all the disciples in East Island were robbed. They were all seriously injured, including the dozen 9th grade Heaven Immortals. At the same time, Yi Xian's cultivation level increased again. Ding! The host has made a breakthrough. He is now a Tier 8 Heavenly Immortal. However, this time, the three from the old tree did not break through. After all, after breaking through to the Spirit Immortal realm, they would need a lot more experience, but it would be soon. With my current state, I think I can go to the South Island. Yi Xian thought for a moment, then secretly tore open the void and came to the entrance of the minor paradise. Just now, when the old tree and the other two looted East Island, no one knew that it had anything to do with him. After all, he was only a Tier 2 Heaven Immortal. At this moment, he had changed his appearance and was ready to enter the South Island. Hey, where did this demonic cultivator come from? How dare you make trouble in my void spirit cave? You're courting death. Everyone, be careful. This little thing's strength is extraordinary. Ah, so fast. Roars of rage could be heard continuously from the horizon. Those were the sounds of the battle between the little demon king of chaos and the experts of the Grotto Heaven. Yi Xian's heart trembled. This little demon king of chaos was truly powerful. He could actually fight against all the experts of the Grotto Heaven alone. Who knew what level he had cultivated to? At this moment, Yi Xian had already entered the South Island. This void spirit cave was divided into 4 islands, East, South, West, and North. East Island was the weakest. It didn't even have a spiritual immortal. South Island was second. The strongest was a Tier 3 spiritual immortal. The 3 disciples just now came from the South Island. After Yi Xian entered the South Island, he immediately released the old tree and the other 2 and looted them again. Who's there? As soon as the old tree appeared, the demonic chi emitted by the demonic heart immediately attracted the attention of others. However, the old tree was now a Tier 1 spiritual immortal. So were the Ghost Dome Great Emperor and Wei Zhentian. When they joined forces, they were almost invincible in the South Island. Moreover, Yi Xian was secretly assisting them. Ding! Control successful. Ding! Control successful. Ding! Control successful. System notifications rang one after another. Yi Xian kept controlling those Tier 8 and Tier 9 Heaven Immortals. Soon, there were 50 of them. Yi Xian took all the items of these 50 people and then joined the battle. All of a sudden, the South Island began to fight among itself. After Yi Xian devoured those interspatial rings, the old tree and the other 2's realms finally improved. Tier 2 spiritual immortal. Now, no one in the South Island could stop them. Chapter 1705. Do you still want to go back? I can send you back to the Grotto Heaven in an instant. Yi Xian suddenly smiled. Of course I'm going. That bastard chased me for 5 days and 5 nights. How can I not take revenge? Little Devil narrowed his eyes and said, send me back. I'll loot the Grotto Heaven. After that, I'll give you 1% of the loot. Only 1%. Yi Xian exclaimed. 1% is not enough. Little Devil looked at Yi Xian with disdain and said, hurry up. That guy seems to be on his way back. Yi Xian thought about it and felt that the deal was not bad. After all, he was only responsible for opening the door. In that grotto heaven, there was only a 6th-grade Jade Immortal guarding it. There were also several 1st-grade and 2nd-grade Jade Immortals. If Little Devil went back, he could loot all of them. At that time, 1% of the loot would be enough for him to level up several times. At that moment, Yi Xian directly broke through the void and returned to the grotto heaven. Let's do it. Little Devil rushed over impatiently. This time, Yi Xian did not go in. He just watched from the outside, ready to open the void door and leave at any time. It had been 10 days since the last time he made a scene in the grotto heaven. At this time, the 6th-grade Jade Immortal had not returned, so no one in the grotto heaven was a match for Little Devil. Soon, the little demon king of chaos ransacked this small paradise and left in a hurry. Let's go. The little demon king of chaos arrived in front of Yi Xian. Then, the latter opened the void door again and quickly passed through. This process took less than half a minute. Even the 6th-grade Jade Immortal could not do anything. At this time, Yi Xian returned to the cliff with Little Devil. Give it to me. Yi Xian stretched out his hand without hesitation. Take it, take it. Little Devil of Chaos was also very generous. He directly threw a ring of heaven and earth to Yi Xian, which contained a large number of natural materials and earthly treasures. He said, "Follow me in the future and I will definitely not treat you badly. Now, send me in. I will refine everything and try to refine a pair of devil wings. Then, even if there is a good flying sword, it won't be able to catch up with me." Yi Xian's eyes lit up when he received the universe ring. Then, he put Little Demon King into his planting space. Ding! The host has made a breakthrough and is now a Tier 9 Heavenly Immortal. Ding! The host has broken through and is now a 1st-stage Spirit Immortal. Ding! The host has made a breakthrough and is now a 2nd-stage Spirit Immortal. Ding! The host has made a breakthrough and is now a 3rd-stage Spirit Immortal. This time, Yi Xian had jumped 4 realms consecutively and directly broke through to the 3rd stage of the Spirit Immortal realm. In addition, the old tree and the other 2 had also broken through to the 6th-stage Spiritual Immortal realm. He estimated that if he devoured all the spoils of war, he would at least be able to reach the 6th stage. However, he was not in a hurry. As long as Little Demon King's realm increased, he could go back and rob the 6th-stage Jade Immortal realm again. When that time came, what was there to be afraid of? While Little Demon King was cultivating, Yi Xian hid far away in order to avoid being found by the 6th-stage Jade Immortal realm. Until the 3rd day. Kid, I estimate that I will be able to finish cultivating in 3 more days. When that time comes, we will continue. There are a total of 36 small grotto heavens under the Void Spirit Grotto Heaven. I will rob all of them, Little Demon King said. No problem. Yi Xian grinned. This time, he had gotten a big leg. His luck was really good. Yi Xian gave Little Demon King a place to cultivate, and every time Little Demon King robbed, he would give Yi Xian a lot of things. The 2 complemented each other, and their cultivation levels soared. 3 days later, Little Demon King finished cultivating. Yi Xian, a 3rd-stage Spiritual Immortal, still could not see through Little Demon King's cultivation level. Let's go. Send me back. I want to catch that 6th-stage Jade Immortal. Little Demon King said. Okay. Yi Xian had already calculated this. He immediately opened the void door and returned to the small grotto heaven. At this time, the 6th-stage Jade Immortal had already returned. He had already reported the matter of Little Demon King, but no one had come to help. Old man, I am here for revenge. Little Demon King's voice arrived before his body. When the sixth-stage Jade Immortal in the small grotto heaven heard it, he immediately flashed to the sky. What? When the sixth-stage Jade Immortal felt the aura of Little Demon King, he was shocked. In just a few days, Little Demon King had grown to a level that even he could not see through. How was this possible? However, what he did not know was that 50 days of cultivation in the planted space was only one day in the outside world. Little Demon King had cultivated in the planted space for 6 days, which was equivalent to 300 days. In addition, Little Demon King was the reincarnation of an expert. His cultivation speed was very fast, and ordinary people could not catch up with him. Before the sixth-stage Jade Immortal could speak, the pair of black horns on Little Demon King's head suddenly flickered twice. Then, a rapidly expanding shadow extended from Little Demon King's body. Heavenly Demon Great Technique, Heavenly Demon Deterrence. In an instant, an extremely strong pressure descended on everyone's body, causing them to be unable to move. Not to mention the spiritual immortals, even the first and second stage Jade Immortals and the sixth stage Jade Immortals could not move. Yi Xian, take everyone in. Little Demon King suddenly transmitted his voice. What? Yi Xian raised his eyebrows and did not react for a moment. They are so shocked by me that they can't move. Take this grotto heaven. Little Demon King explained. Hearing this, Yi Xian glanced at him and found that the sixth-stage Jade Immortal's forehead was covered in cold sweat. He really could not move. You, who are you? The sixth-stage Jade Immortal finally opened his mouth and spat out a sentence. Even if it is the Spirit Void Cave Master, in front of me, he is also an existence akin to an ant. Even this Navy Tide nation's ruler cannot enter my eyes. Little Demon King of Chaos said. Cave Master of Spirit Void, Lord of Navy Tide. Hearing this, everyone was shocked. A golden immortal expert had once appeared in Spirit Void Grotto Heaven. However, a golden immortal was an ant in front of the Lord of Navy Tide. Among the 108 Grotto Heavens under Navy Tide, Spirit Void Grotto Heaven was ranked at the bottom. And the Lord of Navy Tide was a super expert of the true immortal level. Immortal, Heaven Immortal, Spirit Immortal, Jade Immortal, Golden Immortal, Mystic Immortal, Jin Xian. In other words, the Lord of Navy Tide was an expert of the 7th stage Immortal. Such an existence was actually not worthy of the Little Demon King's attention. Could it be that Little Demon King was a demonic cultivator of the Golden Immortal level that surpassed the true Immortal level? Gulp. Thinking of this, the sixth-stage Jade Immortal could not help but swallow his saliva. Yi Xian did not understand so much. At this time, he was already using the planting space to take in all the people in the Grotto Heaven. Chapter 1706. In less than 3 minutes, everyone, including the 6th-grade Jade Immortal, was sucked into the planting space. Not a single one was left. Then, Yi Xian moved the entire Hollow Spirit Grotto Heaven into the planting space. Ding! The planting space's level has increased. Currently at level 9. At this moment, the system suddenly gave a notification. The planting space had finally leveled up after so many experts moved in. Hearing this, Yi Xian's eyes couldn't help but light up. He hurriedly checked and found that the flow of time in the planting space had increased by 100 times. 3 months of cultivation in the planting space was equivalent to only 1 day in the outside world. Not bad, not bad. Yi Xian grinned. Although the planting space's improvement didn't benefit him much, it was a good thing for Luo Luo. Although Luo Luo had been cultivating recently, with continuous cultivation resources, she had already broken through to the Spirit Immortal level. But now, there was something more important to do. He could also get 1% of the spoils of the 6th-grade Jade Immortal. Take it, your spoils of war. In the planting space, Little Demon divided the spoils of war and gave them to Yi Xian. After devouring them, Yi Xian's cultivation level increased again. He jumped 2 levels and reached the 5th grade Spirit Immortal level. Old Tree and the other 2 instantly broke through to the 8th grade Spirit Immortal level. These days, their cultivation levels increased so quickly that Yi Xian couldn't believe it himself. Let's go to the next grotto heaven. I want to sweep through this entire hollow spirit grotto heaven. Little Demon said. The hollow spirit grotto heaven was ranked at the bottom of the 108 grotto heavens in Navy Tide Nation. However, there were still 36 small grotto heavens. This time, Little Demon wanted to sweep through all 36 small grotto heavens. Although Yi Xian only got 1% of the spoils of war, he could break through without any effort. How could he let go of such a good opportunity? Next, Yi Xian came to a small hollow spirit grotto heaven after a few more twists and turns. In this small hollow spirit grotto heaven, the strongest person was still a 6th grade Jade Immortal. Therefore, the scene from that day was repeated. Everyone was taken into the planting space by Yi Xian. Following that, Yi Xian and the others continued with their mission. In the following month, the Hollow Spirit Cave lost 18 small caves and all of them disappeared. However, the culprits were only 2 people, one was a devil cultivator and the other was a cultivator. A month later, Yi Xian's cultivation level rose to Tier 1 Jade Immortal, while Old Tree and the others were Tier 4 Jade Immortals. This strength was already very strong. Kid, my realm has been restored to the Jade Immortal realm. Now, even a Golden Immortal can't do anything to me. Our next destination is the Void Spirit Grotto Heaven. Little Demon King of Chaos said directly. What? You're a Jade Immortal. Yi Xian raised an eyebrow and exclaimed. Jade Immortal. He was now a rank 1 Jade Immortal, but this Little Demon King of Chaos was also a rank 1 Jade Immortal. At the same level, the Eye of Revelation couldn't see through him. How strong was Little Demon King of Chaos? What's there to be surprised about? At my peak, I could destroy Navy Tide with a wave of my hand. I'm Little Demon King of Chaos Chi Su, one of the 18 heavenly kings under the Shura sovereign of the Devil Realm. Little Demon King of Chaos snorted coldly. Devil Realm, Shura sovereign, one of the 18 heavenly kings, Chi Su. Yi Xian narrowed his eyes slightly. Only now did he know Little Demon King of Chaos's name. The Devil Realm is the same as the Immortal Realm. It's the world of devil cultivators. There used to be a demon realm, but it's gone now. I fought my way from the Devil Realm to the Immortal Realm, but I was tricked in the Immortal Realm, so I reincarnated and started cultivating again. I didn't expect to encounter someone with the original devil body. Little Demon King of Chaos said. Sounds very powerful. Yi Xian couldn't help but flatter him. At the same time, he quickly pondered in his heart for a moment. The Shura sovereign of the Devil Realm must be an existence that everyone knew, and Little Demon King of Chaos was one of the 18 heavenly kings under the Shura sovereign. His status was definitely not low. Therefore, he estimated that this Little Demon King of Chaos could be squeezed to the level of a top expert in the Devil Realm. He must curry favor with him. Let's go to that Spirit Void Grotto Heaven and try to get the materials. Then I'll go into seclusion to condense a pair of devil wings. Little Demon King of Chaos continued. He had said before that he wanted to condense a pair of devil wings, but he didn't have the materials, so he couldn't do it. And this Spirit Void Grotto Heaven was a top power in Navy Tide Nation. A Golden Immortal expert had once appeared, so his strength was definitely not small. Although this Golden Immortal had fallen in a great battle, his foundation was still very rich. Yi Xian, a first-grade Jade Immortal, was not qualified, but Old Tree and the others were actually enough to go to the Spirit Void Grotto Heaven to make a scene. What's more, there was a super expert like Little Demon King of Chaos, so what was there to be afraid of? Immediately, Yi Xian began to hurry on his way. Although they were all wanted recently, it didn't matter. After all, Yi Xian had the means to change his appearance, and it was impossible to see through it. After all, this was face-changing, not disguising. A few days later, Yi Xian arrived at the Spirit Void Grotto Heaven. Previously, they had patronized small grotto heavens, but now, it was the real Spirit Void Grotto Heaven. Immediately, Little Demon King of Chaos rushed in, and set off a reign of terror in the Spirit Void Grotto Heaven. Although the Spirit Void Grotto Heaven had no enmity with Little Demon King of Chaos, the immortal realm was actually similar to the mortal realm. It was a world where the strong preyed on the weak, and the weak were always the first to be eliminated. However, the Spirit Void Grotto Heaven was still a grotto heaven, and there were records in Navy Tide Nation. Even stronger grotto heavens were not allowed to attack it, or they would be wanted by Navy Tide Nation. However, Little Demon King of Chaos was not afraid. There was only one golden immortal expert in the Spirit Void Grotto Heaven, and there were no other golden immortals. Therefore, Little Demon King of Chaos had no opponent at all. In less than 3 minutes, the entire Spirit Void Grotto Heaven was looted. However, there was a 9th grade Jade Immortal in the Spirit Void Grotto Heaven, and Little Demon King of Chaos couldn't suppress him yet. Therefore, after looting everything, he left in a hurry. Here, take 1% of your loot. In the planting space, Little Demon King of Chaos threw another interspatial ring to Yi Xian. The wealth of the Spirit Void Grotto Heaven was much more than the total wealth of the 36 small grotto heavens. Although Yi Xian only got 1%, it was still a lot of benefits. Ding! Host has broken through, and is now a 2nd grade Jade Immortal. Ding! Host has broken through, and is now a 3rd grade Jade Immortal. This time, he jumped 2 levels in a row. However, just as Yi Xian was secretly delighted, a shadow suddenly condensed in the sky. How dare you join hands with demonic cultivators to loot the Spirit Void Grotto Heaven? A loud shout rang in Yi Xian's ears. Chapter 1707. Who's there? Yi Xian's heart trembled. He didn't even notice how the other party appeared. Moreover, why would the investigation lead to him? Speak, where is that demonic cultivator? The golden-armored man shouted angrily. Senior, what demonic cultivator? Yi Xian asked curiously. Still quibbling. My Navy Tide Nation was built in an immortal artifact. I saw everything you did clearly. Every time that demonic cultivator robbed the Void Spirit Grotto Heaven, you were nearby. How dare you say it has nothing to do with you? The golden-armored man snorted. Hearing this, Yi Xian's expression changed drastically. He didn't expect his trick to be seen through. He just didn't know where this golden-armored man came from. He actually had such great ability. Of course, what surprised Yi Xian the most was that this Navy Tide Nation was actually an immortal artifact. Little Demon King, wake up quickly. We're in big trouble. Yi Xian immediately shouted in his heart. However, the Little Demon King had already set up a formation in the planting space and started to cultivate. In other words, he was condensing his so-called devil wings. The planting space was Yi Xian's territory. In principle, the Little Demon King had to listen to his orders after entering the planting space. However, this Little Demon King's methods were heaven-defying. Even the planting space couldn't control him. To put it simply, Yi Xian couldn't wake the Little Demon King. Damn it, this guy's really fast. Yi Xian cursed angrily. However, he could only blame the planting space for being too slow. A second outside was 100 seconds inside. Not going to talk. Fine. Seeing Yi Xian remain silent, the golden-armored man shouted in a low voice and clapped his hands. Enter the Black Devil prison. A hole suddenly split open in the ground. Yi Xian, who was already unable to move, fell straight in. This feeling was similar to when he first entered the immortal tomb. Yi Xian could only watch helplessly as he left the ground and approached the earth's core. However, Yi Xian heaved a sigh of relief. He thought he was going to die there. The falling process lasted for several days. During these few days, Yi Xian couldn't move at all. At the same time, the little demon king in the planting space didn't wake up either. It should be known that more than a year had passed in the planting space. What the hell is that black demon prison? Why haven't we arrived yet? Yi Xian felt very helpless, but at this moment, he suddenly felt a cold aura behind him. Then, he saw himself falling into a dark abyss. His surroundings were empty, and there was no living thing. At the same time, he also felt that he could finally move his body. Is this the Black Devil prison? Yi Xian raised his eyebrows. The Black Devil prison sounded like a prison, but he didn't expect it to be located below. At that moment, Yi Xian hurriedly used his Eye of the Void to see if he could leave this damned place. However, just as he had expected, the Eyes of the Void could not be used. This was bad. This is a tragedy. I don't know what level a third-grade Jade Immortal is in here. Yi Xian wanted to cry but had no tears. Since he couldn't leave, he could only investigate the Black Devil prison first. The Black Devil prison was dark, but Yi Xian, who had the Eye of Revelation, did not feel any discomfort. Now that the little demon king was in seclusion, he could only rely on him. Old Tree, Ghost Dome Great Emperor, Wei Zhentian, go and explore. Just in case, Yi Xian summoned the Old Tree and the other two. Okay. The Old Tree, who was already a 6th-grade Jade Immortal, responded and quickly rushed out. The exploration of the Black Devil prison was left to them. Because it was unlimited resurrection, there should be no problem. Young Master, I caught a 1st-grade Jade Immortal. After a while, the Old Tree suddenly shouted. Hearing this, Yi Xian quickly rushed over and saw a man whose immortal heart was caught by the Old Tree. Ding! Control successful. With Yi Xian's 3rd-grade Jade Immortal realm, he instantly controlled the other party and then searched his soul. The Black Devil prison was originally used to imprison demonic cultivators in Navy Tide Nation, but it was later turned into a prison for prisoners. Once they made a mistake, they would be directly attacked and left to fend for themselves. Because there was no way out. No way out. That's impossible, right? Yi Xian narrowed his eyes and carefully searched the man's soul. He found that there was a way out, but it was extremely dangerous. For millions of years, no one had succeeded. This time, it was really F*King over. The way out is called the Mountain of Corpses and the Sea of Blood. No matter who goes in, only death awaits. Even mystic immortals are the same. Yi Xian's heart trembled. He was now a Jade Immortal, followed by a Golden Immortal, and then a Mystic Immortal. Even a Mystic Immortal could not successfully leave. It seemed that this was dangerous enough. However, it was not completely impossible for him to leave, because he still had the little demon king. Moreover, this Black Devil prison had been established for countless years, and there were probably countless prisoners inside. When the time came, as long as he ransacked it, he might be able to kill his way out. There are even mystic immortal demonic cultivators in this Black Devil prison, and I can't use the Eyes of the Void now, so I have to be careful. Otherwise, these two doppelgangers will be in trouble. Yi Xian's eyes flickered as he thought to himself. There was no map in this Black Devil prison, so he could not copy it in, unless he explored it himself. He did not know when the little demon king would come out of seclusion. Sigh, I'll just take one step at a time. Yi Xian sighed. Who asked him to be so unlucky to be discovered by the patrol of Navy Tide Nation? Fortunately, he did not lose his life. This Black Devil prison was extremely dangerous. Not to mention that there was no way out, just the countless demonic cultivators and ferocious immortal cultivators inside was enough to make him suffer. Therefore, Yi Xian had to be extremely careful. In this way, he could only let Old Tree and the other two explore the way. However, at this moment, ding, the host has triggered a random task, escape from the Black Devil prison. The reward for completing the task is to unlock the second immortal auxiliary bloodline column. Suddenly, a system notification sounded. After hearing this, Yi Xian's eyes lit up. He had not triggered a random task for a long time, and today it finally came. The second auxiliary bloodline column needs at least 3 Devourer points to unlock. Not bad, not bad. Yi Xian grinned. With this random task, he also had the motivation to level up. However, it was not so easy to get out of the Black Devil prison. Ding, the host's killing intent has increased. Ding, the host's killing intent has increased. Ding, the host's killing intent has increased. In the following days, Yi Xian encountered many demonic and immortal cultivators. The Black Devil prison was originally used to imprison demonic cultivators, but some criminal immortal cultivators were also imprisoned here. However, demonic cultivators were generally stronger than immortal cultivators at the same level. Chapter 1708. On the third day after Yi Xian entered the Black Demon prison, he finally met an opponent. A 9th grade Jade Immortal Realm demonic cultivator. Ding. Ghost Dome Great Emperor is dead. Ding. Ghost Dome Great Emperor is resurrected. Ding. Wei Xintian is dead. Ding. Wei Xintian is resurrected. 4 system notifications rang in succession, which made Yi Xian stunned. Through the vision sharing just now, he saw a dark-skinned man kill Ghost Dome Great Emperor and Wei Xintian. This man smashed Ghost Dome Great Emperor and Wei Xintian into powder with just his physical strength. He was very powerful. I've been in the Black Demon prison for 3 days, and the strongest I've met was a 4th grade Jade Immortal. I didn't expect to meet a 9th grade Jade Immortal this time. Yi Xian narrowed his eyes and thought to himself. He was now a 3rd grade Jade Immortal, while Old Tree, Ghost Dome Great Emperor and Wei Xintian were 6th grade Jade Immortals. If they joined forces, it should not be a problem to kill this dark-skinned demonic cultivator. Old Tree, go. Yi Xian immediately chased after Old Tree, who was the strongest among them. At the same time, he, Ghost Dome Great Emperor and Wei Xintian also followed. As long as he killed this 9th grade Jade Immortal, he could at least break through once, or even twice. Even if he had to use all his trump cards, he must kill this man. With the eye of revelation, Yi Xian quickly found his opponent. At this time, Old Tree had already flashed past. Another prey, die for me. The dark-skinned man snorted and directly punched Old Tree. 9 Dragons Thunder Flash. Old Tree did not say anything and rushed forward. This time, he did not go behind Yi Xian. Instead, he waited for him to launch a sneak attack when they joined forces. Bang! A loud rumbling sound spread. Although there was a difference of 3 realms, the strength of the two was not much different. Old Tree's 9 Dragons Thunder Flash had been upgraded once, and its power had increased by 70%. Coupled with the power boost from the Yi Xian bloodline, Old Tree now had the ability to challenge opponents above his level. Although there was not much difference in strength, the Old Tree had other means. At this moment, the dark-skinned man saw a purplish-black flame climbing onto his hand. This flame actually burned through his skin defense, causing him unbearable pain. This is the legendary purple extreme devil flame. The dark-skinned man was shocked. The purple extreme devil flame was a type of devil flame that was produced after refining the purple extreme devil heart. This was a type of devil flame that only existed in legends. He never thought that he would actually see one today. This person actually has the extreme purple demon heart. Where did he come from? The dark-skinned man couldn't help but wonder. A person with the purple extreme demon heart must have a powerful background. He had been imprisoned in the Black Demon prison for more than 100,000 years, but he had never heard of this. Before he could open his mouth, Old Shoe punched him again, and they clashed again. So strong. Fortunately, I have the Black Essence Devil Heart. My physique is very strong. If it were an ordinary person, their arm would have been burned off, the dark-skinned man thought to himself. At this moment, Yi Xian had already marked his opponent with the Death Hunt command. Following that, one big move after another followed. Unicorn Descent. Undying Fighting Soul. Sword Blade Storm. The first time the Unicorn Descent, he had summoned the Flame Unicorn. The second time he had summoned the Ice Unicorn when he was in the Xiao clan. This time, it was the Thunder Unicorn. The Thunder Unicorn controlled thunder and lightning. Furthermore, it moved quickly. Its strength was probably not any weaker than the old tree. In an instant, the dark-skinned man was attacked from both sides. He couldn't escape even if he wanted to. In the blink of an eye, he was at a disadvantage. Eye of Assassination. Immortal Slaying Breath Slash. 9 Dragon Sky Roaring Attack. With Yi Xian and the others using their trump cards, the Black Essence Devil Heart in the dark-skinned man's body was directly blasted apart. The 9th grade Jade Immortal Demonic Cultivator was instantly killed. Ding! The host's killing intent has increased. When the system notification sounded, Yi Xian had already rushed over and removed the interspatial ring. Although there were many things in the interspatial ring, it was still less than what Yi Xian had expected. After all, these people were staying in the Black Demon prison and couldn't replenish their heaven and earth treasures. They could only snatch them. Moreover, there would be losses. Ding! The host has made a breakthrough. The host is now a 4th grade Jade Immortal. Ding! The Ember of Thunder Fire has made a breakthrough. The host is now a 7th grade Jade Immortal. Ding! Wei Zhentian has made a breakthrough. The host is now a 7th grade Jade Immortal. Ding! Ghost Dome Great Emperor has made a breakthrough. The host is now a 7th grade Jade Immortal. The system notifications sounded one after another. The realms of Yi Xian and the others had increased. However, just before the dark-skinned man died, he used a secret technique to transmit a message to the others. What? The Purple Extreme Demon Heart. In a corner of the Black Demon prison, a man opened his eyes. He had received the news of his friend's death. What he had to do now was to spread the news of the Purple Extreme Demon Heart. At this time, Yi Xian didn't know about this and was still on his way. With their current strength, no one in the Jade Immortal realm was a match for them. Even if they encountered a 1st grade Golden Immortal, they could still fight. Of course, in the Black Demon prison, there were many Golden Immortals. There were even Xian Immortals, let alone Golden Immortals. This little devil, I don't know when he started his closed-door training. It's been a year. Yi Xian was slightly helpless. A day in the outside world was 100 days in the planted space. At this time, several days had passed, which was equivalent to more than a year. However, a year was like the blink of an eye for this realm. They were used to it. After all, under normal circumstances, closed-door training was measured in years. Some people could even train for 10,000 years. A year was really not a long time. However, Yi Xian's heart was cold. What if this little devil had to go into closed-door training for 1,000 years? Wouldn't that be a tragedy? Sigh, forget it. I'll just rely on myself. Yi Xian sighed. His current goal was to level up to the Xian Immortal realm. Only then could he stand firm in the Black Demon prison and not have to remind those who were scared out of their wits. Although he still might not be able to get out, at least he would not be in danger. When the time came, maybe he could just leave through the void. Fortunately, the little devil did not go into closed-door training for long. 3 days after the dark-skinned man's death, the little devil came out of closed-door training. After the training, the little devil condensed a pair of demon wings and his speed skyrocketed. "Boy, did you run into any trouble while I was in closed-door training?" asked the little devil. "Next time you go into closed-door training, remember to tell me how long you'll be in it for." Yi Xian's projection said with a gloomy face, "You went into closed-door training immediately after looting the Hollow Spirit Cave. You caused me to be discovered by the inspector of Navy Tide Country and sent to this Black Demon Prison." "Oh, Black Demon Prison." The little devil was a little surprised. "What is this place?" Chapter 1709. Mystic Immortal. Little devil narrowed his eyes. "There's only one true immortal in Navy Tide. As long as I recover to the mystic immortal level, I'll be able to break this shackle." During this period of seclusion, other than refining the devil wings, he had also improved his cultivation base and cultivation base. "I'm going to a city in Black Devil Prison now. The city lord is a second-grade golden immortal. Do you have the ability to deal with him?" Yi Xian asked in surprise. "Anyway, we made our fortune by looting. It's the same wherever we go. However, we can't let go of the grudge of breaking into Black Devil Prison." Little Devil suddenly sneered. Yi Xian's eyes lit up when he heard this. "How? When we get out, it'll be the day of Navy Tide's destruction," Little Devil said. Yi Xian instantly understood what he meant. The little demon king of chaos wanted to take in the entire Black Demon Prison, then break the immortal artifact and release all the demonic cultivators in Navy Tide Nation to attack the Navy Tide Nation's imperial family. In fact, Yi Xian was more suitable for demonic cultivation. This way, he could improve his physique and perhaps be stronger than he was now. However, the Devil Heart and Immortal Heart were opposite. Both were very sensitive. Once one started demonic cultivation, he would become a rat on the street. That was why Yi Xian chose to refine the fast Immortal Heart. Next, the little demon king of chaos unfurled his enormous devil wings and brought Yi Xian to a nearby city. Although his realm was the same as Yi Xian's, only a 4th-grade Jade Immortal, his strength was very strong. It wouldn't be a problem for him to challenge someone one realm higher. The devil wings were very fast, more than 10 times faster than Old Tree. In less than half a day, Yi Xian arrived at the nearby city. They didn't care what the city was called. Little Devil rushed in directly. Demonic Great Art, Demonic Assimilation. Little Devil didn't say anything and directly used his trump card. A huge shadow appeared and everyone in the city couldn't move. Then, Yi Xian began to take these people into his planting space. Even golden immortals would not be able to come out of his planting space. The city lord of this city was a second-tier gold immortal, but he was suppressed by the little demon king to the point that he couldn't move at all. Then, he was sucked into the planting space. There were more than 100,000 people in the city. In the end, all of them became Yi Xian's slaves, and all of their belongings were taken away. Then, Little Demon and Yi Xian split the spoils of war according to the 99% and 1%. Chi Su, you've obtained so many heavenly materials and earthly treasures, but why is your realm so low? Yi Xian couldn't help but ask. What do you know? The original demon body requires a large amount of heavenly and earthly treasures. Moreover, my heavenly demon heart hasn't been refined yet. Little Devil King snorted. What? You're still an ordinary demon heart? Yi Xian asked in astonishment. In my past life, I refined the purple demon heart, but it's not suitable for me now. If I want to fuse with a heavenly demon heart that's comparable to a heavenly demon heart, I need to raise my ordinary demon heart to a certain level, Little Devil King replied. Many of the heavenly materials they'd plundered were used to refine Immortal Heart and Demon Heart. However, they were all used by Little Devil King to refine his ordinary demon heart. Then is there a way to refine it? I want to replace the Xianji immortal heart with the purple demon heart. Yi Xian asked. Although the Xianji immortal heart's Xianji heavenly fire was stronger than the purple demon fire, the purple demon heart could improve his physique by quite a bit. Relatively speaking, the purple demon heart was more cost-effective. No, if it was an ordinary immortal heart, I would have a way. However, this Xianji immortal heart is not an ordinary thing. This is the supreme immortal heart of the Heavenly Fire Palace. Right now, it looks inferior to the purple demon heart, but if you obtain the Heavenly Fire Palace's Heavenly Fire 3 mysterious change in the future, this Xianji immortal heart will be 10 streets ahead of the purple demon heart. Little Devil King said. Heavenly Fire Palace's Heavenly Fire 3 mysterious change. When Yi Xian heard this, his eyes couldn't help but slightly narrow. You're actually giving this kind of treasure to me. The purple demon heart's value is high, but I already have it. What's the point of having it? Naturally, I have to spread it and let more people cultivate the Devil Dao. Secondly, I obtained the refining method of the Xianji immortal heart by chance. It was also because of it that I was chased down and had to reincarnate. The reason why I'm giving it to you is because I want you to spread it. TSK TSK TSK. Little Devil King sneered. You're so ruthless. What if the Heavenly Fire Palace finds out? Yi Xian was so angry that he gritted his teeth. Only now did he realize that he had been tricked. No wonder this Little Devil King was so kind. It turned out that he had such a plan. Don't worry. The Heavenly Fire Palace isn't something that you can come into contact with. Even if you use the Xianji Immortal Flame now, no one will recognize it. After Little Devil King finished speaking, he set up another array and said, I'm going to go into seclusion again. It will take about 10 days in the outside world. During this time, you have to be careful. Don't die. In fact, he didn't care whether Yi Xian died or not because Yi Xian still had a clone in the mortal world. Even if Yi Xian died, he could still continue to ascend to the immortal world. After hearing this, Yi Xian rolled his eyes. Then, he swallowed the 1% of the spoils he had just obtained. Ding! Host has broken through. Currently, you are a 5th grade Jade Immortal. Ding! Host has broken through. Currently, you are a 6th grade Jade Immortal. Ding! Lightning Ember has broken through. Currently, you are a 8th grade Jade Immortal. Ding! Lightning Ember has broken through. Currently, you are a 9th grade Jade Immortal. Ding! Wei Xintian has broken through. Currently, you are a 8th grade Jade Immortal. Ding! Wei Xintian has broken through. Currently, you are a 9th grade Jade Immortal. Ding! Ghost Dome Great Emperor has broken through. Currently, you are a 8th grade Jade Immortal. Ding! Ghost Dome Great Emperor has broken through. Currently, you are a 9th grade Jade Immortal. A series of system notifications rang out. The harvest this time was not bad, but it was a pity that Little Devil King had to go into seclusion every time he finished plundering. He really didn't know how to make good use of his time. Because of this, Yi Xian was helpless. To be safe, he could only hide and wait for Little Devil King to finish his seclusion. This seclusion lasted for 10 days. But now, time was nothing to Yi Xian. Immortals had endless lifespan. Under normal circumstances, they wouldn't die. Gradually, he calmed down. 10 days later, Little Devil King came out of seclusion. His cultivation had improved again. So, they continued to plunder the major cities in the Black Devil Prison. Navy Tide Country was built on the Black Devil Prison. People were sent to the Black Devil Prison all the time. The number of people who died every day was enough to build a city. After his strength improved, Little Devil King visited several surrounding cities and moved them all to the planting space. Chapter 17:10. Then, the little devil continued his seclusion, this time for 7 days. Yi Xian also chose a place to rest. At this time, he was already an 8th grade Jade Immortal. After 7 days, the little devil came out of seclusion, and then they were ready to plunder again. This time, we'll pick a big one. Even if it's a Xian Immortal, it's enough to fight. The little devil smiled confidently, spread his wings, and rushed with Yi Xian. However, this time, it was not so easy. A day later, they arrived at Ziyang City. Ziyang City was one of the 10 main cities of the Black Demon Prison, and it was their target. Same old plan. The little devil shouted in a low voice, and then killed his way into the city. However, as soon as he entered, he felt an extremely strong aura. A Xian Immortal. There's a Xian Immortal, but so what? The little devil did not care at all, and directly rushed toward the Xian Immortal. At this time, in Ziyang City Lord Mansion, the first-grade Xian Immortal was leisurely drinking wine and playing chess. The little devil was only a Jade Immortal at this time, not even a Golden Immortal, so naturally, he could not attract his attention. However, after a while, he heard a loud rumble outside the City Lord Mansion. What's going on? The City Lord of Ziyang City raised his eyebrows. He was one of the top 10 experts of the Black Demon Prison, and was already a first-grade Xian Immortal. Was there anyone who dared to make a move in his territory? He immediately spread out his immortal sense, and was shocked to find that the Golden Immortals in the City Lord Mansion died one after another. Heavens! What's going on? He focused his mind and checked with his immortal sense, and found that the intruder was not a Golden Immortal, but a Jade Immortal. To be precise, it was a 9th grade Jade Immortal. A 9th grade Jade Immortal killed dozens of high-level Golden Immortals in my City Lord Mansion. Am I dreaming? The City Lord of Ziyang City opened his eyes wide, and hurriedly rushed out of the door, and jumped into the sky. At this time, he saw a child with 2 horns on his head and 2 wings on his back killing. Bastard, you're courting death. The City Lord of Ziyang City did not care who the other party was, and directly took out his immortal treasure sword. Whoosh! This immortal treasure sword immediately turned into a stream of light and attacked Little Demon King of Chaos. Ziyang City was one of the 10 main cities of the Black Devil Prison. The City Lord was not a devil cultivator, but an immortal cultivator. Therefore, he fought with magic weapons. In the distance, when the Little Demon King saw the Purple Sun City Lord, his eyes could not help but flash. Although he was only a Tier 9 Jade Immortal, not even a Golden Immortal, the City Lord of Ziyang City was a Tier 1 Mystic Immortal, 10 whole realms higher than him. But so what? I am the Little Demon King of Chaos, one of the 18 heavenly kings under the Shura sovereign of the demon world. Those who stand in my way will die. Little Demon King of Chaos raised his head and roared. Suddenly, 2 beams of black light shot out from the 2 black horns on his head. Demonic Great Technique, Demonic Flash. Using this move might cause the Little Demon King's cultivation to drop, but as long as he killed this first-stage Profound Immortal, no one in Ziyang City would be able to stop him. When the City Lord of Ziyang City saw this move, his expression dimmed. Before he could react, 2 black rays of light had already entered his chest. Gotcha! With a crisp sound, the City Lord of Ziyang City's immortal heart shattered, and he died instantly. Now, the only mystic immortal of the City Lord of Ziyang City had died. Who else could be a match for the Little Demon King of Chaos? What was even more tragic was that after the Little Demon King of Chaos used his trump card, his cultivation did not drop. Demonic Great Technique, Demonic Assimilation. In an instant, a huge shadow appeared, suppressing the entire City Lord of Ziyang City. When Yi Xian outside the city saw the Little Demon King of Chaos use the demonic assimilation, he immediately rushed into the city. He first put all the people in the City Lord Mansion, then the entire Ziyang city. In less than 5 minutes, one of the 10 main cities of the Black Devil prison, Ziyang City, disappeared. Good, the harvest this time is not bad. Then, the little demon king of chaos counted the spoils of war and gave 1% to Yi Xian. How long will you be in seclusion this time? Yi Xian could not hide the joy in his eyes and asked. At least half a month. After the little demon king of chaos answered, he began his seclusion. This time, they had destroyed Ziyang City, one of the 10 main cities of the Black Devil prison. Although it was only 1%, it was enough for Yi Xian to make a breakthrough. Ding! Host has made a breakthrough. Currently, you are a 9th tier Jade Immortal. Ding! Host has made a breakthrough. Currently, you are a 1st tier Golden Immortal. Ding! Host has made a breakthrough. Currently, you are a 2nd tier Golden Immortal. 3 consecutive jumps were nothing out of the ordinary. If the people of the Black Devil prison were not so poor, even 1% of the spoils would be enough for him to break through to the 6th tier Golden Immortal. However, Yi Xian felt that it was enough. After all, he had only ascended to the immortal realm for a few months. It was definitely unprecedented for him to break through from an ordinary immortal to a Golden Immortal in a few months. Immortal, Heaven Immortal, Spirit Immortal, Jade Immortal, and Golden Immortal. There were a total of 5 major realms. All this was thanks to the little demon king of chaos. Otherwise, he would probably still be in the Spirit Immortal realm. The little demon king of chaos had to go into seclusion for 15 days, so Yi Xian also rested for 15 days. He estimated that the little demon king of chaos would be the top existence in the entire Black Devil prison after 15 days. When the time came, they could ransack the entire Black Devil prison and go into seclusion again. Maybe they could challenge the Mountain of Corpses and Sea of Blood. 15 days in the outside world was equivalent to 1500 days in the planting space, which was more than 4 years. After 15 days, the little demon king of chaos came out of seclusion and broke through to the Golden Immortal realm. Let's go. The little demon king of chaos showed a confident look. Now, who in the Black Devil prison was his match? However, what he did not know was that during the 15 days of his seclusion, the Black Devil prison had undergone earth-shattering changes. In fact, there were 3 big shots in the Black Devil prison. In these 15 days, the 3 big shots had merged all the main cities under their command. The little demon king of chaos originally wanted to find a main city called Black Mountain, but did not find it. Then, he went to another main city, but still did not find it. Strange, is the map too old? The little demon king of chaos was very surprised. However, this map was obtained from the city lord of Ziyang City, so it should not be wrong. Therefore, he decided to go to other cities to have a look. He went to almost all the 10 main cities, but did not find anything. Now, there was only one main city left, which was the largest main city in the Black Devil prison, Black Devil City. The city lord of Black Devil City was a 2nd-tier mystic immortal, and also the strongest person in the Black Devil prison. However, the scale of this Black Devil City was frighteningly large. It's so big, could it be the result of the merger of 9 main cities? Yi Xian said in shock. Chapter 17:11. Tisk, TSK, TSK. You think you'll be fine just because you're all together. The little demon king of chaos sneered and directly brought Yi Xian into Black Demon City. He was only a low-level golden immortal now. No one would notice him, and so would Yi Xian. Everyone, listen up. I, the little demon king, am here. Come out and welcome me. The little demon king leaped into the air and shouted angrily. When he was in Purple Sun City, he had announced his name. Perhaps the people outside the city heard him, so the other 9 cities quickly merged. Yi Xian might not know, but many demonic cultivators came from the demon realm. Naturally, they had heard of the little demon king's name. However, they could not figure out why the little demon king was still in Black Demon Prison. The demon king of the demon realm could destroy a force 10,000 times stronger than Navy Tide with a stomp of his foot. How could he be in such dire straits now? It was obvious that he was a fake. Soon, many figures appeared in the center of Black Demon City. These people had powerful auras. They were all mystic immortals. The little demon king. A middle-aged man narrowed his eyes and looked at the 6-year-old child in front of him. "That's me." The little demon king snorted and said, "Have you heard of my name?" "Of course. I come from the demon realm, and I'm also a demonic cultivator from the Shura sovereign's territory. However, the little demon king in my memory is a demon king comparable to an immortal king. Why are you only a golden immortal?" A long-haired demonic cultivator walked out and said slowly, "That's because I've reincarnated." The little demon of chaos looked around and said, "So what if you're a gold immortal? Even if you're just a gold immortal, I can still kill all of you." "What a big mouth." The long-haired demonic cultivator snorted. "So what if you're the little demon king? You're just a golden immortal now. Today, I'll meet you. You doubt me? Fine, but you'll have to pay the price in blood." The little demon king said. "Hand over your life." The long-haired demonic cultivator roared and pounced at the little demon king. "Die, you ant!" Little demon king of chaos's eyes flashed. In the blink of an eye, a pair of wings grew out of his back and he directly punched through the long-haired demonic cultivator's chest. The latter's demonic heart was immediately shattered and he died. Instant kill. A first-tier golden immortal had insta-killed a first-tier mystic immortal. This was the power of the demon king. Gulp. After seeing the corpse of the long-haired devil cultivator, everyone couldn't help swallowing a mouthful of saliva. They had been trapped in the Black Demon Prison for a long time, and they were very familiar with the others. That long-haired Shumal cultivates the Black Origin Demon Heart. Even though his physical strength is not the strongest, his defensive power is very strong. Even a second-tier mystic immortal would not be able to kill him in a short time. But now, he had been instantly killed by this golden immortal in front of them. This fact was unacceptable to them. However, the middle-aged man in the lead reacted extremely quickly and hurriedly said, "Greetings, Lord Demon King." Following that, the rest of the people also said respectfully, "Greetings, Lord Demon King." What a joke. With the cultivation of a first-tier golden immortal, he was able to instantly kill a first-tier mystic immortal with the Black Origin Demon Heart. This was not something an ordinary person could do. Very good. From now on, all of you will follow me. I can take you out of this damned place. Little Demon King of Chaos nodded satisfactorily. If not for the fact that these people were all devil cultivators and not immortal cultivators, they would have been killed by him long ago. Leave the Black Demon Prison. Upon hearing this, the eyes of those mystic immortals, including the devil cultivators and immortal cultivators below, all lit up. I heard that even mid-stage mystic immortals can't pass through that mountain of corpses and sea of blood. But I'm not an ordinary person. As long as my cultivation recovers, I can even destroy Navy Tide Nation, let alone this Black Demon Prison. Little Demon King of Chaos snorted coldly. Everyone nodded at his words. If Little Demon King of Chaos recovered to the mystic immortal realm, he could probably even beat up the king of Navy Tide Nation. At that time, they could escape with their lives. We are willing to serve Lord Demon King. That middle-aged man hurriedly said at once. Very good. Now, all of you enter one of my spaces. Don't resist. As Little Demon King of Chaos spoke, he sent a voice transmission to Yi Xian outside the city. As expected of the Demon King. You dealt with them so quickly. Yi Xian was impressed and quickly rushed in. With little demon king of chaos watching over them, Yi Xian very easily put them into his planting space. Watching those people disappear one by one, everyone's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. Although those mystic immortals were somewhat resistant, little demon king of chaos directly gave them a condition and they all agreed. This condition was to impart the purple demon heart. The purple demon heart was a legendary demon heart. Although these devil cultivators had refined other demon hearts, this purple demon heart's grade was so high that it could cover up these demon hearts. If they had the purple demon flame, their battle strength would at least increase by several times. However, after they were put into Yi Xian's planting space, they were directly controlled by Yi Xian and forcibly taken into their yin and yang rings. Immediately, these millions of devil cultivators began to make a fuss. Don't worry, I, little demon king of chaos, am only borrowing these things first. After I break this black devil prison, I will return them to you one by one. At this time, little demon king of chaos had also been put into his planting space. In fact, Yi Xian could directly release those people using his second doppelganger and let them ascend to the immortal realm. However, Yi Xian's realm was not high enough and he was afraid that those people would attack him, so it was better to wait until later. While little demon king of chaos was in seclusion, Yi Xian went out alone to look for food. He had already put all the mystic immortals into his planting space, but now he had broken through to 3rd-tier golden immortal, while Old Tree and the others were 6th-tier golden immortals. Although the 10 main cities had disappeared, the Black Devil prison was so big that there were other big and small cities. There were no mystic immortals in these cities, so they were all Yi Xian's targets. While little demon king of chaos was in seclusion, Yi Xian put many cities into his planting space, and at the same time, raised his realm to 5th-tier golden immortal. This Black Devil prison is an immortal artifact. I wonder if the people of Navy Tide know what's going on inside. Yi Xian was a little worried. Although he was strong now, he could only deal with a 1st-tier mystic immortal at most if he used all his trump cards. The king of Navy Tide was a true immortal with countless mystic immortal experts under his command, so he was still afraid that mid to high-tier mystic immortals would enter the Black Devil prison. Now that little demon king of chaos was in seclusion, even a mid-tier mystic immortal was not someone they could deal with, so they had to be very careful. However, while little demon king of chaos was in seclusion. Rumble. Chapter 17:12. What's going on? Yi Xian, who was on his way, raised his eyebrows, not understanding the situation. Could it be that the people of Navy Tide Nation had discovered the change in the Black Demon prison? Before he could react, a deafening roar resounded in the sky. Roar! This roar shook everyone's mind, even Yi Xian's celestial heart of dazzling speed could not help but tremble. This was clearly the roar of an immortal beast. It's coming from the north. Yi Xian raised his eyebrows, hurriedly asked in his mind, and released a few people. These people were all top experts of the Black Demon prison, all of them Xian immortals. As soon as they appeared, they heard a second roar. Roar! Everyone shuddered when they heard this terrifying roar. What a terrifying roar! How could there be such an immortal beast in the Black Demon prison? I think so too. I've been in the Black Demon prison for 500,000 years, but I've never heard such a roar. It seems to be coming from the north, not far away. Shall we go and take a look? Everyone discussed and decided to go and take a look. The sound seemed to be very close, but it still took more than a day to get there. A day later, Yi Xian and the others arrived in front of a cavern. Strange, this used to be my city, why didn't I know there was such a big cavern? A Xian immortal said in surprise. Who wants to go down and take a look? As soon as this was said, everyone fell silent. This cavern seemed to be very complicated, and no one wanted to go down and explore. Wei Zhentian, Ghost Dome Great Emperor, go down and take a look. Yi Xian shouted. After the two obeyed, they immediately rushed into the cavern. As for the old tree, he stayed by Yi Xian's side to protect him. Yi Xian shared his vision with his companions, so he could only see the dark stone wall through Wei Zhentian and Ghost Dome Great Emperor's eyes. However, as they continued to go down, they finally saw light. However, this was a purple-black light. There's a formation down there. Yi Xian raised his eyebrows. He discovered that what was trapped in this formation was a huge black lion with horns. What the hell is this? Yi Xian did not recognize this immortal beast, so he projected it for the other Xian immortals to see. When the Black Demon City Lord saw this immortal beast, his eyes lit up. Black Demon City Lord, do you recognize it? Someone on the side, asked. It's not just that, this is a demon horn demon beast, a top demon horn demon beast. It is a demon beast. It is said that the demon world's Azura sovereign's mount is a horned devil lion. Hearing this, the city demon. That's impossible. How could the Shura sovereign's mount be trapped here? Someone questioned. Indeed, the Demon King's mount is at least at the Demon King level. It can trample 10,000 Navy-Tide rulers to death. How could it be trapped here? The Black Demon City Lord rolled his eyes and said, I only said that the Demon King's mount is the Horned Demon Lion. I didn't say that this is the Demon King's mount. Who said that there is only one Horned Demon Lion in this world? At this time, Yi Xian spoke, You have been here for countless years. Don't you know this? I'm not sure, but from the looks of it, the Horned Demon Lion should be sealed. Could it be the doing of the Navy-Tide ruler? The Black Demon City Lord shook his head. This sealing formation is powerful. I'm afraid it's not something an ordinary person can break. Let's wait for the Demon King to come out of seclusion. Everyone nodded when they heard this. Now that the little Demon King was about to come out of seclusion, they would listen to him. Everyone waited here for 3 days. 3 days later, the little Demon King came out of seclusion. Yi Xian told him about the Horned Demon Lion. Oh. Horned Demon Lion. When the little Demon King heard this, he raised his eyebrows and immediately came out to check. This is the mount of my good friend, the Great Demon King. We went through life and death together in the early years. Later, we were separated because of a great battle, but I didn't expect it to be sealed here. The little Demon King blurted out. Before anyone could react, the little Demon King had already dashed into the catacombs. It's actually the mount of the little Demon King's friend, not the Demon King's. Yi Xian raised his eyebrows. This was too much of a coincidence. After the little Demon King went down, roars came from the cave. After a while, the little Demon King came up. It's confirmed. It's indeed the Great Demon King's mount. Back then, it was only a demonic beast comparable to a Daluo Golden Immortal. The little Demon King nodded slightly and said, It should have been seriously injured, and then it was met by the Navy-Tide ruler and suppressed with an immortal artifact. Then how do we break the seal? Yi Xian asked. With my current realm, I'm afraid I can't break this seal alone. However, I have other methods. After the little Demon King finished speaking, he turned to look at the demonic cultivators and said, Next, I will set up a demon ascension formation that will forcibly raise your realms. This formation has its pros and cons. Once someone can't withstand it, their soul will scatter. However, once it succeeds, your realms will increase by at least 3 realms. Who's willing? Hearing this, the demonic cultivators were all startled. Increase by at least 3 realms in one go. If it succeeds, we'll increase by at least 3 realms. If it fails, we'll die. The Black Demon City Lord swallowed his saliva. This kind of thing was not something that could be encountered at any time. They had cultivated for hundreds of thousands of years, and until now, the strongest was only a 2nd-tier mystic immortal. Previously, he had heard that 3rd tier, 4th tier, and even 5th-tier mystic immortals had gone to the sea of corpses, but without exception, all of them had died. I'm willing. Me too. Isn't it just death? If it succeeds, we can increase by at least 3 realms. Without a doubt, all of the demonic cultivators agreed. After your realms increase, I'll teach you the demon dance formation. At that time, if you join forces, you may be able to fight against a high-level mystic immortal. As long as this horned demon lion escapes, it's time for us to leave the black demon prison. After the little demon king finished speaking, he turned to look at Yi Xian. Yi Xian understood and immediately put everyone into the planting space. In the following days, the little demon king was going to do something big. Now, there were 10 million demonic cultivators in the planting space. If he forcibly increased their realms by 3 realms, it would be very terrifying. Of course, the success rate of this demon ascension formation was not 100%. No one knew how many of these 10 million demonic cultivators would survive. At this time, the little demon king was already setting up the formation in the planting space. The whole process took 3 days, which was 3 days in the outside world, which was equivalent to 300 days in the planting space. After 3 days, the demon ascension formation was finished. Then, the little demon king let the demonic cultivators enter. Chapter 17:13. The demon ascension formation could only be used for 10,000 people at a time. However, more than 8,000 people died on the first try. However, the remaining 2,000 people all improved by at least 3 realms. In general, the lower one's realm was, the higher the success rate. There were 10 million demonic cultivators in the planting space, which meant that the formation had to be used 1,000 times. The Xian immortals chose to enter the last time. Since the formation was carried out in the planting space, time in the outside world was relatively slow. It only took an hour. However, only 600,000 of the 10 million demonic cultivators survived in the end. That was less than 1/10 of them. Not only that, but only 6 of the Xian immortals were left. However, those who survived all improved by at least 3 realms. The strongest one even broke through to level 7 Xian immortal, which was a full 5 realms improvement. Thank you, Lord Demon King. The master of Black Demon City shed tears of gratitude. After all, he was only a level 2 Xian immortal before. It was incredible that he could improve to level 7 Xian immortal in an instant. Now, there were only 600,000 demonic cultivators and 1 million cultivators at most. However, their current strength was more than 100 times stronger than before. After all of them improved by at least 3 realms. Good. Next, I will teach you the Dance of Demons formation. You will be the eye of the formation. This army of demons will be under your command. Little Demon King said. Yes, Lord Demon King. The master of Black Demon City replied respectfully. Now that he had reached level 7 Xian Immortal, he might be able to fight Little Demon King. However, the Little Demon King in front of him was the real Demon King of the demon world. As long as he could leave Black Demon Prison, he might be able to follow Little Demon King to the demon world. In the future, he would have a meteoric rise. Therefore, he now regarded Little Demon King as his master. He was willing to be Little Demon King's henchman. In the outside world, Yi Xian was also very curious about how powerful this Dance of Demons formation was. He had heard that this formation was commonly used in the demon world. Although these demonic cultivators were all golden immortals and Xian immortals, it was still extraordinary when 600,000 of them joined forces. Previously, the Demon Ascension Grand Array took 3 days, but this time, the Dance of 10,000 Demons Grand Array took an entire month. A month in the outside world was 8 years in the planting space. It's finally done. Among the 600,000 people, 100,000 of them have already refined the low-grade purple extreme demon heart. When the time comes to use the Dance of 10,000 Demons Grand Formation, I reckon they will be able to fight against a 9th-tier Mystic Immortal at the same time. Little Devil King of Chaos said. So strong. Yi Xian was extremely shocked. One had to know that among the 600,000 people, only the Black Demon City's City Lord was a Tier 7 Mystic Immortal. Who would have thought that he could actually block several Tier 9 Mystic Immortals? After all, without the Myriad Demon Dance Formation, even an 8th-tier Mystic Immortal would be able to take care of 600,000 Xiaomoists, let alone a 9th-tier Mystic Immortal. Demon King, as expected of the Demon King. Cut the crap. Let's rescue the Horned Demon Lion first. When the time comes, we'll break this immortal artifact. Little Demon King of Chaos could not wait any longer. All right. Without hesitation, Yi Xian released the Little Demon King and 600,000 Shuma cultivators. These Shuma devil cultivators are very obedient. They immediately set up the Myriad Devil Dance formation, then wait for orders. Aim at the formation and attack. At the City Lord's order, 600,000 Shuma devil cultivators and hundreds of thousands of immortal cultivators all attacked the formation. Let me trigger the demon vein in your body and make it explode. Little Demon King of Chaos's eyes flickered. The next moment, the Horned Demon Lion and the seal suddenly expanded a lot and began to attack from the inside. Although the formation was strong, the Myriad Devil Dance formation was not for show. Together with the Horned Demon Lion and Little Demon King of Chaos, the seal was broken in less than half a minute. Roar! After being sealed for countless years, the Horned Demon Lion was finally free. It could not help but roar at the sky. It was not until the seal was broken that the aura of the Horned Demon Lion spread out. This time, even Little Demon King of Chaos was wrong. The Horned Demon Lion was not at the Mystic Immortal level, but a genuine immortal. No wonder there were no high-level Mystic Immortals in the Black Demon Prison, and even mid-level Mystic Immortals rarely appeared. It turned out that they were afraid that someone would break the seal and release the Horned Demon Lion. Now, the Horned Demon Lion, which was comparable to a genuine immortal, was out. It was enough to break the shackles. Roar! The Horned Demon Lion could not wait any longer. It directly rushed into the sky. Follow it. Seeing this, Little Demon King of Chaos immediately shouted angrily. Immediately, everyone followed closely behind the Horned Demon Lion and rushed into the sky. They were all beaten into the Black Demon Prison from the land, so the exit was above them. Attack! Little Demon King of Chaos shouted angrily. Everyone launched attacks toward the sky. These attacks fell on the defensive formation of the Black Demon Prison, causing a series of loud noises. The Black Demon Prison was a fairy artifact. Although it was good, it could not withstand the attacks of so many people. In less than half a minute, a hole was broken in the sky, and immediately the sun shone in. Light! They finally saw the light of day again. Ha ha ha, I'm finally out. Damn the Black Demon Prison, it has trapped me for 300,000 years. Navy Tide Nation, wait and see. 600,000 demonic cultivators could not help but let out a roar that shook the sky. At this time, everyone found that the place where they broke out of the ground was in front of a huge city. This was the Imperial Palace. There were a lot of powerful auras around them. It's the Navy Tide Nation Imperial Palace. Little Demon King of Chaos's eyes lit up. He did not expect to come directly to the destination. Previously, he wanted to destroy Navy Tide Nation after leaving the Black Demon Prison. Now that he was in front of the Imperial Palace, wasn't this the will of the heavens? Prepare for battle. At this time, the experts in the Navy Tide Nation's Imperial Palace had already discovered these millions of people. And that huge and terrifying Horned Demon Lion. Immediately, they all jumped into the sky. At the same time, the Navy Tide Nation's monarch also found the hole in the Black Demon prison and immediately rushed out from somewhere in the Imperial Palace. The Navy Tide Nation's monarch, a third-grade true immortal. I miscalculated. I didn't expect Navy Tide Nation to have a few true immortals. The news was wrong. Little Demon King of Chaos's face was a little gloomy, but they were not afraid of the other party. After all, there was still the Horned Demon Lion. This Horned Demon Lion was once the mount of the Great Demon King under the Shura Emperor, but they were only at the level of Golden Immortal. After that, the Horned Demon Lion was seriously injured. The Navy Tide Nation's monarch wanted to subdue it but did not succeed, so he suppressed it in the Black Demon prison. Now that the Horned Demon Lion was free, its resentment toward the Navy Tide Nation's monarch instantly erupted. Roar! In an instant, the Horned Demon Lion rushed toward the Navy Tide Nation's monarch. Kill without mercy. The Navy Tide Nation's monarch knew that he could not be kind this time, so he immediately shouted. His aura spread out, scaring many demonic cultivators. Chapter 17:14. Brat, I can't take care of you. Be careful. Little Demon King shouted as he unfurled his huge demonic wings and joined the battle. Yi Xian was now a Tier 5 Golden Immortal, while Old Tree, Ghost Dome Emperor, and Wei Zhentian were all Tier 8 Golden Immortals. However, the people in the palace were all at least Xian Immortals, so Yi Xian had to find trouble with those with lower cultivation. Undying War Soul. Sword Blade Storm. Nine Dragon Sky Strike. Old Tree and the other two used their trump cards one after another. Yi Xian was not idle either. Slaughter Seal. First, he condensed a Slaughter Seal. That way, he could condense another Slaughter Seal by killing people. He estimated that he only needed to kill a Tier 1 Mystic Immortal to condense a second Slaughter Seal. Old Tree and the other two had already killed a Tier 1 Mystic Immortal when they joined forces. Hence, the second Slaughter Seal was condensed. Ding! Host has condensed a Slaughter Seal. With two Slaughter Seals, he could use the Immortal Slaying Puppet. However, Yi Xian's plan was not so simple. He wanted the Immortal Slaying Sword formation. Old Tree, who was a Tier 8 Golden Immortal, successfully launched sneak attacks in this chaotic battle. In the blink of an eye, several Mystic Immortals had fallen. After a while, Yi Xian's third Slaughter Seal was condensed. At this time, if he used two more Slaughter Seals, he would have 5 Slaughter Seals. However, he did not do so because he was only a Tier 5 Golden Immortal. Fortunately, the Mystic Immortals he had just killed were all very wealthy. All of them had their interspatial rings taken away by Old Tree. These interspatial rings naturally fell into Yi Xian's hands. Ding! Host has broken through. Host is now a Tier 6 Golden Immortal. Ding! Host has broken through. Host is now a Tier 7 Golden Immortal. Ding! Lightning Ember has broken through. Host is now a Tier 9 Golden Immortal. Ding! Lightning Ember has broken through. Host is now a Tier 1 Mystic Immortal. Because the Old Tree had a contract with Yi Xian, it would not surpass Yi Xian by more than 3 realms. However, Wei Zhentian and Ghost Dome Great Emperor didn't. This time, they had once again left Yi Xian in the dust. Ding! Wei Zhentian has broken through and is now a Tier 9 Golden Immortal. Ding! Wei Zhentian has broken through and is now a Tier 1 Mystic Immortal. Ding! Wei Zhentian has broken through and is now a Tier 2 Mystic Immortal. The Ghost Dome Great Emperor was Wei Zhentian's lifelong magic treasure. It had the same cultivation level as Wei Zhentian, so it was also a Tier 2 Mystic Immortal. Yi Xian and the others had increased their cultivation by quite a few levels, but this did not have much of an effect on the battle. On the other side, 600,000 demonic cultivators had laid down the 10,000 demons dance grand formation. Their battle strength was outstanding. However, those immortal cultivators who had been thrown into the Black Demon prison had all scattered and fled. However, to everyone's surprise, they actually held the upper hand in this battle. The Horned Demon Lion, who had blocked all the true immortals of Navy Tide, was desperately venting its anger. The battle continued for a while. Soon, Yi Xian had collected 5 slaughter seals. If he added the 2 slaughter seals that he had not used yet, he had a total of 7 slaughter seals. At the same time, his cultivation level had directly soared to the Tier 9 Golden Immortal realm. Now, it was time to use a big move. Double Slaughter Seal. Immortal Slaying Sword Formation, Rise. Yi Xian instantly used up 7 slaughter seals. Then, the Immortal Slaying Sword Formation spread out with him as the center. Whoosh! Whoosh! Then, Yi Xian heard a series of system notifications. Ding! Host's killing intent has increased. Ding! Host's killing intent has increased. Ding! Host's killing intent has increased. The Immortal Slaying Sword formation had only lasted for 3 seconds, but it had already caused the death of a large number of Xian immortals. Although there were no survivors in the formation at this time, Yi Xian did not stop the formation. Then, he quickly put away these people's corpses. However, at this time, 7-colored immortal power. Oh no, it's a Daluo Golden Immortal. A loud shout rang out. Yi Xian recognized this voice. It was the Little Demon King. What, a Daluo Golden Immortal? Yi Xian was frightened. A Daluo Golden Immortal was the realm after a true immortal. There was only one Tier 3 true immortal in Navy Tide. How could there be a Daluo Golden Immortal stronger than a Tier 9 true immortal? Little Demon King. The heavens are really helping me. As long as I catch you, it will be a great achievement. An unfamiliar voice fell into everyone's ears. Humph, it's not that easy to catch me. The Little Demon King snorted coldly. He immediately turned into a black stream of light and fled. This time, he was in trouble. However, before he left, he still sent a voice transmission to Yi Xian, asking Yi Xian to go to the demon realm to find him. A Daluo Golden Immortal is not someone we can fight. Yi Xian's face was gloomy. He did not expect such a strong person to appear in Navy Tide. Without the Horned Demon Lion and the Little Demon King, there was no way to fight this battle. The Dance of 10,000 Demons formation of 600,000 demonic cultivators could deal with a few Tier 9 Xian immortals. However, there were still a few true immortals in Navy Tide. There was no way to fight them. In an instant, 600,000 demonic cultivators were scared out of their wits. I have to leave quickly too. Yi Xian's face was gloomy as he quickly descended. Fortunately, he cultivated the immortal heart, and was only a golden immortal, so no one would notice him. Ding! Host has completed the random mission, unlocking the second immortal auxiliary bloodline column. Suddenly, a system notification sounded in Yi Xian's mind. Only then did he remember that he still had a random mission. Now that he had left the Black Demon prison, this random mission could be considered completed. During this period of time in the Black Demon prison, he had already swept through the new bloodlines that appeared in the immortal devouring system and decided on the second immortal bloodline. Ding! Host, do you want to exchange for the spacetime bloodline? The system notification sounded. Yes. Ding! Spacetime bloodline exchange complete. Do you want to fuse it now? Yes. Ding! Spacetime bloodline fusion. This spacetime bloodline was the second immortal bloodline that Yi Xian had carefully selected. The spacetime bloodline, as its name implied, could control time and space. Space control gave Yi Xian the ability to teleport. It also had a powerful move called the Extreme Space Shield. The Extreme Space Shield was a defensive skill, similar to the 9-Dragon Thunderfire Shield. It could absorb attacks and then reflect them back 3 times. It was a defensive and offensive skill. Time Control increased the flow of time in the planting space, and at the same time, it had the ability to return to the past. At this time, Yi Xian had already fused with the space-time bloodline. Ding! The flow of time in the planting space has changed. Currently, it can be changed to 200 times. Previously, the planting space was 100 times, but now it was increased to 200 times. Staying in the planting space for half a year was only a day in the outside world. Chapter 17:15. But now, Yi Xian didn't have time to think about anything else and directly used teleportation. The spacetime bloodline allowed him to teleport to the end of his field of vision. Combined with the Eye of Revelation, Yi Xian instantly left this troublesome place. But this wasn't the end. He continuously teleported 2 more times before letting out a slight sigh of relief. The spacetime bloodline's teleportation could only be used 3 times a day. This time, he directly used it on his journey. However, the current him wasn't out of danger yet, so he quickly changed his appearance and concealed his aura. Just now, the immortal slaying sword formation had killed many mystic immortals, and the items had already been collected by him. The current him was a 2nd stage mystic immortal. Old Tree was a 5th stage mystic immortal, while Ghost Dome Emperor and Wei Zhentian had both reached 6th stage mystic immortal. Originally, they were almost not afraid of any mystic immortals, but Navy Tide still had many true immortals and that mysterious Zenith Golden Immortal, so Yi Xian had to run a little farther. The 600,000 demonic cultivators had already been utterly defeated and were fleeing in all directions. Once the Dance of 10,000 Demons formation was broken, this group of demonic cultivators no longer had the strength to fight. Then, they were hunted down by the experts of Navy Tide's Imperial family. In the end, these demonic cultivators were still completely slaughtered. Almost no one was lucky enough to escape. As for the cultivators who left earlier, quite a few of them survived. After all, they were all cultivators. With so many people, even a mystic immortal wouldn't be able to distinguish if they were wanted criminals one by one. Yi Xian was lucky enough to escape, but he was separated from the little demon king. A Zenith Golden Immortal is chasing after the little demon king. I wonder if he can escape alive. Yi Xian sighed. After experiencing this incident, he knew that even if you had the strength, you couldn't just run rampant, because there might be someone stronger than you. The little demon king was the demon king of the demon realm in his past life, so he shouldn't die so easily. However, for Luoluo's heavenly demon heart, it seems that I have to make a trip to the demon realm. Yi Xian thought to himself. The immortal world and the devil world were 2 different worlds. Moreover, they were on opposite sides. It wouldn't be easy to go from the immortal world to the devil world. Previously, when the little demon king of chaos was being chased by the great golden immortal with the rainbow immortal's immortal force, Yi Xian had already used the death pursuit command to mark him, so he could sense the little demon king's current location. However, the distance between them was increasing at a terrifying speed. After all, if he slowed down, he would be caught up by the golden immortal. The devil king of the devil world was indeed extraordinary. He was actually able to compete in speed with a golden immortal, who was even stronger than a true immortal. Just in case, Yi Xian quickly hid in a nearby city and used the Eye of Revelation to investigate how to get to the demon realm. Because he was a wanted criminal, Yi Xian was very careful. He spent an entire day trying to find out how to get to the demon realm, but still couldn't find out how to get to the demon realm. The entrance to the demon realm, at least Navy Tide Nation doesn't have one, so we have to go to a more powerful nation to ask. Yi Xian narrowed his eyes and decided to leave Navy Tide Nation directly. At that moment, Yi Xian rushed towards the north. His target was the border of Navy Tide Nation. Now that a hole had been made in the Black Devil prison, the imperial family of Navy Tide Nation was chasing after demonic cultivators. Although he was an immortal cultivator, he would still be in danger. This time, he spent 3 days on his journey. 3 days later, he arrived at the border of Navy Tide Nation. Is there an inspection going on ahead? Yi Xian narrowed his eyes slightly. If a demonic cultivator approached, he would probably be attacked directly. However, he was an immortal cultivator, so there shouldn't be a problem. After all, he had changed his appearance. Second stage Mystic Immortal? After sensing Yi Xian's realm, the Navy Tide Nation's border general couldn't help but reveal an astonished expression. Although he could sense that Yi Xian was an immortal cultivator, right now, Mystic Immortals weren't allowed to go out, so Yi Xian didn't come out of seclusion. The Navy Tide Nation's border general is heavily guarded, and the general guarding the border is an 8th-stage Mystic Immortal. It's not impossible to break through by force. Yi Xian narrowed his eyes and calculated in his mind. He was a 2nd-stage Mystic Immortal, Old Tree was a 5th-stage Mystic Immortal, and Ghost Dome Great Emperor and Wei Jintian were 6th-stage Mystic Immortals. Weren't they always good at challenging those with higher realms? A 9th-stage Mystic Immortal and 9 8th-stage Mystic Immortals. If I use my trump cards, I can instantly kill them. At the thought of this, Yi Xian directly condensed the heaven-defying immortal sword. Kid, what are you planning to do by showing your weapon? A guard at the border asked in astonishment. Kill you. Before he finished speaking, Yi Xian directly attacked. As a 2nd-stage Mystic Immortal, Yi Xian attacked at lightning speed, instantly piercing through the chest of the 5th-stage Mystic Immortal. Ding! Host's killing intent has increased. When the system notification rang out, Old Shu and the other two had already appeared, and they immediately rushed over. Enemy attack! Someone shouted angrily. In an instant, a large number of experts rushed out of the checkpoint, including the 9th-stage Mystic Immortal. At this moment, Yi Xian had already condensed the first slaughter seal. Old Tree and the other two used their ultimate skills. 9 Dragon Sky Roaring Strike. Sword Blade Storm. Although Old Tree was only a 5th-stage Mystic Immortal, his actual combat strength was terrifying. After all, he had the purple Extreme Devil Flame. Coupled with the 9 Dragon Sky Roaring Strike, even a 9th-stage Mystic Immortal would have to temporarily avoid him. This time, Yi Xian's goal was not to force his way through the checkpoint, but to destroy it to show his anger. In an instant, they directly exchanged blows. At the border of Navy Tide Nation, there was a 6th-stage Mystic Immortal with 3,000 men. Moreover, they controlled the formation and were extraordinarily powerful. At this moment, Yi Xian directly let Wei Jintian and Ghost Dome Great Emperor kill their way in. Ding! Host's killing intent has increased. Ding! Host's killing intent has increased. Ding! Host's killing intent has increased. System notifications sounded one after another, and Yi Xian's killing intent skyrocketed. Ding! Host has condensed a slaughter seal. Ding! Host has condensed a slaughter seal. In an instant, Yi Xian's slaughter seal soared to 3. Moreover, he still had 2 that he had not used, which meant that it was enough for him to use the Celestial Slaying Sword formation now. However, he was only a 2nd-stage Mystic Immortal. If he used the Celestial Slaying Sword formation now, the effect would be too weak. Therefore, he had to break through as soon as possible. Die, brat! At this moment, an 8th-stage Mystic Immortal attacked. You're the one. Yi Xian's eyes flashed, and he directly used the Unicorn Descent. A terrifying aura spread out. This time, Yi Xian did not summon the Ice Unicorn, the Blazing Unicorn, or the Unicorn of Thunder. Instead, it was the rarely seen Dark Unicorn. The moment the Dark Unicorn appeared, the sky instantly darkened. At the same time, Yi Xian's figure instantly concealed himself, and directly escaped from the 8th stage Mystic Immortal's vision. Immortal Sense. The 8th stage Mystic Immortal's eyes flashed as he discovered Yi Xian's trace. However, at this moment, Yi Xian had already launched his attack. Chapter 17:16. After sensing this aura, the Mystic Immortal snorted. A mere Mystic Immortal wanted to hurt him. If he hadn't felt that something was wrong with Yi Xian, he wouldn't have come here. However, he didn't expect the 1,000 severing slash to be so powerful. When the 1,000 severing slash landed on the Mystic Immortal's body, it vibrated hundreds of times. After the 200th and 800th vibrations, the 1,000 severing slash triggered a one-hit kill. Although Yi Xian and the Mystic Immortal were 6 realms apart, and the chance of triggering was greatly reduced, Yi Xian's luck was equivalent to 36 points. After triggering the 1,000 severing slash, the effect was not bad. Ding! Host's killing intent has increased. In an instant, the Mystic Immortal's immortal heart shattered and he was killed by the 1,000 severing slash. At the same time, Yi Xian, who had killed an enemy 6 realms above him, condensed the remaining 2 slaughter seals. At this moment, he already had 5 slaughter seals, and he still had 2 spare ones. Ding! Host has broken through. Host is now a Mystic Immortal. Ding! Host has broken through. Host is now a Mystic Immortal. Ding! Host has broken through. Host is now a Mystic Immortal. The Mystic Immortal's position in the army was extremely high, second only to the Mystic Immortal. Moreover, he had led the army out to hunt and reaped a bountiful harvest. However, all his wealth had been taken advantage of by Yi Xian. Yi Xian was now a Mystic Immortal. The old tree, Weijintian, and Ghost Dome Great Emperor had broken through to the Mystic Immortal realm of the Mystic Immortal realm. There was no suspense in this battle. Yi Xian originally thought that it would be difficult, but the 1,000 severing slash didn't disappoint him. It killed his opponent instantly and led to a complete victory. However, the battle wasn't over yet. Moreover, there was a team flying over from the distant horizon. This realm, a true immortal. Yi Xian raised his eyebrows. With the eye of revelation, he discovered that there was a super expert in this team. A true immortal. Navy Tide Nation didn't only have one true immortal, but 7. Yi Xian recognized this person because this true immortal was also present during the battle that day. This was troublesome. What a coincidence, you can enjoy the power of the immortal sword. Yi Xian's sizes of size. Although he was only a tier 4 mystic immortal, which was 6 realms away from a true immortal, he had all kinds of bloodlines in his body. And SS's. In addition to this true immortal, there were 6 other level 9 mystic immortals. However, these 6 people reacted slowly. Only the true immortal reacted. Was to TS. The extreme space shield had an extremely strong defensive ability. It directly absorbed the sword strike and then rebounded it back. The true immortal was struck by his own move and was instantly sent flying. Yi Xian's eyes twinkled. He quickly appeared behind the true immortal. The first strike after using the Eye of Assassination was 70% more powerful. Therefore, Yi Xian used the immortal's sword formation to complement the Eye of Assassination. The immortal's sword formation was activated in an instant. Countless sword rays flashed and surrounded the 7 people, including the true immortal. A foul wind and a rain of blood began to blow. Death Hunt, Eye of Assassination, Immortal's Sword Formation. These 3 should be enough to deal with a true immortal. However, there was a springboard between a true immortal and a mystic immortal. True immortal force was much stronger than ordinary immortal force. Therefore, Yi Xian didn't think he could kill this true immortal. He only hoped to buy some time. Massacre Seal. When the Immortal Sword formation was activated, Yi Xian used the Massacre Seal again. At the same time, Old Tree and the others appeared in the middle of the Immortal Sword formation. The other 6 level 9 Mystic Immortals were simply here to die. Old Tree appeared behind one of them in a flash. Then, he punched and smashed his heart. Ding! Host's killing intent has increased. Ding! Host has condensed a Massacre Seal. Ding! Host has condensed a Massacre Seal. In less than 2 seconds, the 6 level 9 Mystic Immortals were all dead. At the same time, Yi Xian condensed 3 more Massacre Seals. Another one. Yi Xian used the Massacre Seal again. He condensed 4 Massacre Seals and then used the Immortal Eliminating Arrow. On one side was the Immortal Sword formation. On the other side was the Immortal Eliminating Arrow. Coupled with Old Tree and the others, no matter how strong this true Immortal was, he couldn't withstand so many attacks. Moreover, the 6 level 9 Mystic Immortals gave Yi Xian a large amount of heavenly treasures. Ding! Host has broken through. Host is now a level 6 Mystic Immortal. Ding! Host has broken through. Host is now a level 7 Mystic Immortal. Yi Xian's realm soared again. Not only that, but Old Tree and the others also broke through to the true Immortal realm. Now, they had no opponents. 9 Dragons Thunder Flash. After breaking through, Old Tree's aura skyrocketed. He appeared behind the true Immortal in a flash and then punched. Crack! The true Immortal's immortal heart exploded. His corpse fell from the sky. At that moment, Yi Xian quickly rushed over and put away the universe ring. Ding! Host has broken through. Host is now a level 8 Mystic Immortal. His realm rose again. At this moment, Yi Xian was truly invincible. At least in Navy Tide. No, it might not be enough. Because a Daluo Golden Immortal suddenly appeared in Navy Tide. This was a super expert who surpassed the true Immortal realm. It seems that revenge on Navy Tide is not possible. I better leave. Yi Xian thought to himself. After killing the rest of the people, he forcibly left Navy Tide. This battle allowed him to obtain great benefits, directly increasing his cultivation by 6 cultivation levels. It was really too awesome. When I return next time, it will be the day of your Navy Tide's destruction. Yi Xian looked at Navy Tide's border and said coldly in his heart. If not for that Daluo Golden Immortal, he probably would have killed his way back to the Navy Tide Imperial Palace. At this moment, the little Demon King was also getting further and further away from him. Fortunately, he marked the little Demon King at the last moment. If he died, he would have a notification. Now that the death warrant was still there, it meant that the little Demon King was still alive. Being chased by a Daluo Golden Immortal and still being able to live for so long, as expected of the Demon World's Demon King. After leaving Navy Tide, they arrived at the ownerless land outside. That true Immortal and 6 9th-level Mystic Immortals were actually Navy Tide's diplomatic group. They were going to visit a neighboring country, but unexpectedly, they were encountered by Yi Xian and then completely wiped out. They were really unlucky. The little Demon King was very fast, so Yi Xian was unable to meet up with him. They could only search for the entrance to the demon world and then meet there. Chapter 17:17. Previously in Navy Tide Nation, Yi Xian did not inquire about the demon realm's passageway, so his next target was a large nation called Green Rainbow. This Green Rainbow Nation was countless times stronger than Navy Tide Nation, and perhaps it had a passageway to the demon realm. However, between Navy Tide Nation and Green Rainbow Nation, there was a more terrifying danger zone. Sea of Vengeful Souls. This Sea of Vengeful Souls was extremely dangerous, and even a true immortal might not be able to escape unscathed after entering. And to go to Green Rainbow Nation, one had to pass through this sea of vengeful souls. If one were to go around it, with Yi Xian's current realm, it would probably take several decades. Just as Yi Xian was pondering, the system notification came. Ding! The host has triggered a random mission to cross the sea of vengeful souls within a month. If the host fails or refuses, the immortal unicorn bloodline will regress once. Originally, Yi Xian did not want to enter this dangerous sea of vengeful souls, but now that there was a random mission, it was probably not up to him anymore. F***CK, why is this system so ruthless? Even refusing has a punishment. Yi Xian really wanted to cry, but no tears came out. For the immortal unicorn bloodline, each advancement was equivalent to earning 6 Devour points, and so was regress. More importantly, if he regressed 1 rank, his unicorn bloodline would become 3 unicorn legs again. It looked like this sea of vengeful souls had to go. The punishment for failure is so severe, then the reward should be pretty good, go for it. Yi Xian deliberated for a moment, and finally decided to go. After leaving Navy Tide Nation and entering the unclaimed land, Yi Xian traveled for 3 days, and finally arrived at a boarding point in the Sea of Vengeful Souls. The Sea of Vengeful Souls would have terrifying thunder continuously striking down from the sky, so the sea surface was extremely dangerous. If ordinary people flew into the Sea of Vengeful Souls, they would be easily struck to death by these thunder. Therefore, the means of crossing the Sea of Vengeful Souls was something called an iron lock flying boat. This iron lock flying boat was actually an ordinary flying boat, but the route was an iron lock. Crossing the Sea of Vengeful Souls in this iron lock flying boat would be much safer. Moreover, this iron lock flying boat had a true immortal realm expert overseeing it. Under normal circumstances, only 1 out of 10 flying ships would have an accident at most. Coincidentally, there was a flying boat with iron locks that was about to set off today. Yi Xian immediately bought a ticket and boarded the ship. Although the price was not high, 1 iron lock flying boat could carry more than 1,000 people. After all, the iron lock flying boat would make a trip every half a month. Many people had been waiting here for a long time. Finally, they saw the flying ship with iron locks. Alright, everyone get on board. We'll set off in an hour. The captain of the iron lock airship shouted. Yi Xian used the Eye of Revelation to scan him, and discovered that this was a rank 3 true immortal, the same as the king of Navy Tide Nation. It's actually Captain He Yuan. We'll definitely be fine this time. Captain He Yuan is rather famous in the Sea of Vengeful Souls. She has traversed the Sea of Vengeful Souls countless times without encountering any mishaps. Haha, this money is well spent. Everyone couldn't help but start discussing. Most of the people who were going to cross the Sea of Vengeful Souls were mystic immortals, and only a few were rank 1 true immortals. Yi Xian was alone. He immediately boarded the flying ship and found a corner to wait. It would take about half a month to cross the Sea of Vengeful Souls. This time wasn't long for others, but for Yi Xian, it wasn't that easy. Since the system gave me such a mission, it definitely won't be peaceful this time. I have to be on guard and retreat as soon as something happens. Yi Xian thought to himself. Compared to the system's punishment, his life was naturally more important. If he encountered any danger, he would directly break through the void and leave. An hour later, the iron lock airship set off. Kacha! 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 The flying ship set off. The flying ship moved quickly on the iron locks, emitting a series of crisp sounds. The flying ship was actually faster than flying in the air. Yi Xian couldn't figure it out. Thunder rumbled continuously in the Sea of Vengeful Souls. Although no accidents happened, the people on the flying ship were shocked. Fortunately, the first part of the journey was very peaceful, and nothing happened. 7 days later, the iron lock flying ship suddenly stopped. We're here. We're finally here. The island of vengeful souls. A smile suddenly flashed across the solemn faces of the crowd. The island of vengeful souls was a transit point in the sea of vengeful souls. It was absolutely safe and wouldn't be struck by lightning. Among you, 371 people disembarked from the ship at the island of vengeful souls. I'll also stay there for a day. We'll set off a day later. The rank 3 true immortal captain, He Yuan, said. The island of vengeful souls, Yi Xian narrowed his eyes. On the way, he had heard that this place was on fire. The island of vengeful souls was located in the center of the sea of vengeful souls. It was an absolutely safe place. Many people gathered there, and the island owner was a rank 4 true immortal. Since they would set off the next day, Yi Xian decided to take a look at the island of vengeful souls and stroll around. There were many true immortals on the island of vengeful souls. At the same time, there were various markets. Occasionally, one would find some good things that others didn't know about. However, Yi Xian was a jinx. Trouble followed him wherever he went. Rumble. While he was strolling around the market, the island of vengeful souls suddenly shook violently. What's going on? An earthquake. It can't be. Why would there be an earthquake on the island of vengeful souls? The island of vengeful souls has a history of 10,000 years. This is the first time I've seen an earthquake. The people on the island of vengeful souls all looked surprised. This kind of thing was really too strange. Then, the people saw countless guards flying around the island of vengeful souls. They didn't know what was going on. Bastard thief, how dare you steal the sealing stone of the island of vengeful souls? Hurry up and tell me, and I'll spare your life. An old voice rang out and entered everyone's ears. When the people heard that, they immediately trembled. The sealing stone of the island of vengeful souls. What's that? Everyone raised their heads in confusion, just in time to see a figure flitting across the sky. What a fast speed. Yi Xian raised his eyebrows. He saw that the person was dressed in black and was in a hurry. In the blink of an eye, he swept across the sky above him. Out of curiosity, he directly marked the person with the death hunting order. However, at this moment, ding! The host has triggered a random task. Capture or kill the thief who stole the sealing stone of the island of vengeful souls. Destroy the sealing stone of the island of vengeful souls. The system notification rang in Yi Xian's mind and made him tremble. Based on his intuition, he guessed that the man in black who swept across the sky above him was the thief who stole the sealing stone of the island of vengeful souls. Chapter 17:18. He's a rank 3 true immortal, but that's nothing to me. Chase after him. Yi Xian ran as fast as he could. Although he was only a rank 8 mystic immortal, his speed was no slower than a rank 3 true immortal. On the other hand, the sealing stone of Wailing Soul Island was stolen. The island owner was furious and sent many experts to search for the thief. However, this thief's speed was very fast. Moreover, he had directly entered the crowd and concealed his aura. It was unlikely that he would be found so quickly. His disguise was good, but Yi Xian had the death hunting order and could find him. Found you. With the eye of revelation, Yi Xian quickly found the thief. Then, the old tree appeared. 9 dragons thunder flash. In an instant, the old tree appeared behind the thief and punched him. Bam! The old tree, who was also a rank 3 true immortal, killed the thief instantly. Then, Yi Xian took the interspatial ring. However, there were not many treasures in the thief's interspatial ring. It was not even comparable to a rank 1 true immortal. Is this the sealing stone of Wailing Soul Island? At this time, Yi Xian took out a blue stone from the interspatial ring. Gotcha! With a crisp sound, the blue stone shattered. Ding! Host has completed the random mission. Reward: Wei Zhentian has mastered the super transformation ability. Ding! Wei Zhentian has mastered the flying sword form. This random mission was not difficult. After Yi Xian completed it, he received the reward. Flying sword form. Yi Xian didn't understand the situation. He hurriedly checked and sucked in a breath of cold air. Wei Zhentian, who had transformed into a flying sword, had greatly improved both his attack power and speed. Moreover, his speed was not inferior to a flying boat of the same level. Not bad, not bad. In this flying sword form, Wei Zhentian's strength has surpassed the Ghost Dome Great Emperor and is almost on par with the old tree. Yi Xian was very satisfied. This random mission was a free gift. However, right when he destroyed the sealing stone on the Wretched Soul Island, a loud rumble sounded from the Wretched Soul Island again. And this time, the tremors were even more intense. Rumble. Everyone panicked when they heard the earth-shattering sound. Some of them even boarded the flying boat and prepared to leave. Everyone, the sealing stone on the Wailing Soul Island has been destroyed. The giant tortoise under the Wailing Soul Island is about to awaken. When that happens, the Wailing Soul Island will sink. Everyone, leave immediately. An aged voice once again entered everyone's ears. When the people on the island of departed souls heard this, they were all shocked. Was there a giant tortoise sealed under the Ghost Island? Although some people did not know what kind of immortal beast the giant tortoise of resentment was, the voice clearly belonged to the island master of the Resentment Soul Island. If even a rank 4 true immortal could not do anything, what could they possibly do by staying here? Before they could react, the ground quaked even more violently and cracks spread out. It was as though the entire Wailing Soul Island was about to be torn apart. Seeing that, everyone flew into the sky. Not long after, the resentful Soul Island disintegrated. Roar! An earth-shattering roar entered everyone's ears again. Everyone focused their eyes and saw a huge figure gradually emerging from the deep sea. Yi Xian, who had a phobia of the deep sea, was already standing on Wei Zhentian, who had transformed into a flying sword. He was ready to leave at any time. The huge figure that emerged from the deep sea was so boundless that even Yi Xian's eye of revelation could not see the end of it. However, he knew that it was an immortal beast. It was the giant tortoise that the island master of the Resentful Soul Island had mentioned. He estimated that the giant tortoise was at least a rank 6 true immortal. Moreover, the tortoise-type immortal beast had a strong defense. Even a true immortal of the same level would not be able to break through its defense. In this case, no one present would be able to hurt it. However, at this moment, woo woo woo. Suddenly, there was a series of rumbling sounds. Then, the surface of the sea changed. Pillars of water shot up into the sky. Poof! 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 These pillars of water pierced through the bodies of the surrounding profound immortals and true immortals at lightning speed. They were extremely powerful. Let's go. The giant tortoise is angry. Someone shouted angrily. The giant tortoise was now venting its anger after being sealed under the Resentful Soul Island. The pillars of water just now were very powerful. Even Yi Xian did not dare to underestimate them. Moreover, these pillars of water continued to erupt. Each time, there were hundreds of thousands of them. Everyone on the tortoise's back was on high alert. If these pillars of water pierced through their immortal heart, they would definitely die. Let's go. Although the sea of vengeful souls was dangerous, the giant tortoise was even more dangerous. Many people turned around and left. At the same time, Yi Xian heard another system notification. Ding! You have destroyed the sealing stone on the Resentful Soul Island. The giant tortoise is now hunting you down. The host can choose to escape the sea of vengeful souls or kill the giant tortoise. The system notification caught Yi Xian off guard. What was going on? F***ck, I was the one who saved you. Now you want to kill me? Yi Xian cursed in his heart. However, he knew that this must be the system's doing. Since that was the case, he would just run. The giant tortoise was an immortal beast comparable to a 6th-tier true immortal. Moreover, it was at the very minimum. Yi Xian was currently in the sea of vengeful souls. It was extremely dangerous, so he chose to leave. In an instant, Yi Xian, who was standing on the Skyquake sword, turned into a ray of light and streaked across the sky, disappearing from everyone's sight. Even the master of the resentful Soul Island, who was a 4th-tier true immortal, could not keep up with his speed. Wei Zhentian, who was in the form of a flying sword, was no slower than a flying boat of the same level. Moreover, it was now a 3rd-tier true immortal treasure. Captain He Yuan's iron-locked flying boat had already left. Yi Xian used the death warrant to mark He Yuan and chased after her closely. The thunder in the sea of vengeful souls would always hit a few individuals. In other words, people like Yi Xian who were standing on flying swords. However, the chances of those flying boats hanging on the iron lock were much lower. Therefore, Yi Xian had Wei Zhentian extend a chain and hang it on the iron lock. This way, he would no longer be an individual. However, not long after he left, he felt that something was wrong. The sound behind him did not seem to have stopped. Instead, it was getting closer and closer. What? That giant tortoise is actually chasing after me. Yi Xian was shocked. It was as if the system had placed a death warrant on him, and the pursuer was obviously that vengeful spirit tortoise. Since that was the case, he would just kill it. Chapter 17:19. If I don't kill you, I won't be able to leave the sea of vengeful spirits safely. Die. Yi Xian immediately had the intention to kill. He immediately summoned Old Tree and Ghost Dome Great Emperor. Old Tree was a 2nd-stage true immortal, while Ghost Dome Great Emperor and Wei Zhentian were both 3rd-stage true immortals. If they used their trump cards, they should be able to kill this vengeful spirit tortoise. Although they did not want to fight here, they had no other choice. Let's fight. 1000 Severing Slash. Yi Xian, who was an 8th-stage mystic immortal, first slashed at the vengeful spirit tortoise. Unfortunately, there was a huge difference between an 8th-stage mystic immortal and a 6th-stage true immortal. This time, it did not trigger a one-hit kill, so this move was useless. Therefore, they could only fight head-on. 9 Dragon Sky Roaring Strike. Sword Blade Storm. Unicorn Descent. Everyone used their trump cards one after another. This time, they summoned Unicorn Thunder, which had a slight enhancement effect in the Sea of Vengeful Spirits. At the same time, Yi Xian was also constantly attacking. Although he had already used the 1000 Severing Slash, the one-hit kill effect was not only triggered by the 1000 Severing Slash. This vengeful spirit tortoise's attack was very simple. Its back would suddenly erupt with a shockwave, causing the seawater to erupt. This kind of attack could not hurt Yi Xian. Boom! 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 Old Tree and the other two stared at the vengeful spirit tortoise's head and attacked continuously. This vengeful spirit tortoise's scales were very hard. They had to attack for a long time before they could break it. Since the scales were broken, the next step was easy. The Sky Quake sword swept in and destroyed it from the inside. Not only that, even Yi Xian went in. Fast Dazzling Heavenly Fire, Burn. Yi Xian continuously used the Blazing Heavens sword technique. Together with the Fast Dazzling Heavenly Fire, his attack power was not weak. In the blink of an eye, the vengeful spirit tortoise's body burned, causing it great pain. However, to kill it, the vengeful spirit tortoise's head had to be destroyed. However, when they tore through the giant tortoise's flesh and entered its brain, they discovered that there was actually an enormous blue stone in its brain. What the hell? Yi Xian raised his eyebrows, but he didn't think too much about it. He had Old Tree and the others destroy the tortoise's brain. Soon after, the tortoise's brain was poked into a hornet's nest, and then it died. Ding! Host's killing intent has increased. Then, Yi Xian approached the huge blue rock and collected it. Ding! The host has devoured the corpse of the vengeful spirit giant tortoise. 2 system notifications rang out, and Yi Xian's realm immediately soared. Ding! The host has made a breakthrough and is now a level 9 mystic immortal. Ding! Host has made a breakthrough. Host is now a rank 1 true immortal. The corpse of this vengeful spirit tortoise had allowed Yi Xian to break through twice. The benefits were not bad. However, this was not the end. Ding! Ghost Dome Great Emperor confused with the vengeful soul pearl. Will you fuse with it? The Ghost Dome Great Emperor confused with the vengeful spirit pearl. Hearing this, Yi Xian raised his eyebrows slightly and hurriedly agreed. Ding! The Ghost Dome Great Emperor has fused with the vengeful spirit pearl and successfully evolved into the Azura Ghost Lord. Evolution. The Ghost Dome Great Emperor has actually evolved. Ha! Yi Xian couldn't help but laugh out loud. He hurriedly turned his head and saw that the Ghost Dome Great Emperor's appearance had also changed. The original white bone armor had turned black, and a gloomy aura spread out. Even the Ghost Dome Great Sword had turned into a demonic broadsword called Azura Slash. Then, Yi Xian hurriedly checked the skills. The Ghost Dome Great Emperor originally had several skills, which were Grip of the Underworld, Elegy of Souls, Evil Descends, Death Will, and Death Gaze. The sky-shattering flowing rock slash had been blocked by Yi Xian previously, so it had disappeared. Now, the Grip of the Underworld, which required 1 point of Elegy of Souls enhancement each time it was used, had become the Grip of the Underworld, which didn't have any requirements and had 2 attacks. In addition, the Undying Battle Soul and Elegy of Souls enhancement had increased by 3 times. Death Gaze had also evolved into the Eye of the Azura, which could make anyone pregnant. Not bad, not bad. The current Ghost Dome Great Emperor, no, Azura Ghost Lord strength is probably on the same level as the Old Tree. Yi Xian was very satisfied. This was really a fortuitous encounter. Now that the vengeful spirit tortoise was dead and its entire corpse had been devoured by Yi Xian, he could continue on his way. However, right at this moment. Someone is coming. What a fast speed. Yi Xian raised his eyebrows. With the Eye of Revelation, he saw a figure rushing towards him at high speed. Moreover, this demonic cultivator's physique was so strong that the Eye of Revelation couldn't penetrate it. A high-stage true immortal. Yi Xian was shocked. Someone he couldn't see through was at least a high-stage true immortal. Of course, he wouldn't be afraid if it was a 7th-stage true immortal. However, if it was an 8th-stage true immortal, or even a 9th-stage true immortal, then there was nothing he could do. Even if the Ghost Dome Great Emperor had evolved into Azura Ghost Lord, it wouldn't help. Hand over the Vengeful Spirit Bead and I'll spare your lives. The high-stage true immortal demonic cultivator shouted angrily. Vengeful Spirit Bead. Upon hearing this name, Yi Xian raised his eyebrows. Wasn't this what he had just devoured? This high-stage true immortal needed the Vengeful Spirit Bead. However, the Vengeful Spirit Bead had already been devoured by the Ghost Dome Great Emperor. This person isn't someone I can fight against right now. If he comes near, I'll be in danger. Yi Xian raised his eyebrows and then used his bloodline ability. Spacetime bloodline ability, time reversal. In an instant, the scene around him changed. Whether it was time or time, everything changed. At this moment, Yi Xian was standing on the Vengeful Spirit Island, and it had just happened. Time reversal allowed Yi Xian to return to a certain moment one day later. However, this ability could only be used once every 3 days, and after returning to the past, everything would return to the situation at that time. Moreover, he was the only one who knew that time had been reversed. Yi Xian, who had broken through to the first stage True Immortal Realm, dropped to the 8th stage Mystic Immortal Realm, and all of his abilities were restored. Those who had been killed by the giant tortoise spirit also came back to life. Just now, I didn't want to fight the giant tortoise spirit, so I ran away. However, after I killed the tortoise spirit and devoured the vengeful spirit bead, that powerful demonic cultivator came for me. This time, I have to deal with him as soon as possible. Yi Xian thought to himself. Soon, the vengeful spirit island sank again, and the giant tortoise spirit reappeared. Kill! Yi Xian immediately summoned the old tree and the others to kill the giant tortoise spirit. 1000 Cleave. 9 Dragon Sky Strike. Sword Blade Storm. Unicorn Descend. Due to the time reversal, all of their abilities were off cooldown, so everyone once again used their trump cards. However, Yi Xian's luck was good this time. When the 1000 Cleave landed on the giant tortoise spirit, it actually triggered a one-hit kill. Ding! Host has triggered a one-hit kill. Ding! Host's killing intent has increased. Chapter 1720. Ha, I'm in luck. Yi Xian laughed out loud. Then, he dashed over and put away the tortoise's corpse at lightning speed. Ding! The host has made a breakthrough. The host is now a level 9 Mystic Immortal. Ding! The host has made a breakthrough. The host is now a level 1 True Immortal. Ding! The Ember of Thunder Fire has made a breakthrough. The host is now a level 3 True Immortal. Ding! The Ember of Thunder Fire has made a breakthrough. The host is now a level 4 True Immortal. System notifications rang out one after another. Yi Xian and Old Tree's cultivation levels increased twice. Since this was the corpse of an immortal beast, Azura Ghost Lord and Wei Jintian did not make a breakthrough. That demonic cultivator is after the resentful soul pearl. I'm afraid he'll be here soon. It's better to leave now. Yi Xian immediately blended into the crowd. At the same time, he changed his appearance to that of an ordinary true immortal. The sinking of the resentful soul island was not long after the death of the tortoise. Everyone was still in a daze, unable to react to what had happened. However, at this moment, Yi Xian was already sitting on Yuan's iron log flying boat, heading towards the northeast. Holy *T, that was close. I didn't expect there to be a powerful immortal beast under the resentful soul island. Who stole the sealing stone? Why did they do that? But, what about that vengeful spirit tortoise? Did it dive? Who cares? It's good that we can escape. The tortoise died so quickly that the people in the airship did not see it clearly. They thought it had dived into the deep sea. Yi Xian blended into the crowd and remained silent. With his current strength, he could actually rob all the people in this iron chain flying ship. However, that high-level true immortal devil cultivator might catch up with him. At that time, he could also disguise himself. Fortunately, he had the space-time bloodline to turn back time. Otherwise, Yi Xian's chances of winning against the high-level true immortal demonic cultivator were less than 10%. For the rest of the journey, nothing much happened. However, on the 6th day, trouble came again. The expressions of the people in the iron log flying ship suddenly changed because they felt a powerful aura. It's so strong. It's at least a mid-level true immortal. No, it should be a high-level true immortal. How could there be such a powerful true immortal in the sea of vengeful souls? Could he be from the great country of Green Rainbow? In the Iron Lock flying ship, everyone looked at each other. At this moment, Yi Xian also felt that aura. He hurriedly turned his head and saw a figure rushing towards them. This person was actually the high-level true immortal demonic cultivator who needed the resentment soul pearl. This was going to be troublesome. Last time, that demonic cultivator had asked him for a resentful soul pearl, but this time, he had directly attacked. He would rather kill 10,000 innocents by mistake than let one go. After all, he was a demonic cultivator. Moreover, this was an ownerless land. Who would care about him? Who? In the blink of an eye, the demonic cultivator arrived in front of the Iron Chain airship. With a single punch, he directly smashed the Iron Chain airship into pieces. Countless pieces of flesh and blood splattered everywhere. Those with lower cultivation realms were practically unable to dodge. Yi Xian had the ability to teleport, so he managed to dodge the attack. There are still over 100 survivors. Retreat. Yi Xian's eyes flickered. He immediately summoned Might Shocks the Heavens and turned it into a flying sword. At this moment, he was about to leave the Sea of Vengeful Souls, so the cooldown of time reversal was over. However, this time, he did not intend to continue using time reversal. Perhaps that demonic cultivator would not be able to catch up to him. Old tree, go put on a show. Just in case, Yi Xian released Old Shu, who was at the 4th stage of the true immortal realm. Ha, you want the resentment soul pearl, right? It's in my hands. Old Tree scurried back and laughed loudly. That demonic cultivator revealed a surprised expression when he heard this. He did need the resentment soul pearl to refine something, but how did this person know? However, since this person said so, then the resentment soul pearl must be in his hands. Die! Without another word, that demonic cultivator threw a punch at Old Tree. Although Old Tree was only a rank 4 true immortal, this demonic cultivator was already a rank 9 true immortal and was not weak. With just one punch, half of Old Tree's body exploded. His demonic heart shattered, and he died immediately. However, before Old Tree died, he crushed an interspatial ring. No! That demonic cultivator widened his eyes. He did not expect that he was one step too slow. Once the interspatial ring was crushed, the items inside would disappear, and so would the resentment soul pearl. In order to vent his emotions, he decided to kill everyone around him. At this moment, Yi Xian was already on his sky-trembling flying sword and flying toward the northeast. He was so close to leaving the Sea of Vengeful Souls and completing that damned mission from the system. He had also seen the scene of Old Tree being killed. He reckoned that this demonic cultivator would not be able to find him so easily. The rest of the journey was smooth for a while. However, just as he was about to leave the Sea of Vengeful Souls, a team suddenly appeared in front of him. So strong. Their aura is not weaker than that demonic cultivator's. Yi Xian's eyes flickered. This team consisted of at least 7th grade true immortals. The strongest one was probably a 9th grade true immortal. At the same time, they were all wearing, these people should not have appeared in the Sea of Vengeful Souls. What was going on? Yi Xian ignored them and avoided them directly. Then, he left the Sea of Vengeful Souls and arrived on land. Ding! Host has completed the random mission. You can choose one of the following 3 rewards. Reward 1, advance to the ultimate stage once. Reward 2, advance to the 1000 severing / once. Reward 3, increase the flow of time in the planting space by 100 times. These 3 rewards were very good. The ultimate stage was the weapon mastery, which increased all attacks by 10%. Increasing the flow of time in the planting space by 100 times was equivalent to 300 times. 300 days in the planting space was only 1 day in the outside world. However, this was nothing compared to the 1,000 severing slash. Yi Xian immediately chose the second reward, which was the advancement of the 1,000 severing slash. Ding! The 1,000 severing slash has been successfully advanced. After the advancement of the 1,000 severing slash, not only did the number of vibrations double, reaching 2,000, but the triggering rate also increased. This effect was more than doubled. Your Excellency! At this moment, a shout suddenly sounded from behind Yi Xian. Yi Xian turned his head when he heard the voice. He saw that the team from before was actually rushing toward him. The leader of the team, a young man, took out a portrait and said, "We're chasing after this demonic cultivator. Have you seen him before?" Hearing this, Yi Xian focused his gaze on the portrait. After he finished looking at it, his body trembled. The person in the portrait was the high-level true immortal demonic cultivator who had appeared in the Sea of Vengeful Souls. "I've seen him before." Yi Xian nodded. "Really?" Chapter 17:21. How much do you have? Yi Xian's eyes lit up. Lu Jing was very generous and directly threw a bag over. When Yi Xian saw the things inside, he couldn't help showing a satisfied expression. It's actually immortal crystals, which are of a higher grade than immortal stones. There are also some natural treasures. Yi Xian was delighted. He estimated that these things could at least help him break through to rank 3 true immortal. "Okay, I'll take you to him." Yi Xian immediately agreed. He had already marked that demonic cultivator with a death hunting command, so it wouldn't be difficult to find him. "Okay, step on this flying sword." Lu Jing didn't waste time and threw him another flying sword. This flying sword was under his control. Yi Xian stepped on this flying sword and followed the group. Actually, the people behind Lu Jing didn't understand why Lu Jing wanted to find Yi Xian. After all, Yi Xian was only a rank 1 true immortal. Even if he had seen that demonic cultivator, he shouldn't have been able to find his exact location, right? However, Lu Jing didn't think so. How could a person who could step on a flying sword and cross the Sea of Vengeful Souls only be an ordinary rank 1 true immortal? Even a rank 5 true immortal wouldn't be able to cross the Sea of Vengeful Souls alone. Of course, it would be a different story if he used an iron-locked flying boat. However, if he had an iron-locked flying boat, why would Yi Xian need to use a flying sword to travel? Most importantly, with Lu Zhang's many years of experience, he felt that Yi Xian was different from others. The things he gave Yi Xian just now were just a drop in the bucket for him. After all, he was a rank 9 true immortal. If he could catch that demonic cultivator, it wouldn't be a problem for him to spend 100 times more. That way. Since Yi Xian had taken the other party's things, he didn't waste time and pointed to the southwest. "How do you know that demonic cultivator is in that direction?" Someone in the group asked, puzzled. "That demonic cultivator went on a killing spree earlier. In order to avoid his pursuit, I left a tracking mark on him." Yi Xian explained. "You, a rank 1 true immortal, want to leave a tracking mark on a rank 9 true immortal demonic cultivator?" Someone immediately retorted. The people present were at least rank 7 true immortals, much higher than Yi Xian. "Well, at least know that demonic cultivator entered the Sea of Vengeful Souls. Let's follow the direction you pointed, said Lu Jing. At this moment, he couldn't help but ask. "But I know." But. Yi Xian lightly nodded and didn't ask any further. Lu Jing nodded. Yi Xian had already left the Sea of Vengeful Souls, but he encountered this matter again. In fact, a large part of the reason was that the demonic cultivator had tried to kill him. With his vengeful character, how could he not take revenge? Lu Jing was a rank 9 true immortal, only one step away from Daluo Golden Immortal. Even if he controlled 2 flying swords, his speed was very fast. Yi Xian estimated that with this speed, it would only take him 2 days to catch up with that demonic cultivator. In the following time, everyone was hurrying on with their journey. This little bit of time was nothing to Lu Zhang and the others. That rank 9 true immortal demonic cultivator had killed in the Sea of Vengeful Souls, and Yi Xian had the death hunting order. 2 days later, Yi Xian could clearly sense the demonic cultivator's location. "We'll see him in half an hour," Yi Xian said. "Very good." Lu Zhang nodded with satisfaction. Half an hour later, they really sensed a powerful aura. "It's really him." After sensing it, Lu Zhang's body trembled. His intuition was right. Yi Xian really led them to that wanted demonic cultivator. "Your Excellency, this is your reward." Without another word, Lu Zhang took out another bag and handed it to Yi Xian. Then, they directly charged out. In this team, besides Lu Zhang, a rank 9 true immortal, there were 2 rank 8 true immortals and 7 rank 7 true immortals. These people were enough to deal with that demonic cultivator. You can actually track me down." That demonic cultivator had also sensed Lu Zhang and the others. He thought to himself, "I didn't want to cause any trouble in the Green Rainbow Nation, so I spared your lives. I didn't expect you to dare to chase after me. You're courting death." At that moment, he directly charged over. A great battle broke out. "Tisk, tsk, tsk. There's a good show to watch," Yi Xian grinned. Then, he dodged and continued to devour. At first, the things Lu Zhang gave him were enough for him to break through to rank 3 true immortal. Just now, he gave him more, which should be enough for him to break through to rank 4 true immortal. After all, his experience points were much more than the average person. Ding! Host has broken through. Currently, you are a rank 2 true immortal. Ding! Host has broken through. Currently, you are a rank 3 true immortal. Ding! Host has broken through. Currently, you are a rank 4 true immortal. Sure enough, after devouring those things, Yi Xian directly broke through several times. However, most of the rewards he received were immortal crystals, so the old tree was only a rank 6 true immortal. However, Azura Ghost Lord and Wei Zhentian had broken through to rank 8 true immortal. He estimated that Azura Ghost Lord and Wei Zhentian should be able to fight against a Daluo Golden Immortal. However, at that moment. Ding! Host has triggered a chain random mission. First round, kill the target with your own hands. The sound of the system notification shocked Yi Xian. The target had been revealed. It was the demonic cultivator who was fighting with Lu Zhang and the others. If he's killed by others, then this chain random mission will most likely fail. Yi Xian thought to himself. Then, he directly released Azura Ghost Lord and Wei Zhentian. Rank 8 true immortal. Kill him. Yi Xian immediately ordered the 2 of them. Not to mention Azura Ghost Lord, even Wei Zhentian could probably fight that demonic cultivator alone. If the 2 of them joined forces, it would definitely not be a problem. However, Lu Zhang and the others seemed to be a little powerless. They were being suppressed by that demonic cultivator. Damn it! His strength is actually so strong. Lu Zhang thought to himself, gnashing his teeth. He was also a rank 9 true immortal. His opponent was also a rank 9 true immortal. Although his opponent was a demonic cultivator, they had the advantage in numbers. Under such circumstances, they were still unable to kill the opponent. At that moment, he suddenly felt the aura of another rank 8 true immortal. He turned his head and saw Azura Ghost Lord, who was wearing a black bone armor, quickly rushing over. Chapter 1722. Is that Yi Xian's flying sword? Lu Zhang recognized it immediately. Before he could react, Wei Zhentian, who was in the form of a flying sword, had joined the battle and stabbed the demonic cultivator. Undying fighting soul. Azura Ghost Lord roared to the sky and his aura surged. The undying fighting soul increased his combat strength by 3 times. Azura Ghost Lord's current strength was much stronger than Old Tree's. Grasp of the Netherworld. Azura Ghost Lord stretched out his hand and a strong tearing force enveloped the demonic cultivator. Although the demonic cultivator had a strong physique and a higher realm than Azura Ghost Lord, he was still quickly pulled over. What? The demonic cultivator was shocked. He could not resist the tearing force with his realm. How could it be? By the time he reacted, Azura Ghost Lord's saber had already slashed down. Rip! In an instant, the demonic cultivator, who was a level 9 true immortal, was cut in half. So was his demonic heart. Dead. Ding. Host's killing intent has increased. When the system notification sounded, Yi Xian's killing intent soared. Unfortunately, after merging with the immortal slaying bloodline, there was no upper limit to the killing intent. It could no longer be exchanged for Devourer points, which was a little tragic. However, Devourer points did not matter. After all, the bloodline made Yi Xian stronger among those of the same realm. As long as there were treasures, Yi Xian's realm could be improved without limit. Compared to improving the bloodline, leveling up was more important. Azura Ghost Lord took the demonic cultivator's interspatial ring and handed it to Yi Xian. Ding! Host has completed the first round of the chain random task. Ding! Host has broken through. Host is now a level 5 true immortal. Ding! Host has broken through. Host is now a level 6 true immortal. Ding! Lightning Ember has broken through. Host is now a level 8 true immortal. Ding! Lightning Ember has broken through. Host is now a level 9 true immortal. Ding! Wei Xintian has broken through. Host is now a level 9 true immortal. Ding! Wei Xintian has broken through. Host is now a level 1 great golden immortal. Azura Ghost Lord has broken through. Host is now a level 9 true immortal. Ding! Ghost Lord Azura has made a breakthrough and is now a tier 1 great golden immortal. Unexpectedly, Wei Xintian and Ghost Lord Azura both stepped into the perfected golden immortal stage after this battle. In fact, immortals, heaven immortals, spirit immortals, jade immortals, golden immortals, and true immortals were all considered ordinary immortals. However, it was different to become a Zenith Heaven Golden Immortal. A Zenith Heaven Golden Immortal possessed 7-colored immortal energy, which was much more powerful than a true immortal's true immortal energy. Yi Xian reckoned that even if he, the Old Tree, Wei Xintian, and the others worked together, they would not be a match for the Azura Ghost Lord. On the other side, Lu Zhang and the others couldn't help but tremble violently when they sensed the aura coming from Ghost Venerate Azura. Duh. Zenith Heaven Golden Immortal. Lu Zhang could not help but ask. At the same time, he had no idea how this Ghost Lord Azura had come out. Everyone, don't worry. He's an immortal beast that I once tamed. At this moment, Yi Xian suddenly appeared beside Ghost Lord Azura and patted him on the shoulder. What? Lu Zhang and the others were astonished. Yi Xian, a first-stage true immortal, had actually tamed a Zenith Heaven Golden Immortal level Ghost Lord Azura. What kind of joke was this? No, he wasn't a first-stage true immortal. A sixth-stage true immortal? Lu Jing carefully sensed Yi Xian's aura and realized that something was amiss. Previously, he had thought that Yi Xian was only a first-stage true immortal. He did not expect that the other party had actually concealed his aura, and even he could not see through it. An extremely powerful concealment technique, this Zenith Heaven Golden Immortal level Ghost Lord Azura, and that extraordinary flying sword made Lu Zhang and the others feel a strong sense of curiosity towards Yi Xian. I saw this demonic cultivator before, but I had other matters to attend to, so I had no time to deal with him. Today, I saw that all of you seemed a little powerless, so I killed him. You don't have to take offense. Yi Xian said with a smile. No, he's a demonic cultivator wanted by our Green Rainbow Nation. His death counts as a completion of the mission. However, I implore you to hand over his corpse to us, Lu Jing said respectfully. Corpses are of no use to me. Take it. Yi Xian waved his hand and the demonic cultivator's corpse was pushed over. This demonic cultivator refined the demonic hearts of vengeful spirits. He probably entered the sea of vengeful spirits in search of the vengeful spirit pearl and wanted to use it to break through to the zenith heaven golden immortal level. Lu Jing finished speaking and cupped his fists again. Thank you, sir, for eliminating this hidden danger for us. You're welcome. Yi Xian grinned. Actually, with his strength, it was already sufficient to rob Lu Jing and the others. However, he did not do so now because he had triggered a chain random mission. He felt that this mission might have something to do with Lu Jing. Otherwise, why would it be called a chain random mission? Sir, why don't you come to my residence and have a seat? Lu Jing suddenly said. Yi Xian was a rank 6 true immortal. His concealment technique was so brilliant that even he could not see through it. Moreover, he was able to tame a zenith heaven golden immortal level immortal beast. He was definitely not an ordinary person. This kind of person was worth recruiting. Just as Lu Jing finished speaking, the sound of a system notification rang out in Yi Xian's mind. Ding! Host has triggered the second round of the chain random mission. Assist Lu Jing in completing the escort mission. Hearing this, Yi Xian could not help but feel a little strange. What kind of escort mission did this Lu Jing have? However, this confirmed that this Lu Jing was related to this chain random mission. Therefore, he had to agree. That's fine. I also have some things I want to inquire about. Yi Xian grinned. What is it? Lu Jing asked in astonishment. I came this time to inquire about the entrance to the demonic world. I hate demonic cultivators, so I want to go to the demonic world to train, Yi Xian said. Hearing this, Lu Zheng's expression suddenly became serious. The entrance to the demonic world. My Green Rainbow Great Nation once had an entrance to the demonic world opened, but it was later forcibly closed. I'm not very clear about the specifics. Why don't I go back and investigate? Alright, then I'll trouble you. Yi Xian nodded. It was because of this reason that he did not release the old tree. After all, the old tree had fused with the purple extreme demon heart and was a demonic cultivator. A demonic cultivator was hated by everyone in the immortal world. If the old tree was released, it would cause some unnecessary trouble. Following this, Yi Xian followed Lu Jing to the Green Rainbow Great Nation. They moved very quickly and arrived at the border of the Green Rainbow Great Nation in less than 3 days. As an official of the Green Rainbow Great Nation, Lu Jing could easily pass through the pass. Then, they used a nearby teleportation array and were directly transported to the imperial capital of the Green Rainbow Great Nation. The Great General's residence. When Yi Xian found out where Lu Jing lived, he could not help but tremble. Chapter 1723. So that's how it is. Yi Xian nodded slightly and then followed Lu Jing into the Great General's mansion. Who would have thought that Lu Jing was actually the son of an official, the Great General of the Qinghong Kingdom? This official position was not low. However, what surprised Yi Xian the most was that after Lu Jing returned, he directly went into seclusion for 3 days and then broke through to the Golden Immortal Realm. 3 days later, Lu Jing came out of seclusion and then went to find Yi Xian to drink and eat meat. Sorry. That battle suddenly broke the shackles and I came back to seclusion for 3 days. I've really let Brother Yi down. Lu Jing said with a face of guilt. It's only 3 days. It's nothing. Yi Xian said with a smile. 3 days was indeed nothing to him. He was afraid that Lu Xing would go into seclusion for 3 years, 30 years, or even 300 years. One had to know that Lu Xing had already lived for tens of thousands of years. 300 years was really nothing to him. Lu Xing broke through from the 9th grade true immortal to the golden immortal realm. He was in a good mood and directly drank with Yi Xian for a day. Only when one stepped into the golden immortal realm could one be considered a top figure in the Qinghong kingdom. Otherwise, one would be an ordinary person. However, Yi Xian came to the Qinghong kingdom this time not to drink and make friends with Lu Xing, but for the chain random mission. The second part of the chain random mission was to assist Lu Xing in completing the escort mission. However, this mission had not been completed yet. This made Yi Xian very helpless. However, on the 5th day, Lu Xing came again. Brother Yi, in a few days, I will have to lead a team to escort the princess of my country to the Tianqin kingdom. I'm afraid I won't be able to accompany you for a drink. Lu Xing said. Princess. Escort. Yi Xian raised his eyebrows. Yes, my Qinghong kingdom has already formed a marriage alliance with the Tianqin kingdom. This time, I will escort the princess to the Tianqin kingdom and let the princess marry the prince of the Tianqin kingdom. Lu Xing replied. Hearing this, Yi Xian's eyes lit up. It seemed that the second part of the chain random mission was this. Since that's the case, why don't I go too? Yi Xian suggested. That's great, then I won't be bored on the way. Lu Xing immediately agreed. Previously, he had led his men to capture that demonic cultivator only for the sake of gaining experience. He was actually a general of the great country of Green Rainbow. Of course, under normal circumstances, the general of the great nation of Green Rainbow was at least at the great golden immortal level, but don't forget, Lu Zheng's grandfather was a great general. This time, with the flying boat provided by the royal family, the round trip will take about a month. In addition, there are a few generals with me. One of them is a third-grade great golden immortal. That's my grandfather. Lu Xing said. A third-tier golden immortal. Yi Xian narrowed his eyes and nodded slightly. Due to the appearance of the chain random mission, he felt that this escort mission would not be simple. There would definitely be danger, so he had to be careful. Very soon, 3 days had passed. 3 days later, a group of people had gathered in front of the general's mansion. All of them were experts at the level of golden immortals. Why is there a 6th-stage true immortal here? Someone asked in surprise. Shoo, that's young master's friend. Don't talk nonsense. When Lu Xing saw Yi Xian, he immediately came up to him and said, "My grandfather will be here soon." As soon as his voice fell, a huge figure swept across the sky. It was a luxuriously decorated flying boat. A good flying boat. Yi Xian narrowed his eyes and sighed in his heart. He estimated that this flying boat was probably comparable to a 4th-grade great golden immortal. It was not something that ordinary people could own. Only the royal family of the great country of Green Rainbow had the financial resources to build it. At this time, the flying boat suddenly opened a cabin door. "Let's go in." At Lu Zheng's order, everyone rushed into the cabin door. This flying boat was full of great golden immortals. There were more than 100 of them in total. At the same time, the strongest one was a 3rd-grade great golden immortal, Lu Zheng's grandfather, General Lu Heng. General Lu glanced at Yi Xian but did not say anything. Then, he controlled the flying boat and left. In this flying boat, there was a heavily guarded room. A beautiful woman sat inside. Although her cultivation was not high, she had reached the 9th stage true immortal realm. She was the princess of the great country of Green Rainbow. This time, she was going to be married to the Tianqin great country. Yi Xian and Lu Xing found a seat and continued to drink and chat. Not only that, Yi Xian also summoned Azura Ghost Lord and Wei Zhentian. After all, something would definitely happen on this journey. Soon, this flying boat left the great country of Green Rainbow and headed for the Tianqin Great Country. Nothing happened on the journey. However, on the 10th day, suddenly, a flying boat stopped Yi Xian and the others' flying boat. "Who are you, scoundrel?" Lu Heng shouted angrily. "TSK, TSK, TSK. So it's General Lu. Long time no see." Suddenly, an old voice sounded. Then, an illusory figure condensed between the two flying boats. When Lu Heng saw the person's face, his expression changed greatly. "General Lu of the great country of Haiyuan, Yao. This is the first time we've met. I didn't expect General Lu to recognize me. This old man is really gratified." Yao grinned. "Let's cut the crap. What do you want to do by stopping us?" Lu Heng snorted. Yao smiled again. "This time, you're going to the Tianqin Great Country, right?" Lu Heng's expression turned cold again. He did not expect the news to be leaked to the enemy of the great country of Haiyuan. Suddenly, an ominous premonition arose spontaneously. "Just say what you want to say." Lu Heng snorted. "Okay, then I'll say it." Yao grinned. "This time, you're going to marry the Tianqin Great Country, right? When the time comes, you'll join forces to fight against my great country of Haiyuan. So, you're here to stop us?" Lu Heng asked. "No, I'm taking the opportunity to destroy you." Yao's eyes flashed with killing intent. "With just you?" Lu Heng's eyes widened. This time, the great country of Green Rainbow had sent him because they were afraid that there would be a mistake. "Let's cut the crap. This day next year will be the anniversary of your death." Yao shouted angrily. He directly controlled the flying boat under his command and launched an attack. At the same time, Lu Heng controlled the flying boat and launched an attack. These two flying boats were 4th grade Great Golden Immortals. Their attack power was huge, and each attack consumed an astronomical amount of immortal crystals. Rumble. The two flying boats bombarded each other once, but no one gained the upper hand. If this continued, there would be no clear winner. So, both sides opened the cabin door and started killing. However, this time, the great country of Haiyuan had come prepared. Other than Yao, a 3rd grade Great Golden Immortal, there were 2 other 3rd grade Great Golden Immortals. Although Lu Heng's strength was strong and was already at the peak of the 3rd grade Great Golden Immortal, it was difficult for him to fight 1 against 3. Chapter 1724. At this moment, Yi Xian ordered Azura Ghost Venerate and Wei Zhentian to help. Azura Ghost Venerate and Wei Zhentian were both 1st grade Great Golden Immortals. It would not be a problem for them to deal with a 3rd grade Great Golden Immortal. Undying Fighting Soul. Yi Xian's eyes flickered. In the next moment, Azura Ghost Venerate activated his Undying Fighting Soul. In an instant, his and Wei Zhentian's strength skyrocketed by 3 times. Coupled with the flying sword form, Wei Zhentian's strength was not weak. However, this was not the end. Azura Ghost Venerate, activate the Eye of Azura and start a massacre. Yi Xian transmitted his voice again. The Eye of Azura was comprehended by Ghost Dome Great Emperor after he became Azura Ghost Venerate. This was the first time Azura Ghost Venerate had activated the Eye of Azura. A hole opened in Azura Ghost Venerate's chest. A black eye opened, and a gloomy aura spread out. When the Eye of Azura was activated, Azura Ghost Venerate was the real Azura Ghost Venerate. The 1st grade Great Golden Immortals from Haiyuan country only took 1 look at it, and their immortal hearts shattered into pieces. Dozens of people from Haiyuan country died in an instant. After these people died, a strand of invisible aura swept toward Azura Ghost Venerate. Once the Eye of Azura was activated, it would start a massacre. This skill was similar to Yi Xian's killing feast. The more people died, the stronger Azura Ghost Venerate would become. What a strange eye. Be careful. Hiao shouted in a low voice. His expression turned solemn as he felt that something was wrong. Something was wrong. That was right. Eye of Azura, divine light of Azura. At this moment, Azura Ghost Venerate absorbed the death aura of the dead. The eye of Azura on his chest suddenly blinked and released a terrifying black light beam. Be careful. Hiao shouted and dodged the attack himself. However, the 2 second-grade Great Golden Immortals and a 3rd-grade Great Golden Immortal behind him were not so lucky. They were directly blasted into pieces by the divine light of Azura. The gap between the strength of both parties was pulled apart instantly. What a powerful immortal beast, Hiao and the other 3rd-grade Great Golden Immortal could not help but think. This happened too suddenly. They did not have time to react. A 3rd-grade Great Golden Immortal was killed. Good chance, kill. Seeing this, Lu Heng immediately led the experts under his command and charged forward. Originally, they wanted to escort the princess away, but now it seemed that there was no need for that. With the addition of the Azura Ghost Venerate, the situation instantly became one-sided. Coupled with the fact that Wei Xintian's flying sword was collecting the universe rings, this battle would most likely last 5 seconds at most. After Wei Xintian collected the Qian Kun rings, Yi Xian stored them into the planting space. Ding! The host has made a breakthrough and is now a rank 7 true immortal. Ding! Host has made a breakthrough. Host is now a rank 8 true immortal. Ding! The host has made a breakthrough and is now a rank 9 true immortal. The interspatial rings of the 2 Tier 2 Great Overarching Golden Immortals and the Tier 3 Great Overarching Golden Immortals were destroyed by the Shura Divine Light. Now, Yi Xian's interspatial rings belong to the group of 1st Grade Daluo Golden Immortals. However, this was enough. Yi Xian had advanced by 3 realms, and so had Ghoul Lord Azura, who had advanced from 1st tier to 4th tier perfected Golden Immortal. Now, everyone present had lower realms than Ghoul Lord Azura, so who could be his match? Not to mention him, even Wei Xintian was already a 4th tier perfected Golden Immortal. In the form of a flying sword, his speed was off the charts. Kacha! 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 A series of crisp sounds were heard, and Wei Xintian instantly stabbed the remaining people to death, including the general of the Hai Yuan country, Hiao. This was not the main point. The main point was that Ghoul Lord Azura had the will of death skill. Those who died were resurrected and became his puppets. Seeing this, Lu Heng and the others were so shocked that they could not speak. In this battle, they did not seem to have played any role. It was completely Ghoul Lord Azura who killed them all alone. Before they could react, Yi Xian had already collected the spoils of war, including the flying boat of the Hai Yuan country. Ding! The host has made a breakthrough and is now a 1st tier perfected Golden Immortal. Another notification sounded from the system. Yi Xian had finally broken through to the perfected Golden Immortal realm. At the same time, Ghoul Lord Azura and Wei Xintian's realms increased again, becoming 5th tier perfected Golden Immortals. Now, even the king of the Hai Yuan country could not do anything to Yi Xian, let alone Hiao. However, Yi Xian was currently carrying out a chain of random missions, so he could not make a move for the time being. Yi Xian, what is this immortal beast of yours? Lu Jing came over and asked in shock. It evolved from the Ghost Dome Great Emperor. Yi Xian replied casually, then asked, what is the strongest person in the Hai Yuan country? The strongest person is the king of the Hai Yuan country, a 5th tier perfected Golden Immortal. However, all 3 of our countries have backgrounds in the ancient immortal realm. Lu Jing answered. Ancient immortal realm. Yi Xian raised an eyebrow, not understanding what this was. If the immortal realm was the immortal realm, why was there an ancient immortal realm? The strongest person in the Qinghong country, Tianqin country, and Haiyuan country is only a 5th-tier perfected golden immortal. However, there are some forces in the ancient immortal realm who are betting on the 3 countries. Lu Jing paused for a moment before he continued, they won't allow any of our countries to be destroyed. Yi Xian narrowed his eyes and asked, oh. How strong are they? Overarching heavenly supreme celestials. Lu Jing answered. Overarching heavenly supreme celestials were the realm below perfected golden immortals. Although Ghoul Lord Azura was a 5th-tier perfected golden immortal, he was still no match for an overarching heavenly supreme celestial. Moreover, there were different levels of overarching heavenly supreme celestials as well. Initially, Yi Xian wanted to destroy the Haiyuan country directly. However, he did not expect that all 3 countries had powerful backgrounds. It seemed like there was no other way. In that case, let's continue our journey. Yi Xian did not ask any more questions. Now that the obstacle had been dealt with, the next step was to escort the princess of the Qinghong country to the Tianqin country and complete the chain of random missions. However, Yi Xian felt that this speed was a little too slow. Your speed is too slow. I'll bring Lu Jing and Princess Yi Xian directly to the Tianqin country. Yi Xian suddenly suggested. This, Lu Heng and the others hesitated when they heard this. Their mission was to escort the princess to the Tianqin country to complete the wedding. However, they were a little worried about letting Yi Xian bring the princess. After all, Yi Xian was not from the Qinghong country. Don't worry. When I reach the Tianqin country, I have a way to bring you there directly. Yi Xian did not wait for them to speak before he continued, with our strength, if we take the princess by force, you won't be able to stop us. Chapter 1725. Although they did not understand why Ghost Lord Azura's realm had suddenly skyrocketed, they could feel that his aura was extremely powerful. He was at least a Tier 4 Great Golden Immortal. Of course, Ghost Lord Azura's actual realm was already a Tier 5 Great Golden Immortal. His combat strength was probably comparable to a Tier 7, Tier 8, or even a Tier 9 Great Golden Immortal. Lu Heng and the rest could only nod helplessly. Alright, then I'll take Lu Jing and the princess first. Yi Xian grinned. A force wrapped around Lu Jing and the princess of Qinghong Great Golden Immortal Nation and instantly left. Wei Zhentian's flying sword form could at most carry 3 people, so Yi Xian and the other 2 were just right. The chain random mission was to assist Lu Jing in completing the escort mission, so Lu Jing had to be there. The target of the escort was the princess, so the princess had to be there too. If they were to travel at the same speed as before, it would still take half a month, but now that Wei Zhentian was a Tier 5 Great Golden Immortal, it would take at most 2 days. However, things were not that simple. Originally, the battle between Qinghong Great Golden Immortal Nation, Tianqin Great Golden Immortal Nation and Haiyuan Great Golden Immortal Nation was not allowed to interfere. However, Ghost Lord Azura's strength was too shocking, so he was considered to have interfered. Just as Yi Xian was about to reach Tianqin Great Golden Immortal Nation, a figure in the distance attracted his attention. What a fast speed! Yi Xian raised his eyebrows and quickly focused his eyes to see that it was a young man. However, the young man's aura was incomparably powerful. A Tier 7 Great Golden Immortal. And Tier 8 Great Golden Immortal. Or a Tier 9 Great Golden Immortal? Yi Xian thought to himself. He was only a Tier 1 Great Golden Immortal now. Due to the huge gap between their realms, he could not see through the young man. In any case, the young man could not be from the 3 great nations. He should be from the ancient immortal world. Looks like a battle is inevitable. Yi Xian thought to himself. In the next moment, he heard the young man's voice. Kid, you've broken the rules. The young man said coldly. Rules? What rules? Yi Xian asked with narrowed eyes. I'm afraid the situation between the three nations will be broken by the immortal beast by your side, so I can't just watch, the young man replied. Oh. Azura is a great golden immortal, but he's a great golden immortal. Yi Xian said. As soon as he finished speaking, Lu Zheng, who was behind Yi Xian, also added, yes, Yi Xian is now an official of our Cyan Rainbow country. Shut up. The young man shouted coldly. Lu Zheng's neck shrank in fear. He knew where this young man came from. He must be from the ancient immortal world, was and not the immortal. Tedley Ed. Immortal God divine. Courses kill immortal. The immortal is the great immortal God mortal immortal mortal kill immortal great mortal thousand. Yi Xian was only a tier 1 golden immortal. Even if he had 10,000 clones, he wouldn't be able to withstand a single move from him. Of course, the Azura Ghost Lord was not a threat to him. 1-1. Yi Xian roared in his heart. In an instant, Ghost Overlord Azura and Wei Jintian flew out together. Undying War Soul. Storm of Swords. The young man did not mind at all when he saw this. He merely struck with his palm. He was a great golden immortal. Let alone a great golden immortal like Azura Ghost Celestial, even a great golden immortal would not be able to withstand his attack. Alas, he was wrong. Azura Ghost Celestial's undying war soul had increased his strength by 3 times. Coupled with the Elegy of Souls and Yi Xian's treasure, his strength increased by 7 times. However, Azura Ghost Celestial managed to neutralize the young man's palm attack with just 1 strike. How's this possible? The young man was shocked. I'm a great golden immortal. I'm only 1 step away from becoming an overarching heavenly supreme celestial. How could my attack be so easily blocked? Before he could recover from his shock, Wei Jintian had already charged toward him. Wei Jintian had the undying war soul as well. His attack was 7 times stronger. Moreover, he was in the form of a flying sword. His speed was fast enough to pose a threat to the young man. It was humiliating for a great golden immortal to be challenged by someone with a higher cultivation base. All of you must die. The young man roared as he unleashed his 7-colored celestial force. A terrifying aura spread in the air. This is bad. He's going to go crazy. Yi Xian's expression changed drastically. Although Azura Ghost Celestial and Wei Jintian were strong, they were not a match for the young man in a fight. At this moment, there was only one way to kill the young man. Death Hunt Command. Extreme Void Shield. Eye of Assassination. While the other party was in shock, Yi Xian suddenly arrived behind the young man and slashed out with his sword. 1000 Cleaving Slash. This time, the 1000 Cleaving Slash's effect had increased to 2000 points. Moreover, the activation rate had increased as well. He might be able to kill the young man in an instant. Unfortunately, Yi Xian was only a 1st-grade Great Golden Immortal while his opponent was a 9th-grade Great Golden Immortal. There was an 8th-grade difference between the two of them. Although the attack landed on the young man's body, it did not even break through the young man's celestial force defense. How dare a mere 1st-grade Great Golden Immortal sneak attack me? The young man snorted. Although he was a little surprised by Yi Xian's attack, he knew that it would not hurt him even if it was 100-fold stronger. Die! A majestic 7-colored celestial force was blasted away. If an ordinary person was nearby, their celestial heart would be shattered and they would die. Even a demonic cultivator would not be spared. However, Yi Xian had used the Extreme Void Shield before he rushed over. In addition, the young man did not use his full strength in this attack, so it was absorbed by the young man. Tremble. Yi Xian released the Extreme Void Shield and its power tripled. This time, it broke through the young man's 7-colored celestial force defense. However, after breaking through the seven-colored celestial force, it did not hurt the young man. How can you break through my defense? How is that possible? The young man was shocked again. Before he could react, Yi Xian flashed behind him again. This time, he was blocked by the young man's seven-colored celestial force. At first, Yi Xian wanted to try devouring by force. However, since he could not even touch the young man's body, he naturally could not devour him. There's no way to deal with this. We can only leave. Yi Xian's eyes flashed. He teleported to Lu Zhang and the princess of Qinghong's side and forcibly put them into the planting space. You want to leave? Stay. Without another word, the young man blocked their path with his seven-colored celestial force. However, there were not many people who could stop Yi Xian if he wanted to escape. The Eye of the Void. Yi Xian's eyes flashed and he darted in. Chapter 1726. Whoosh. The void gate closed, and Yi Xian and the others disappeared from the young man's sight. He ran away. The young man was so shocked that he was speechless. Not only was he challenged by someone of a higher level, but he even ran away. How was that possible? At that moment, he quickly rushed out and randomly found a direction in an attempt to drag Yi Xian out. However, Yi Xian had returned to the place where he fought with He Yao. No matter how fast the young man was, it would take him half a day to arrive. He would wait for a while and then return to complete the second round of the chain random mission. After returning, Yi Xian waited for a while. With the help of the Death Hunt token, he could clearly feel that the young man was coming toward him. Has an imprint been left in my body? Yi Xian narrowed his eyes. However, Wei Zhintian probably did not have it. Whoosh! In an instant, Yi Xian opened another Eye of the Void and let Wei Zhintian enter it. The others were a burden to Yi Xian, so he kept them all in the planting space. He did not want to expose this secret, but he had no choice now. This young man will find me in 2 hours at most. I have to put some distance between us and use the Eye of the Void to keep him busy. Yi Xian secretly said in his heart as he quickly left the area. Although he was fast, the young man was a 9th stage Great Golden Immortal, so he was even faster. 2 hours passed quickly. Yi Xian felt that the young man was about to arrive, so he quickly broke through the void and returned to the place where he fought the young man. I'm back there again. The young man was shocked. He did leave a mark on Yi Xian, but he did not expect the young man to suddenly return. This meant that he had to travel for another 2 hours. What a good move. After I kill you, I'll search your soul. The young man's eyes flashed with killing intent again, then he turned around and rushed back. At this moment, Yi Xian was letting Wei Zhintian travel while he dealt with the young man. Anyway, there was a long distance between them. Even if the young man rushed over at full speed, it would still take him 2 hours. If one time was 2 hours, then 12 times would be a day. After more than 10 times, Wei Zhintian flew to the capital of Tianqin Kingdom alone, and then Yi Xian broke through the void. The princess was successfully sent to Tianqin Kingdom. Yi Xian also completed the second round of the chain random mission. Host has completed the second round of the chain random mission. The young man was still rushing toward Tianqin Kingdom, but Yi Xian was already in front of the palace. It's a pleasure. The one who came out to greet him was the crown prince. When he saw Lu Heng, he couldn't help but smile. So it's your highness, the crown prince. This old man is shocked. Lu Heng quickly replied. After a while, they were invited into the palace. Oh right, General Lu, why did you guys seem to be ahead of schedule? The crown prince of Tianqin Kingdom asked. That's right. Our plan was to reach Tianqin Kingdom within a month, but we were intercepted by Haiyuan Kingdom. Lu Heng nodded. The Crown Prince was shocked. Heartwarming Kingdom. That's right. This time, Heartwarming Kingdom sent 3 third-grade Great Golden Immortal Generals. Fortunately, a hermit cultivator came from Qinghong Kingdom and wiped out He Yao and the rest. After Lu Heng finished speaking, he couldn't help but turn to look at Yi Xian. Hermit cultivator. The Crown Prince followed his gaze and realized that Yi Xian was only a first-grade Great Golden Immortal. With his second-grade Great Golden Immortal realm, he could only sense that Yi Xian was only a first-grade Great Golden Immortal, so he guessed that he couldn't see through Yi Xian. The strength of Qinghong Kingdom was similar to that of Tianqin Kingdom. The hermit cultivator of the royal family was at least a 4th-grade Great Golden Immortal, so the Crown Prince also thought that Yi Xian was a 4th-grade Great Golden Immortal. Greetings, Senior. The Crown Prince hurriedly said. Rise. Yi Xian pretended to be profound and waved his hand. In fact, when they arrived at Tianqin Kingdom's capital, Lu Jing, Lu Heng, and the rest were all under Yi Xian's control to prevent the news from leaking. In other words, the current third-grade Great Golden Immortal Lu Heng was Yi Xian's puppet. Naturally, he wouldn't expose Yi Xian. Heartwarming Kingdom sent experts to intercept General Lu. They're probably afraid that our 2 kingdoms will join forces. If that's the case, even the ancient immortal realm won't be able to say anything, the Crown Prince thought. Then, he brought Yi Xian and the rest to meet the king of Tianqin Kingdom. Tianqin Great Nation, Xi'an Rainbow Great Nation, and Heartwarming Great Nation. The kings of the 3 great nations were all at the level of a 5th-grade Great Golden Immortal. In order to not look down on the other party, Yi Xian specially summoned the Azura Ghost Sovereign to suppress the situation. Azura Ghost Lord and Wei Zhentian were both 5th-grade Great Golden Immortals. Even if the entire royal family's experts were to mobilize, they wouldn't be able to do anything to them. When the king of Tianqin Kingdom saw the Crown Prince's introduction, he couldn't help but size up Yi Xian. What royal family's hidden cultivator? He was clearly just a first-grade Great Golden Immortal. However, even he couldn't see through Azura Ghost Lord beside Yi Xian. So strong. That 9th-grade Great Golden Immortal from the ancient immortal realm will probably be here soon. Since that's the case, I'll